Chapter 35:35. Haha, this is not your fault. Xiaohua nodded. Let Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion worry about the spirit demons. This old man doesn't understand the cultivation method of the spirit demons. In the future, just treat them as a branch of the fortune gate. Yes, master is wise, Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile. That's all there is to the fortune gate. After all, it has only been a short time. This disciple can't do much. Good. Xiaohua nodded and said loudly, Where is Lu Yi? This little one is here. Lu Yi hurriedly ran into the cave and shouted, What orders does master have? Go and call Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong. Xiaohua ordered. Lu Yi acknowledged and left. Xiaohua looked at Qin Xiaoyao and asked with interest, Xiaoyao, you took in hundreds of Dao soldiers under your wing. Are you afraid that you will not be able to contend against the Fae of Black Cloud Ridge in the future? When Qin Xiaoyao heard this, panic appeared on his face. He knelt down and kowtowed, Master, please forgive me. When this disciple did this disciple did not have such thoughts. However, when all the Dao soldiers were assigned to the second-generation disciples, this disciple suddenly became vigilant. This disciple, I'm afraid this is a natural reaction to guard against Black Bear and the other's strength. However, the matter has already been done. If this disciple goes back on his words, it will be even more disadvantageous for this disciple. Therefore, this disciple can only make the best of it. If master doesn't like it, this disciple will go back and correct it. And since that's the case, you don't have to change it. Xiaohua frowned and said, Human nature has always been somewhat scheming. If you are thinking of danger in times of peace, that's fine. Even what you think may not be the truth, but the fortune gate is in this old man's hands. This old man does not want it to be too dirty. Perhaps you will have some competition, but this old man feels that these competitions should be placed on the surface. You don't have to look down on Black Bear and the other spirit demons, and Black Bear and the others don't have to see you as enemies. Master is right, but if this is really the case, it will be extremely difficult. Qin Xiaoyao did not dare to get up, and knelt on the ground. Even in the previous Zhang country, there was not much of a gap between the first and second imperial masters. However, due to the interests of their disciples, there were many disagreements in the imperial court. Yes, I know I'm too idealistic, but how can there be reality if I'm not idealistic? Xiaohua chuckled. How about this, pass down my decree. Anyone who enters my fortune gate, whether it's the so-called inner or outer disciples, is forbidden from killing each other. If anyone is found to have done so, I will kill them. I understand. Qin Xiaoyao bit her lips and nodded. In addition, the imperial court of the Zhang country is not a place for us to cultivate. Tell the disciples that there is no need to be greedy for the temptations of the mortal world, and do not involve themselves in the affairs of the Zhang country. When Qin Xiaoyao heard this, he hastily called out, Master, this matter is somewhat inappropriate. Master, please listen to this disciple's report. Go ahead. The path of cultivation is extremely difficult. 1 in 100 may not even make it to the top. The remaining 99% are aiming for the mundane world's glory and wealth. If Master were to cut off their path, who would want to join our fortune gate? Also, if my fortune gate's disciples do not participate in the imperial court, then how can Zhang country worship my fortune gate? When Dao cultivators establish a country, what they establish is the foundation of the Dao sect. If Master is not in Zhang country to control the imperial court, how can you establish a country? Qin Xiaoyao knew that Xiaohua did not understand this and hastily suggested. Xiaohua laughed. Hee, this old man has never set his sights on a small country like Zhang country. However, since my fortune gate's wings are not fully grown yet, I'm afraid I can only continue what you did before. But, Qin Xiaoyao, remember, if anyone is greedy for glory and wealth, this old man will definitely not let them enter the fortune gate's inner sect. Yes, this disciple will remember. Qin Xiaoyao hastily replied. Get up, Jiang Ming and the others have arrived. Xiaohua calmed down and waved his hand, signaling Qin Xiaoyao to get up. Qin Xiaoyao hastily stood up and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Although Xiaohua did not get angry when he questioned him, the pressure coming from Xiaohua's body made him feel an irresistible pressure. Everything in his heart seemed to have been seen through by Xiaohua, and the feeling of being seen through really made him uncomfortable. Of course, he was still glad that Xiaohua's thoughts were exactly the pursuit of a cultivator. He had no reason not to agree and abide by Xiaohua's wishes. Master, Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong are here to greet you. Qin Xiaoyao had just stood up when Lu Yi arrived with the 3 disciples. Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong followed behind Lu Yi and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Disciple greets master. He, get up. Xiaohua looked at the 3 disciples who were similar in age to Qin Xiaoyao. Their faces were filled with excitement, and with a flick of his sleeve he lifted them up. Yes, master. The 3 disciples stood up, looked around, and respectfully stood beside Qin Xiaoyao. Jiang Ming looked at Qin Xiaoyao's pale face, and his heart skipped a beat. He looked around and asked in a low voice, Master, may I know, why did Master summon this disciple here? Xiaohua chuckled. All of you are my Fortune Gate's first-generation disciples. If your cultivation is not high, this old man would be ashamed. Today, I called all of you here to see your cultivation, and see if this old man can give you some pointers. Jiang Ming and the others were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Many thanks for Master's guidance. This disciple is eternally grateful. Qin Xiaoyao, come with this old man first. Xiaohua flew into the quiet room and ordered. Me? Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback. He had already received pointers from Xiaohua and had benefited greatly from it. He didn't expect Xiaohua to call him first. Jiang Ming smiled and said, Senior brother Qin, go ahead. You are our eldest senior brother. Why don't you go first? Qin Xiaoyao was full of gratitude and hurriedly followed behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua was the first to call him. Perhaps he wouldn't give him any pointers, but at least he had given him face. Moreover, this also showed that Xiaohua wasn't really angry. After entering the quiet room, Xiaohua sat on a praying mat and pointed to the place where Do Shanjun had been. Close your eyes and face the sky, just like normal cultivation. Do not rashly use your quintessence. Yes, this disciple understands. Seeing that Xiaohua was very serious, Qin Xiaoyao didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly sat down. Then Xiaohua took out the soul bridge again. With Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei's spirit enchantment, it wasn't too troublesome for Qin Xiaoyao, Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong. In just 2 hours, the seal of the 3 people's spiritual energy was broken. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that the disciple named Qin Qingyi actually didn't have a seal on his spiritual energy. This situation made Xiaohua a little confused. Previously, he thought that Lu Yi and the others couldn't cultivate because of the seal. Now that he saw that Jiang Ming and the others could still cultivate with the seal, it meant that the seal was actually not directly related to cultivation. It should be related to the spiritual energy and cultivation. Moreover, Xiaohua first saw that Qin Xiaoyao had a seal and thought that all the humans in the hidden immortal continent would have a seal. However, Qin Qingyi overturned his inference. Forget it. This matter involves too many things. It's not something that I can figure out at this time. At this time, Xiaohua had some understanding that the spirit root was really the foundation of cultivation. In the future, if he could find a disciple whose spiritual energy wasn't sealed, that meant that the disciple had a spirit root, then this disciple should be able to cultivate easily. Then, Xiaohua told Jiang Ming and the other 2 about their cultivation methods. Xiaohua found that Qin Qingyi was the youngest among the 4 people, but his cultivation was the highest. Similarly, his understanding of the Tao sect's cultivation methods was also the most profound. After guiding the 4 people's cultivation and bestowing them with cultivation methods, spirit pills, and magic tools, Xiaohua took out 4 jade eyes and handed them to the 4 people, instructing, "This is a simple secret technique. You can all practice it. After practicing this secret technique, you can use the secret technique to find a disciple or a Tao soldier with a spirit root. You can focus on cultivating the disciples with spirit root. Tao soldiers with spirit root can be promoted to the 2nd generation of disciples." The secret technique recorded in the Jade Eyes was the result of Xiaohua's comprehension during this period of time. Ordinary Tao sect cultivators could use this secret technique to find whether there were traces of a seal in the spiritual energy sky. Spirit root? Qin Xiaoyao and the others were surprised. Obviously, it was the first time they heard this name. Haha, everything is recorded in the Jade Eyes. I'll leave this matter to you. Xiaohua smiled and said, "In the future, the disciples of my Fortune Gate will be based on the spirit root." Yes, disciple understands. Qin Xiaoyao and the others carefully put away the Jade Eyes. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and said, "Also, among your disciples, if they don't have spirit root, choose some clever and loyal ones." When this old man has time, I'll enchant them. Yes. Although everyone was a little confused, they still respectfully agreed. Xiaoyao, stay. You all can go. Xiaohua looked a little tired and said with a wave of his sleeve. After waiting for Jiang Ming and the others to leave, Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile, Master, you've worked hard just now. Why don't we talk about the other two matters tomorrow? No matter, just say it. Xiaohua said with a smile. The second matter is about Jiang Country's second state preceptor Li Xiang, Senior Li. Qin Xiaoyao said carefully, Disciple has received information that Senior Li did not fall in Jiang Country, but was imprisoned in the Jade Mountains dungeon by Tong Zhuguo. Senior Li's dozens of disciples were imprisoned with him. After Qin Xiaoyao finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the ground with a flicker in his eyes. He actually did not understand the real purpose of Xiaohua's order to find Li Xiang's whereabouts that day. Logically speaking, Xiaohua's strength was far beyond Li Xiang's, but after all, Xiaohua did not have any power in Jiang Country. The so-called Fortune Gate was just newly established, and could not be compared to Li Xiang's power in Jiang Country. If Xiaohua really rescued Li Xiang and the dozens of disciples, who knew who the Fortune Gate would belong to in the end? Did Xiaohua have other intentions for looking for Li Xiang? Oh, Li Xiang was actually not killed by the king of Tong Zhuguo? Xiaohua was a little surprised, and, you found out that he was imprisoned in the Jade Mountains dungeon so easily? Chapter 35-36. That's right, Master's doubts are also this disciple's doubts. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly added, This disciple suspects that this is a trap set by the Copper Pillar State. They are trying to lure Master to take the bait. The Copper Pillar State doesn't even have an imperial preceptor now. How long can they last? They actually dared to set a trap? Wouldn't that mean that their monarch is tired of living? Xiaohua sneered. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly added, Master, don't be careless. After all, the Copper Pillar State is a country of Confucian cultivators. Even if they don't have a ruler, other countries still have a ruler. Perhaps the Copper Pillar State is colluding with other countries to set a trap for Master? There is such a possibility. Xiaohua immediately thought of Do Shanjun's warning before he left. Perhaps the Copper Pillar State and other Confucian cultivators were using Li Xiang as bait to trick him. This is bad. Thinking of this, Xiaohua immediately came to a realization. Since he had given the imperial jade seal to Do Shanjun, when Do Shanjun returned to the Copper Pillar State, he would definitely present the imperial jade seal to the ruler. Then wouldn't Li Xiang be useless? Would the ruler of the Copper Pillar State immediately kill Li Xiang? The most important thing right now is to go to the Jade Mountains underground prison. Where is the Jade Mountains underground prison? Xiaohua asked. Hearing Xiaohua asking for the location of the Jade Mountain without much thought, Qin Xiaoyao felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He understood that Xiaohua wanted to go to the Jade Mountain to rescue Li Xiang, but the problem was that after Li Xiang was rescued, he would come to the Fortune Gate with several dozen disciples. What would Xiaohua do? This thought had just flashed through his mind, and now it was surging up again. Thinking about what Xiaohua had said to him before, Qin Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. He took out a jade eye from his bosom and handed it over to Xiaohua. He said, This jade eye records the address of the previous Jade Mountain. However, this disciple still has to remind Master that saving people may be necessary, but the arrangements after saving people may not be satisfactory. Just like what Master just said, you must always be on guard against human nature. AI, perhaps. Xiaohua saw Qin Xiaoyao frown several times because of Li Xiang's matter. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. How could he not know what Qin Xiaoyao was thinking? Today my Dao sect has withered. This old man also wants to hold up the sky with one hand. Unfortunately, this old man's ability is limited. This Fortune Gate is this old master's and also yours. You have placed the Fortune Gate in your hearts, and this old master will cherish it. If anyone covets it, then this old master will not be polite. You don't need to worry about that. Yes, Master understands. These disciples are relieved. Qin Xiaoyao let out a long sigh of relief and said, However, I feel that compared to the previous matter, the third matter is slightly more important. Oh, what's the third thing? Xiaohua asked curiously. The gathering of the Jade Pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao said with a smile, Didn't I say it before? On the hidden immortal mainland, if I want to be a country's teacher, I must obtain the approval of the Dao sect. To put it bluntly, To reassure the Confucian cultivators, I must participate in this gathering of the Jade Pavilion. Previously, I didn't know how to participate, nor did I know the name of the gathering of the Jade Pavilion. Some time ago, Marshal Uncle Qingyu was overseeing the Black Wind Ridge. I asked him and confirmed this matter. Moreover, from what Marshal Uncle Qingyu said, this gathering of the Jade Pavilion is held once every 5 years. It will be held at the beginning of next year. Counting on my fingers, this is the right time for Master to get up. Humph. Xiaohua sneered. The gathering of the Jade Pavilion. I don't know if it is the Dao sect's gathering or the Confucian cultivators' gathering. Our Dao sect's cultivators are in charge of a country, and the Confucian cultivators are relieved? Qin Xiaoyao smiled and said, people under the eaves have to bow their heads. If Master has the ability of the Immortal Palace, you probably don't need to look at the face of the Confucian cultivators. But today our fortune gate has just been established. This work of face still needs to be done. Moreover, Master has just killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor. If you don't go to the gathering of the Jade Pavilion, I'm afraid it will arouse the dissatisfaction of the Confucian cultivators. At that time, it will be difficult for Master to handle, and it will be difficult for Jiang country to recover. It will also be difficult for our fortune gate to develop. This old man naturally knows this. Xiaohua laughed and said, it's not like this old man hasn't lived a life of suppressing my tale. If I pretend, this old man can pretend better than you. Forget it, let's go take a look and see what kind of situation our Dao sect has on the hidden immortal mainland. Congratulations on Master's victorious return. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly bowed and handed over a jade eye. Victorious return? Xiaohua was stunned. He took the jade eye and asked curiously, is there a fight at the gathering of the Jade Pavilion? Yes. Qin Xiaoyao smiled and said, to obtain the approval of the Dao sect seniors, there must be a competition. With Master's skill, you will definitely suppress everyone. However, Master should take it easy. Who knows which cultivator is the Confucian cultivator's spy? If Master shows off his ability, he will be killed by the Confucian cultivator. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded and took out a small cosmos pouch and handed it to Qin Xiaoyao, saying, these are some pills that this old man refined according to Qin Qingyu's jade eye. There is also a training method for a formation. Take it and comprehend it yourself. Then, according to the requirements of the formation, gather the second and third generation disciples of the Fortune Gate's outer court and practice according to the situation. Qin Xiaoyao received the small cosmos pouch and swept it with his divine sense. Ecstasy appeared on his face again. He knelt down and kowtowed without thinking and said, Master is really generous. This kind of pill. This disciple won't say anything. Even if those Dao soldiers died, they wouldn't have been able to obtain one in the past. The past is the past. Now, all of you are my Fortune Gate's disciples, so you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. You have to know that this is nothing. You are the most precious part of my Fortune Gate. Xiaohua helped Qin Xiaoyao up and said, also, the Black Bear Spirit and the others don't understand our Dao Gate's training method. When you understand it, you have to teach it to them. Of course, this old man will tell the Black Bear Spirit. Qin Xiaoyao nodded. This disciple understands. This disciple will go and distribute these pills, supervise them to cultivate, and properly train the formation. Good, call the Black Bear Spirit in. Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating Qin Xiaoyao to leave. Not long after, the Black Bear Spirit ran in and threw himself in front of Xiaohua, crying bitterly, Master, why did you go into seclusion for 100 days? This little one missed you so much that he didn't eat or drink. This little one was so worried that he wanted to kill this little one. Sweat. Xiaohua looked at the cowardly Black Bear Spirit who loved to bootlick and chuckled. If you want to learn, you should look for Wang Yifei. Lu Yi's knowledge is half-baked. You won't be able to learn anything from him. Master, how did you know? The Black Bear Spirit raised his head, his nose full of tears, looking very pitiful. The two little black bear's eyes were still filled with confusion. Damn it! Xiaohua kicked the Black Bear Spirit's shoulder and said angrily, what do you mean you don't eat or drink? Go tell that to that female bear of yours who watches the stars and the moon every day. Don't show off in front of this old man. Hurry and stand up for this old man. Yes, Master. The Black Bear Spirit stood up with a bitter face, looking very wronged. This little one doesn't understand these things. Whatever Brother Lu tells this little one will say it accordingly. Forget it. Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to say more to this black bear spirit, who was more cunning than him, but couldn't get the point every time. He waved his hand and asked. Hearing Xiaohua's question, the black bear spirit acted like he was going to throw himself in front of Xiaohua again. However, looking at Xiaohua's slightly raised foot, he didn't dare and stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Xiaohua was surprised. Why don't you dare to say it? Master, you have to make a decision for this little one. The black bear spirit finally threw himself on the ground again. However, this time, he was smart and kept a distance from Xiaohua's leg. Seeing the black bear spirit's appearance, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if the black bear spirit was lying outside the cave, if Xiaohua wanted to kick him, wouldn't he still be able to do so? Therefore, Xiaohua could only say unhappily, What's wrong? Did Qin Xiaoyao bully you? Qin Xiaoyao? He dares. He bullied this old man. This old man will tear him to pieces. Hearing this, the black bear spirit was slightly bewildered. His bare face showed anger. Could it be that he said something in front of Master? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and scolded, Shut up! You are this old man's black bear guard. How can you compare to him? How dare he speak ill of you in front of this old man? This old man was just casually asking. Hearing Xiaohua say that he was the black bear guard, the black bear spirit immediately beamed with joy and said, That's right. This lowly one is Master's black bear guard. What is Qin Xiaoyao? Humph, even if you are this old man's black bear guard, you can't be arrogant and despotic. If this old man finds out anything. Xiaohua sneered. I don't dare. This lowly one definitely doesn't dare. The black bear spirit didn't even dare to get up. He just lay on the ground and shouted, Master's methods are heaven-defying, and he is deeply indebted to this lowly one. How can this lowly one lose face for Master? This lowly one now has the golden eagle and white lion, and is really protecting Black Wind Ridge for Master. I'm afraid that just relying on those boy of yours won't be enough. Xiaohua didn't wait for him to finish speaking and waved his hand. This old man is preparing to set up a large array in Black Wind Ridge. You all have to assist Qin Xiaoyao and the others to defend against the enemy. This old man has already given the key to the array formation to Qin Xiaoyao. You don't understand these things, just listen to him. All right, this lowly one will listen to Master's orders. The black bear spirit drooped his head, looking very unwilling. After beating the black bear spirit, Xiaohua asked lightly again, What urgent matter do you have that you need this old man to decide for you? That's right. At this moment, the black bear spirit seemed to have suddenly woken up. He hurriedly shouted, Master, you have to decide for this lowly one. As he spoke, he made a lunging motion, but the black bear spirit didn't get up. This touching lunging motion couldn't be completed. Get up. If there's anything, just say it. Xiaohua smiled and waved his sleeves, helping the black bear spirit up. The moment the black bear spirit got up, his spittle flew everywhere. He explained everything clearly. How was he still a stupid bear? He was even more eloquent than a fox. Chapter 35-37. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded slightly. This old man was fighting against the Copper Pillar State, and then went into seclusion to cultivate, so I put this matter to the back of my mind. I thought they would stop, but I didn't expect them to go overboard and bully our family's boy. That's good. Let's go call Qin Xiaoyao, Xiao Jian, and Chongling. This old man will vent your anger for you. Yes, old master. Many thanks, old master. The black bear spirit crawled up from the ground and hurriedly ran out. But just as he ran to the cave abode's entrance, he stopped and turned back in confusion. Old master, we're not going to gang up. Why did you bring so many people? It's enough for master to go alone. Just call when I tell you to call. Why so long-winded? Xiaohua snorted. The black bear spirit didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly left. Xiaohua stood up from the jade chair and slowly walked out of the cave. He muttered to himself, This Black Cloud Ridge now belongs to the Xiao family. How can they allow others to snore beside their beds? This Jiasa country has miscalculated. When Xiaohua left the cave, it was noon. The sun was shining brightly, shining in front of the cave, shining on the entire Black Wind Ridge. In this sunlight, one could see the flowers and plants on the mountain, the gurgling streams, and the faint fragrance of the earth in his nose. Where was the barren Black Wind Ridge from that day? Good. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense, scanning the entire Black Cloud Ridge. He was quite satisfied as he thought to himself. Lung Qingda had originally set up a great formation in the Black Cloud Ridge to kill this Xiao. But due to a freak combination of factors, she actually transformed the entire Black Cloud Ridge, giving birth to earth-shattering changes. This Xiao, on the other hand, has benefited greatly and saved a lot of effort. However, it will be difficult to guard this place with so many Confucian cultivators. I'm afraid this Zhao's plan of setting up the formation in the Black Wind Ridge will have to be changed. If I'm going to do it, I'll make it bigger and bring the entire Black Cloud Ridge into my Fortune Gates territory. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released his divine sense again, carefully looking over the entire Black Cloud Ridge, thinking about how to set up the formation. Master, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were standing outside the Immortal's cave. When they saw Xiaohua come out, they immediately bowed. However, when they saw that Xiaohua didn't pay attention to them and was instead looking at the distant sky in a daze, they didn't dare to say anything and stood to the side. A long time later, Xiao Jian, the Chongling princess, Qin Xiaoyao and the others came over with the black bear spirit. Before they came close, Lu Yi immediately walked over and motioned for them to not speak and wait for Xiaohua's orders. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiaohua smiled and said, "You're all here? Disciple and the others greet master." Everyone didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. "Get up." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Today, I called you all here to help Black Bear vent his anger." Vent. Xiao Jian and the others were stunned, as they didn't really understand what Xiaohua meant. However, Xiaohua didn't explain. He stretched out his hand and said to Qin Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, give me the Jade Eye formation. This old man wants to change it." "Yes, master." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly took out the Jade Eye formation. Xiaohua took it and then handed it back to Qin Xiaoyao a moment later. He said, "In the future, train according to this formation. Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion will listen to your orders." "Yes, master." Qin Xiaoyao took it. As he spoke, he scanned with his consciousness and was shocked. He asked again, "Master, isn't this too big?" "The entire Black Cloud Ridge." "Yes, the entire Black Cloud Ridge. In the future, this will be our territory. Whoever dares to say no, will first knock out their front teeth." Xiaohua smiled and nodded. "Good." The Black Bear spirit shouted first. "Beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground." Hiss. Xiao Jian looked at the Chongling princess. Shock and joy flashed through their eyes. Black Cloud Ridge was not like Black Wind Ridge. That was the border between the three countries. If it was protected by a formation, then how inconceivable would that be? The two didn't dare to imagine. "Black Bear, lead the way." Xiaohua ordered. The Black Bear spirit happily moved the Yao Cloud and flew to the back of Black Wind Ridge. Seeing Xiaohua and the Black Bear spirit leave, Xiao Jian seemed to think of something. He glanced again at the Chongling princess. The Chongling princess frowned slightly and looked into the distance in thought. "Chongling, master has left. We should hurry." Yuanya urged from the back of the green leopard, who almost never left the Chongling princess' side. "All right," the Chongling princess hurriedly responded. Red clouds appeared under her feet and carried her to catch up. The Black Bear spirit flew into the depths of the Black Cloud Ridge for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before arriving at a mountain peak that had already collapsed. Before the group landed, they saw a golden eagle fly up from the bottom of the mountain. "Master." The golden eagle flapped its wings in the air and called meekly. "This one greets master." "And are they still here?" Xiaohua asked coolly. "Yes, they came 2 months ago. They were very powerful. I and others couldn't stop them. Several children under the second brother were also injured by them." The golden eagle replied, "If it weren't for the old master's face, I'm afraid our lives would not be guaranteed." "They're very arrogant." Xiaohua snorted coldly. The Black Bear spirit immediately added fuel to the fire. "Yes. This one visited 3 times and told them clearly that this Black Cloud Ridge is master's territory and for them to leave immediately. They refused to see me twice and attacked this one the 3rd time. This one almost could not see master." "Why didn't you tell Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and scolded. The Black Bear spirit immediately stopped talking. He placed his 2 paws in front of him and said rather embarrassedly, "Old master, please don't blame me. I saw that Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian were very busy, and I couldn't help much." If I couldn't even help old Master look after the mountain gate, I would be too embarrassed. Master, the golden eagle at the side hurriedly shouted. It is not that Big Brother did not tell them, but they are not much stronger than this one. If this one and his brothers could not handle it, they may not be able to. Humph, all of you are in the right. Xiaohua scolded. Right now, my Black Cloud Ridge is everyone's Black Cloud Ridge. If you encounter something you cannot handle in the future, it is better for everyone to work together. Yes, this one understands, the Black Bear Spirit hurriedly answered. Xiao Jian, Chongling, and the others hurriedly responded. Xiaohua looked at the mountain peak that was completely different from when Little Yellow, Little Black, and Little Silver came. He pointed with his hand and said, Chongling, your message seal should have flown here that day. Yes, Chongling knows. This should be a backup plan that Royal Father left behind. The Chongling princess bit her lips and said softly, Do you know what is below? Xiaohua said with a smile. The Chongling princess shook her head. Royal Father did not mention it. Chongling does not know. This is an energy stone mine, Xiaohua said with a smile. It seems that Jiang Country, Bronze Pillar Country, and Jiasa Country have all discovered it. Jiang Country was destroyed, and the people of Jiang Country most likely submitted to Bronze Pillar Country. The Bronze Pillar Country's state preceptor surrounded my Black Cloud Ridge and set up defensive formations. Even if the people of the two countries did not completely leave, maybe they only left some people to guard the mine. Now that the Bronze Pillar Country's state preceptor is dead, Jiasa Country wants to take advantage. They are dreaming. Ah? An energy stone mine? Xiao Jian's eyes turned green when he heard this. He had once been a king and naturally only thought of the importance of this energy stone mine. But the Black Bear Spirit and the Golden Eagle were puzzled. Yuanya, Xiaohua called. Yes, master. Yuanya stilled. He had not expected Xiaohua to suddenly call him. He hurriedly urged the green leopard to fly to the front. Xiaohua pointed with his finger and said, You follow the black bear over and smash their cave entrance. Let this old man see if your strength has improved these days. Yes, master. Yuanya did not say much. He urged the green leopard to fly down. Although the black bear spirit knew that Yuanya could not even defeat him, he did not dare to grumble and followed. Where is Baisher? Xiaohua asked again. Master, second brother is guarding the other end of the Black Cloud Ridge. This little one is guarding this place. Big brother is on the other end. The Golden Eagle replied respectfully. Not bad, that's right. Xiaohua praised. In the future, you all will still be the three demons of the Black Cloud Ridge. This old man should be the one behind you all. That is this little one's honor. The Golden Eagle was careful. Xiaohua's method of killing Lung Chinga was truly admirable. He did not dare to have any other thoughts. Let's go and take a look. Xiaohua was very relaxed as he led everyone down from the sky. They saw that this was a place with messy mountain rocks. In front of a pile of rocks near the foot of the mountain, there was an empty space that was a few feet large. At the edge of the empty space, there was a large amount of fresh soil and rocks. Obviously, because the mountain peak collapsed, it blocked the passage to the underground Yuan stone mine. The soldiers of the Jiasa country came to clear it again. At the foot of the mountain, a rather new stone door blocked the entrance of the cave. The entrance looked to be only 20 feet wide. Moreover, there was still a small half of it underground. Master, this used to be the depths of the Black Cloud Ridge. Black clouds covered this place all year round. This little one and the others have been here before. However, it seemed a little fierce, so we did not come here often. This cave entrance is very hidden. This little one has never seen it before. If Master did not come here, I am afraid that this little one would have been sold and helped count the copper coins. The Golden Eagle said softly. At this time, Yuanya had already landed in front of the cave. The green leopard lay beside him, and the black bear spirit arrogantly followed behind Yuanya. Yuanya held a black demonic weapon in his hand and walked to the front of the cave. Without hesitation, he swung his arms and shouted, "Open!" Boom. As the demonic weapon in Yuanya's hand smashed into the mountain gate, a loud sound rang out. Not only did the entire mountain gate explode into pieces and fly in all directions, even the entire cliff shook a few times. Even the black bear spirit at the side was shocked. He could not help but look at Yuanya and cry out, "Damn it, yeah, you're good. I'm afraid your strength has already surpassed mine. You can be considered as a younger generation that will surpass us in time." Chapter 35-38. Hearing the black bear spirit's praise, Yuanya grinned and turned to look at Xiaohua in the distance. And of course, it could be Chongling. Then he stood to the side. Who is so daring? After a while, 3 to 5 armored soldiers ran out, roaring as they ran. However, when they saw the ferocious black bear spirit and Yuanya, who was standing coldly at the side, they shrunk their necks and hurriedly ran back. Not long after, a group of bald monks wearing simple monk robes rushed out with weapons in their hands. Oh! Xiaohua stilled. But other than their bald heads and robes, these monks did not look like monks. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. Furthermore, the muscles of the monks were firm, and a few of them were even bare-chested, looking very valiant. Are these monk soldiers? Suddenly, Xiaohua came to a realization and turned to ask Xiaojian. Xiaojian hurriedly answered, Master, it is so. Jasa country was founded by Buddhism, and their Buddhist power is naturally soldier monks. These soldier monks are similar to Tao soldiers. They do not read Buddhist scriptures, only cultivate Buddhist abilities, and they do not abstain from meat. Ah, how? Is this the righteousness of Buddhism? Xiaohua sighed. For power, for profit, they threw away their roots. At this moment, he understood that these soldier monks were also on the path of protectors. However, their cultivation couldn't be compared to the Buddhist protectors. You that brat. At the front, a burly soldier monk holding a cudgel pointed and said, Why did you break the stone door of my cave residence? Do you know that this is Jasa country's territory in Black Cloud Ridge? You are provoking Jasa country. Do you want to fight Jasa country? Roar. Why would the black bear spirit pay attention to them? He opened his mouth, and a gust of wind blew out, causing the dozen people to sway. Then he sneered. Who do you think you are? Tell your master to come out, or grandfather will eat you all. You. How dare you? The soldier monk finally managed to stand still. He tried to put on a brave front and shouted. Woo! Just as the soldier monk opened his mouth, Yuanya immediately brandished his demonic axe and leaped down from the sky, shouting, Monk Yuna, eat this. The soldier monk had just steadied himself when he heard the sound of the wind. He did not expect Yuanya to attack so quickly. He hurriedly raised his staff to meet the attack. Kacha! With a loud sound, the Chime club was immediately split into 2 halves by Yuanya. The soldier monk staggered back a few steps and sat on the ground with a plop, with blood flowing out of his hands. You. The other monk soldiers were shocked and quickly retreated. They had received an urgent report from the soldiers and knew that the black bear spirit had been defeated by their general. That was why they wanted to come out and show their faces. Who knew that the black bear spirit would be so fierce today? How dare you? With an angry roar, a ray of Buddhist light appeared in the cave. A wooden fish the size of a fist flew out, carrying a huge force and producing a soul-stirring rhythm. It smashed towards Yuanya's head. Seeing this, Yuanya raised his demonic axe to meet it. However, when the rhythm entered his ears, his eyes flashed with a kind of daze. His hands and feet unconsciously slowed down. He saw that the wooden fish was about to hit his head and he was about to die. How dare you? Qin Xiaorao also roared, but it was no less imposing than the one in the cave. He opened his mouth and a ray of fire appeared. Within the fire, a 3-inch-long flying sword streaked across the sky like a meteor. With a boom, it pierced the wooden fish. However, the Buddhist light on the wooden fish shone brightly. The Buddhist light was like rain, instantly extinguishing the flames on the flying sword. Moreover, the wooden fish suddenly expanded and immediately shook the flying sword back a few feet. It was obvious that the flying sword was no match for the wooden fish. However, it was at this moment that a pitch-black brilliance flashed past. With a piu, Yuanya broke free from the rhythm. The demonic axe that was originally raised immediately smashed onto the wooden fish. Since ancient times, Buddha had been able to subdue demons, but demons were also the mortal enemies of Buddha. Under the demonic axe, the Buddhist wooden fish let out a crisp sound. The Buddha's light suddenly disappeared, and it fell straight down. Damn it! A rough voice sounded. However, the person still did not appear. It was obvious that he was still rushing towards the cave from underground. However, another ray of Buddhist light flashed, and a demon subduing pestle flew out of thin air and smashed towards the flying sword. Oh no! Qin Xiaoyao saw the demon subduing pestle fly out. The wind whistling was several times stronger than the wooden fish. He could not help but feel that things were not good, and wanted to retrieve the flying sword. At this moment, Xiao Jian, who was next to him, hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, don't worry. I will help you." As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand. A ray of watery light flew out of his hand and flew towards the demon's subduing pestle. The light screen showed the shape of a ring. When Qin Xiaoyao saw it, he was overjoyed and hurriedly cooperated with Xiao Jian to activate the fire sword. Rumble! With a loud sound, the two magic artifacts displayed their power and knocked down the demon's subduing pestle. Why are these two magic artifacts so powerful? A slightly gloomy voice resounded. Following which, a round plate flew out from the cave along with a tall monk. That plate flickered with a misty green brilliance and actually covered the flashing blue ring and the flashing flame sword in an instant. Magic treasure? When Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian saw the power of the plate, they were immediately shocked. They hurriedly activated their magic power and tried to retrieve the fire sword and ring. Unfortunately, no matter how they activated their magic power, the fire sword and ring could not escape from the plate's control. With this little ability, you still dare to come to my cave? The tall monk landed on the ground. He waved his hand, and the demon's subduing pestle and wooden fish landed in his hands. He coldly looked at Qin Xiaoyao and Xiao Jian, who were sweating profusely. The black bear spirit sneered at the side. "Bald donkey, my master is here. Why aren't you kowtowing?" "Master?" The monk was stunned and hurriedly looked over. When he saw Xiao Hua, who was as calm as water in front of everyone, he scanned with his Buddhist awareness. Shock appeared on his face. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Jiasa country's Laozhen greets Taoist Xiao. However, Xiao Hua did not look at Laozhen at all. Instead, his gaze landed on the plate and said indifferently, "Are you not going to come out?" Just as Xiao Hua's voice landed, the plate immediately flashed with light and was about to fly back. Xiao Hua sneered and waved his hand. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out of space and smashed towards the plate with a rumbling sound. Bang! With a loud sound, the plate was struck by the seal of overturning the sea and immediately turned into pieces that fell to the ground. A low scream came from within the cave. Following that, a slightly shorter cultivator jumped out from the cave. His face was sallow and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The moment that person came out of the cave, he cried out in grief and indignation, "Taoist Master Xiao is so mighty. Don't you think that bullying the weak is a disgrace to the Taoist master? Haha, you junior, you didn't even come over to greet me when you saw me. You actually hid in the cave and bullied my 2 foundation establishment disciples. Are you not bullying the weak? It's good that you came out now. In a while, I will take your life." Xiao Hua laughed and said. The cultivator clenched his teeth, not daring to say anything. "What's your name?" Xiao Hua asked again. "I am Jiang Jihe." The cultivator did not dare to remain silent and reluctantly replied. "Humph." Xiao Hua sneered. "Are you from the Jiang country?" "Yes, this junior is." Jiang Jihe did not deny it and admitted, the Jiang country was destroyed. This junior had no place to stand and could only rely on the Jiasa country. Jiang Jihe. The Chongling princess could not endure and said angrily, "My royal father treated you well. You actually abandoned my Jiang country. Are you worthy of my royal father?" Jiang Jihe smiled faintly and said, "Princess of Chongling, everything you said is smoke. Why mention it again? If I did not rely on the Jiasa country, how could I live in this world? How could I see the princess? Facing a person who once died, does the princess not feel that you are asking too much?" "You." The Chongling princess trembled in anger, but could not continue to criticize. After all, Jiang Jihe's words were not without reason. "Forget it." Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at Shin Ao and Jiang Jihe. "Whose subordinate injured the boy of my Black Wind Ridge. Leave behind an arm, and you can get out of here." "Taoist Xiao." Shin Ao's expression changed, and he said urgently, "It was my disciple who had a conflict with the Black Wind King's boy. But my disciple also died. Why do you want my arm?" Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, "No other reason. Because this Black Wind Ridge belongs to this Xiao. You injured this Zhao's people here, so you have to pay the price. Taoist Xiao, when did this Black Wind Ridge belong to you?" Jiang Jihe gritted his teeth and said, "The abode in this cave already belonged to the Jiasa country before the Black Wind King and the others came. Taoist does not have the right to make us leave. Also, Taoist wants to use your cultivation to drive us away. Do not blame the Jiasa country for meeting Jiang country at war. Haha, meeting at war? Are you threatening this old man? Xiaohua laughed loudly. This Black Cloud Ridge is not the border of the Jiasa country. What right do you have to say that this is the Jiasa country's? Since this old man says the Black Cloud Ridge is this old man's, then it is this old man's. Even the Bronze Pillar country had left with their tails between their legs. Was the Jiasa country still dreaming of taking advantage of them? If your Jiasa country has the ability, why did you slip away in advance when the Bronze Pillar country set up the Great Formation? And when this old man broke the formation, you all secretly came back. No matter what, this place belongs to my Jiasa country. Lu Shen insisted. If Daoist Xiao is not afraid of my Jiasa country's counterattack, you can kill us all. Moreover, Daoist Master, I'm afraid you still don't know the importance of this elemental stone mine. If you let me. Do you think this old man is afraid? Unfortunately, before Lu Shen could finish speaking, Xiaohua sneered. If you don't call me Daoist Master Xiao, this old man will not make a move. You all took my Black Cloud Ridge's elemental stone mine and injured my Black Cloud Ridge's disciples. How can this old man forgive you? With that, Xiaohua waved his hand, and a golden light flashed. Lu Shen almost didn't see it clearly before he felt a pain in his left arm. His entire arm that was holding the demon-subduing pestle fell from his body. Chapter 35-39. After destroying Shen's prestige, Xiaohua looked at Jiang Jihe from the corner of his eyes. Jiang Jihe turned pale with fright and unconsciously took a few steps back. But at the same time, he heard Xiaohua say in a clear voice, Jiang Jihe, you betrayed your master for glory, which is disloyalty, and you didn't save him when he was in danger. Such a disloyal and ungrateful person actually dared to stay in front of the mine. Do you really not know that there is retribution in this bright universe? The golden light that had just cut off Jiang Jihe's right arm also flashed. Jiang Jihe had no way to dodge, and his left arm was also cut off. When Xiaohua waved his hand, the Tung Jiao shears, shining with golden light, fell into his hand. Ah! Jiang Jihe's scream was even louder than Liao Sheng's. He was injured one after another. His face was extremely pale. He hurriedly covered his wound with his hand to stop the blood from gushing out. I'll give you an hour to pack up and leave Black Cloud Ridge quickly. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and ordered, before you leave all your Qinquan bags in the mine. You can't take even half a primordial stone. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Yes, yes. Liao Sheng and Jiang Jihe gritted their teeth and answered. They reached out to pick up the severed arm on the ground and hurriedly returned to the cave. The black bear spirit was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be so protective. He cried and complained in front of Xiaohua just to drive these people away, who knew that Xiaohua would cut off their arms without saying a word. At this moment, seeing Jiang Jihe and Liao Sheng return to the cave with a group of frightened soldier monks, he immediately called the Golden Eagle. The two demons walked in front of Xiaohua and said respectfully, Thank you, Master. Get up. Xiaohua said indifferently, You are this old man's subordinates. This old man will definitely not let you suffer. But you can't use this old man's reputation to bully others. Yes, Master. The black bear spirit smiled and said, This little one is very timid. How can I have the chance to bully others? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, even if they are thousands of miles away, I will kill them, Xiaohua said in a clear voice. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. It was unknown whether Jiang Jihe and Lu Shen were afraid that Xiaohua would really be ruthless, or the two of them were just probing Jiasa country. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the two of them led the monk soldiers and hundreds of mine soldiers out of the cave in a single file. Daoist Master Xiao. Jiang Jihe didn't dare to say more. He walked to the front and said with a smile, We didn't take any of the primordial stones in the primordial stone mine. However, this small Qinquan bag belongs to us. I hope that Daoist Master can be magnanimous. This old man has already said that the Qinquan bag and other items will all be left here. Xiaohua indifferently said, As for your Buddhist artifacts, this old man doesn't want them. Perfected one. Liao Shen bit his lip and suppressed his anger. He said in a low voice, Don't go too far. What? What did you say? Xiaohua frowned. This old man is old, so I can't hear you clearly. I'll have to trouble you to say it again. Perfected one. How could Liao Shen dare to say anything more? Although his face was livid, he still pleaded, We're all ordinary monks, soldiers, and monks. The things we have on us are all for our future cultivation. They're also our personal belongings. Even if perfected one wants to fall out with Jasa country, you don't have to make things difficult for us soldiers and generals, right? So what if I make things difficult for you? Xiaohua said coldly, you don't take this old man seriously. Why should this old man take you seriously? However, Xiaohua's tone changed as he said, this old man won't force you into a dead end. How about this? Take away your own things. Leave whatever you need for mining in the small Qinquin bag. Liao Shen still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua waved his hand. This old man has already done his best. Hurry up and leave. Don't make this old man change his mind again. All right. Liao Shen thought for a moment, and then turned to look at the speechless Zhang Jihe. He could only submit. He gave the order to take their most important things, and leave all the things they needed for mining in the small Qinquin bags. They left with their tails between their legs. After Liao Shen and the others left, the hundreds of small Qinquin bags in front of them looked spectacular. The black bear spirit jumped up and shouted, Rich, rich! Many thanks, old master, for helping this junior vent my anger. The Chongling princess bowed. When she saw Zhang Jihe just now, she had been furious. She had almost leapt at him and bit off his flesh. No need to be so polite. Xiaohua helped the Chongling princess up and said, take your soldiers and go to the underground energy stone mines. I don't know how many of the energy stones that Jasa country and Copper Pillar country mined are left here. I'll give the ones that have been mined to you. The ones that have not been mined, this old man has use for them. Many thanks, old master, for your generous gift. The Chongling princess knew that it was not enough to rely on slogans and loyalty to revive her country. Gold and silver were even more necessary. The energy stone mines were what she needed the most right now. However, she was also somewhat disappointed in her heart. After all, Xiaohua did not bestow all of the origin stones to her. Black Bear, Golden Eagle. Xiaohua called out to the black bear spirit who was looking through the small Qinquin pouches one by one and instructed, find a suitable spirit and distribute these small Qinquin pouches. Let them start mining the cloud stones. Discuss with Xiao Jian how to distribute them. Yes, old master. Xiao Jian hurriedly agreed. The black bear spirit said with a bitter expression, Old master, this is tiring work. Of course it is tiring, but there is a reward. Xiaohua said coolly. Also, if you do not want to do it, this old man will have Qin Xiaorao find someone. Do not, old master, this one will discuss with old second. The black bear spirit hurriedly waved his hand, unwilling to put down the small Qinquin bags in his hand. Do your own things. Xiaoyao, come with this old man. Xiaohua ordered and flew into the cave first. Qin Xiaorao did not dare to delay, and also followed him into the cave. The cave didn't look big from the outside. It was only about 2 zhang, but it was extremely spacious inside. Not only was the ground abnormally flat, but there were also stones similar to Minghua stones on the walls, which illuminated the entire cave. Xiaohua and Qin Xiaorao flew in one after another. After flying along the passage for a while, they saw several forks. Xiaohua paused for a moment, swept out with his divine sense, and found a direction to fly in. Not long after, they saw a cave that was dozens of feet wide. Inside this cave, there were some neatly arranged source stones. These source stones were not a lot, accounting for about 30% of the cave. It was unknown whether they were newly mined or left behind by the Jiasa country. Qin Xiaorao had been following behind Xiaohua, and when he saw the source stones, his eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, Old Master, this disciple boldly asks Old Master to bestow these source stones to this disciple. My Fortune Gate outer sect has several hundred disciples, and there are not many source stones for cultivation. This source stone mine is the solution to our current predicament. Haha, you don't need to think about this. This old man has already bestowed it to Chongling. This old man brought you here to discuss with you how big this source stone mine is, and what kind of regulations this old man should make. After all, source stones are gold in the eyes of the Jasa country and the Copper Pillar country, but in the eyes of our Dao sect cultivators, it is different. Xiaohua said with a smile, and this old man knows nothing about these things. I'm afraid of turning a good thing into a bad thing and polluting these treasures. Qin Xiaorao said with a smile, this disciple understands old master's meaning. Then this disciple will urge Black Bear and Xiao Jian. When they can source the source stones, we will divide them. As for how to distribute the source stones, when this disciple was in Jiang country, the imperial preceptor already had a mature custom. Old master does not need to worry. This disciple will copy it for old master to look over. I'll have to trouble you with this. Xiaohua nodded. As the head of my Fortune Gate Outer Sect disciples, you have a lot of work to do. Don't worry, you will get a lot in the future. Yes, this disciple knows. Qin Xiaoyao nodded. Old master only needs to cultivate. The stronger you are, the better. All the affairs in the sect will be taken care of by this disciple and the others. Good, in that case, you don't need to follow this old man anymore. Turn back now, and bring Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, Jiang Haodong, and the others over. Together with Xiao Jian, they will control this source stone mine. Hearing this, Xiaohua said with a smile, this old man will go down first, and set up an impregnable formation for you. Let those shitty Jiasa country and the Copper Pillar country not even have the chance to open their mouths. This disciple obeys old master's orders. Qin Xiaoyao was overjoyed. He bowed and flew back. After Qin Xiaoyao flew away, Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that there was no one in the source stone mine. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this old man is rich. Ha ha. Then he no longer had the bearing of a master. With a wave of his hand, he took the 2 source stones in his hand. His eyes lit up, and he turned into a greedy wind and flew down the tunnel. The source stone mine in the Black Cloud Ridge had obviously been operated for many years. The internal and external tunnels were everywhere like a spider web. At the end of each tunnel, there would be source stones hidden between the mountain rocks. Xiaohua flew around randomly a few times, and his heart became more and more excited. This source stone mine was several times bigger than the source stone mine in the Spring Gold Mountain in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, from the layout, it was divided into 3 parts. Each part was connected by an extremely long and narrow tunnel. It could be imagined that this place must have been filled with soldiers in the past. Damn it, of course I'm rich. After a while, the hot-blooded Xiaohua became somewhat depressed. But this is also a hot potato. The Copper Pillar country and the Jiasa country will definitely spread the news of this source stone mine to the hidden immortal continent. The other countries will also send experts to investigate. It seems like Zhang Jihe and the others are just pawns to test this Xiao. If this old man gives way to them, they will cover up this matter and even fight with this old man against the enemy. However, this is their wishful thinking. The Copper Pillar country has already retreated from this place, and there will not be any secrets left here. Also, the Copper Pillar country probably had the intention of covering up the news of this place when they chased after the Chongling princess. They definitely will not let this information go. Chapter 3540. This way, I only have 2 paths left. Xiaohua stood in front of a primordial stone vein and looked at the sparkling and translucent primordial stones in front of him. He pondered while holding his chin. The first path is to take advantage of the fact that the various countries in the hidden immortal continent haven't received the news and completely mine this primordial stone vein. However, the 3 countries have already mined this primordial stone vein for a long time and still haven't been able to mine it completely. Admittedly, they are suppressing their speed, afraid that the primordial stones will become worthless if there are too many of them. However, this also shows that the amount of primordial stones in this vein is extremely large. With Black Wind Ridge's strength, they definitely won't be able to mine it all in a short time. The second path is to defend Black Cloud Ridge and use Black Cloud Ridge's strength to resist the various countries. However, Qin Xiaoyao, the Black Bear Spirit, and the others aren't strong enough. It seems that I still have to rescue that nascent soul cultivator called Li Xiang and have him lend me a hand here. Moreover, on this basis, the capital star formation that I thought of before will have to be expanded to protect this primordial stone vein. Right, how big is this primordial stone vein? My divine sense is already abnormally strong, but it won't be enough to see through a complete primordial stone vein. Xiaohua frowned and released Little Yellow, Little Black, and Little Silver. Daddy! Little Black wagged his tail and swayed in front of Xiaohua's head, looking like he had grown up a little. Little Silver was still sniffing up and down with his nose, looking very happy as he followed Little Yellow. Little Yellow, on the other hand, was a lot more steady. After Little Black finished shouting, he called out to his mother and then stood to the side without making a sound. Go and help father see how big this place is. Xiaohua pointed at the primordial stones and ordered, "Where is the end of this primordial stone?" "Yes, father." Little Black nodded and turned around to fly. Little Yellow was a little lazy, like a grown-up child starting to rebel. After Little Black barked, Little Silver flew out from Little Yellow's tail and rushed to the front. After the three little ones flew away, Xiaohua looked around and shook his head. "The grade of the primordial stones here is a little low. Let's go deeper and take a look." As he spoke, Xiaohua formed a seal with his hand. His entire body flickered with brilliance, and he directly entered the layer of soil beneath his feet. Xiaohua went straight underground for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Seeing that the source stones were becoming sparse and the quality was getting better, he finally revealed himself. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head, using his yuanying hand. Rumble. Wherever the big hand passed, a large amount of source stones was grabbed by the big hand and pulled out from the ground. But when he sent his mind into the space, trouble appeared. Because the source stones grabbed by the big hand were too heavy, Xiaohua's mind couldn't send them all into the space at once. He had no choice but to use his yuanying hand to crush the source stones and put them into the space one by one. After being busy for a while, Xiaohua saw that the small or vein had already disappeared, only revealing an empty cave. This is still a little slow. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and waved his hand, taking out his sword pouch. Xiaohua had collected hundreds of thousands of elemental devouring insects in the mysterious water palace. If he let the spirit-swallowing insects drive them to mine the source stones at the same time as him, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? However, when Xiaohua released the spirit-swallowing insects and opened the sword pouch, he was stunned again. The sword pouch was empty. Not even a single elemental devouring insect could be seen. The spirit-swallowing insects flew into the sword pouch, but they didn't find anything and flew out again. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua scratched his head. He had clearly put them into the sword pouch that day. After putting away the spirit-swallowing insects, Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He understood something. The elemental devouring insects in the mysterious water palace had some abnormalities. After they were killed, their corpses disappeared. Moreover, the elemental devouring insects appeared from the stone walls of the mysterious water palace. If there was no accident, the elemental devouring insects should be produced by the formation of the mysterious water palace. As long as the formation was not removed, the elemental devouring insects would be endless. If he put away these elemental devouring insects, they would still exist in the mysterious water palace. However, once they left the mysterious water palace, millions of elemental devouring insects would immediately turn into pure water essence of heaven and earth and disappear. Forget it. It's like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Xiaohua sighed and put away the sword pouch. I thought that with these elemental devouring insects, it would be an extremely terrifying method. However, my mind is a little weak. I didn't feel anything before, but now it's becoming more and more incompatible with my divine thoughts. If I can put something bigger into the space in the future. Oh, that's not right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was bewildered again. How heavy is this Zhao's wishful staff? How can this Xiao easily put it into the space? Xiaohua had already considered the matter of using his mind to store things when he was in the qi refining stage, but he didn't have any clues, so he put it aside. Today, seeing that so many primordial stones couldn't be stored into the space at once, Xiaohua naturally had to think about it again. The wishful staff was refined by this Xiao. It can be considered a magic tool. Maybe it's different from these primordial stones? And although these primordial stones have no weight, they have a size. Maybe my mind can't completely control them? Xiaohua once again made a hand seal to escape to the side while thinking, but this Zhao's mind has been tempered by the sun-concealing art. It's not just a little bit stronger than before. If I can fuse my mind and divine thoughts together, wouldn't it be just right? Right, didn't Doshan Jun give this Xiao a method to control divine thoughts? Xiaohua thought of this matter again. He is a senior of the Dao sect. Maybe the secret technique inside has some use. Thinking of this, Xiaohua took out the ink cloud pupil and put it on his forehead. Looking at it, Xiaohua immediately stopped between the layers of soil. He was a little dumbfounded. Grandma, is this really a secret technique to control divine thoughts? Yes, Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. The ink cloud pupil recorded more things than jade slips and jade eyes. The ink cloud pupil in Xiaohua's hand was densely recorded. Not only were there various methods to control divine thoughts, but there were also various secret techniques to strengthen divine thoughts. The so-called Yuanying's hand was just the simplest among them. As for the rest, Xiaohua couldn't read it all at once. I'm rich, I'm rich. Xiaohua took a deep breath and was about to enter the space to give the ink cloud pupil to the green-robed Xiaohua. But just as his mind moved, he remembered that the green-robed Xiaohua was controlling the Yuanying in his lower dantian to receive the baptism of the 5 Qi thunder. How could he have time to comprehend the secret technique? Xiaohua had no choice but to check it himself. After looking at the cultivation method for a cup of tea, he found the content he was interested in behind the ink cloud pupil. However, the content was too obscure. Even with Xiaohua's current cultivation of Yuanying, he still couldn't understand it. Forget it. Xiaohua's mind entered his middle dantian, but he saw that the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was pinching a sword technique with his hand, and the noble qi from the 5 brocade cloud picture above his head was pouring in, and the crimson clouds around his body were steaming. This was the key to cultivation. Jade Archive Xiaohua opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, Jade Archive Xiaohua had to enter his meridians. At this time, he saw that in his meridians, countless golden spiritual qi rushed out from the gold essence, rising marrow like sharp swords. It was refined in his meridians and turned into true qi that flowed into his lower dantian. Jade Archive Xiaohua stood in his meridians. Where is Dragon Vein Xiaohua? Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. I am here. Greetings, fellow Taoist. While speaking, a dragon-shaped Xiaohua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua. Does fellow Taoist know what I want? Jade Archive Xiaohua asked. I don't know if fellow Taoist can comprehend this ink cloud pupil. Of course. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's expression was similar to that of the green-robed Xiaohua. His tone was very emotional, but his face was stiff. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Jade Archive Xiaohua handed the ink cloud pupil to Dragon Vein Xiaohua. After Dragon Vein Xiaohua took it, he swallowed it and asked, Fellow Taoist, where is the jade seal from before? Where is it now? That thing is a scourge. It's useless for you and me to take it. I have already given it to someone else. Jade Archive Xiaohua explained with a smile, then asked, Why did fellow Taoist suddenly ask about this? The dragon qi within the imperial jade seal has already been swallowed by this poor Taoist. What's left inside is just a fart that this poor Taoist let out at the last moment. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's words made Jade Archive Xiaohua dumbstruck. This poor Taoist naturally has to ask? This. Jade Archive Xiaohua scratched his head, but that's the 5 dragon jade seal of the Confucian cultivator. Why did you put your stinky fart inside? I's stinky fart is also luck. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said proudly. It's 100 times stronger than the luck inside the jade seal. All right. Jade Archive Xiaohua said in distress. At this time, only you and I know. Don't let others know. We also know. At this time, the voices of the green-robed Xiaohua, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, and the other primordial spirits sounded in Jade Archive Xiaohua's ears. Damn it, you guys aren't I. Jade Archive Xiaohua escaped from the meridians in a sorry state. He really didn't know that if the Confucian cultivator found out that the dragon qi inside the 5 dragon jade seal had been replaced by him, there would be such a thunderous situation. But Xiaohua was bewildered again. He touched his chin, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He secretly said, This kind of luck inheritance. Is it the Confucian cultivators or my Taoist sex? Xiaohua didn't have the chance to think about this question anymore, because in a moment, a rare metal attribute primordial stone lode appeared in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua clapped his hands, and the Yuanying hand was used again. Half a day later, Xiaohua flew out from the bottom of the lode. This primordial stone lode was really big. It was so big that the greedy Xiaohua actually felt a kind of dull feeling in his heart. After all, this primordial stone lode was his. As long as he guarded this primordial stone lode, he could come and take it at any time. He was already too lazy to put it into his space. Xiaohua then called Little Yellow and Little Black over, asked about the situation of the primordial stone lode, and put them into his space again. Xiaohua didn't pay much attention to Little Yellow's abnormality, and only left Little Silver behind. Chapter 3541. Let's go, Little Silver. Follow this old man to take a look at your vein. Xiaohua called out. Little Silver also chirped in agreement and obediently flew into Xiaohua's hand. Its snow-white tail curled around Xiaohua's right thumb and nestled in Xiaohua's palm, looking very comfortable. Xiaohua followed the two little ones' instructions and surveyed the entire source stone vein. He then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, thinking hard. Previously, he had only wanted to place the Black Wind Ridge in the Capital Star Formation, but after coming out, he wanted to place the entire Black Wind Ridge in the formation as the Fortune Gate's foundation. However, after seeing the source stone vein, Xiaohua realized that he had to place the source stone vein inside the Capital Star Formation. On one hand, the source stone vein inside the Capital Star Formation could provide an endless supply of source stones for the Fortune Gate or Jiang country. On the other hand, Xiaohua's Capital Star Formation relied on a jade talisman. Although the jade talisman could absorb origin energy from the outside world to replenish it, if the replenishment speed could not keep up with the speed of destruction, the formation could be easily broken. The 5 brocade clouds painting was a classic example. On the other hand, the Capital Star Formation was built on top of a source stone vein, so there was no need to worry about the lack of origin energy to replenish it. The Capital Star Formation would also be more stable. This was a win-win situation. However, Xiaohua had never built the Capital Star Array on top of a primordial stone mine before. This was yet another test for him in terms of array formations. However, Xiaohua had helped the Huang family repair the Heavenly Gate Mountains Grand Formation, so he had some experience. Xiaohua pondered over the method to arrange the Capital Star Formation while recalling the layout of the Heavenly Gate Mountains Grand Formation. He even secretly wondered if Huang Mengxiang was safe. 10 days later, the frowning Xiaohua gradually calmed down. Another 5 days passed, and Xiaohua stood up, full of confidence. Soon after, Xiaohua released his divine sense and probed for a bit before burrowing into the ground and heading towards a certain direction. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, he reappeared between the layers of soil. With a wave of his hand, a jade talisman landed there, and Xiaohua fled again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, he reappeared at another location and threw out another jade talisman. After walking like this for more than half a day, Xiaohua threw out the 358 jade talismans that he had already comprehended. Only then did he land again. He arrived at the side of the first jade talisman, and after a few dozen feet to the side, he arrived at the location of a yuan stone lode. Xiaohua closed his eyes, activated his magic power, and rubbed his hands together. Wisps of brilliance flashed, and one after another, he formed hand seals. The surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth quickly rushed toward the yuan stone lode, and on the surface of the yuan stone lode, a rune flashed with earthen yellow brilliance. After a full cup of tea's worth of time, Xiaohua clenched his hand and chanted, "Quick!" Brilliant light overflowed in all directions as strands of hair-like crystal light appeared, covering an area of nearly 100 feet. Without waiting for the crystal light to disappear, Xiaohua slapped his hand on the top of his head again, and the hand of his nascent soul appeared once more. Rumble! As if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking, the crystal light rushed toward the location of the jade talisman. However, the crystal light only rushed a few feet before it suddenly flew downwards, and didn't fly straight toward the jade talisman. "Io, what's going on?" Xiaohua was shocked, but he didn't dare to be distracted. Now was the crucial moment, and if he couldn't get the crystal light to fall into the jade talisman, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Not only could he not use the nodes of the array, but all the nodes of the jade talisman would have to be changed. "Rise!" Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the hand of his nascent soul let out a rumbling sound. He grasped the crystal light with great difficulty and rushed toward the jade talisman. However, although Xiaohua had already urged the hand of his nascent soul, there seemed to be a suction force even stronger than the hand of his nascent soul, and it was fighting with the hand of his nascent soul for the crystal light. Damn it, strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. Could it be that there's something strange under this yuan stone mine? Xiaohua was very helpless, but now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and try his best to control the hand of his nascent soul. Fortunately, although he consumed a lot of magic power, Xiaohua still sent the crystal light into the jade talisman. When the crystal light rushed into the jade talisman shone brightly, like a brilliant sun, and merged with the yuan stone mine that Xiaohua had previously refined. "Good." Xiaohua finally let out a sigh of relief and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Soon after, Xiaohua lowered his head to look at the solid layer of earth below him, and a kind of surprise appeared in his eyes. Now that Xiaohua had the strength of a spirit-severing stage cultivator, it could be said that he was a master of a region. His nascent soul's hand could be easily resisted by a genuine fifth-grade cultivator. So how could there be a suction force for no reason under this Yuan stone mine? Xiaohua had the intention to first arrange the capital star formation and then go down to explore, but thinking about how much magic power it would consume to arrange more than 300 places, this was not something that could be easily dealt with. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua urged the earth escape technique to go down the Yuan stone mine. After traveling for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua was afraid that he had already traveled several thousand meters underground. A kind of enormous buoyancy gradually appeared around Xiaohua's body and began to prevent Xiaohua from traveling any further. Xiaohua understood that he was about to reach the limit of earth escape. However, when he reached this place, he still didn't see anything special. Xiaohua was completely bewildered. After all, he was several thousand feet underground. Even if he was on the ground, it was still the height of a mountain. At such a high distance, what in the world was affecting him from arranging the formation? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a faint blue brilliance, and the delirium destruction technique eye slowly opened. When Xiaohua raised his eyes to look around, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then a kind of indescribable ecstasy welled up in his heart. In the delirium destruction technique eye, within the faint yellow brilliance, strands of black brilliance and strands of fiery red brilliance intertwined with each other, and like a light mist, they fell down from all directions. Xiaohua's entire body was within this black and red brilliance. And the most strange thing was that these rays of light were not straight, but actually curved and extremely magnificent. They converged at a place far away from Xiaohua's feet. How familiar this situation was. Wasn't it the same situation when Xiaohua, who was refining qi, went to the netherworld to gain experience before he reached the foundation establishment stage and saw the metal earth magnetic field? It was just that the brown brilliance had been replaced with black brilliance, and the golden brilliance had been replaced with fiery red brilliance. Moreover, this brilliance was extremely faint, and not as dense as the magnetic field near the metal earth magnetic field. And the arc of these rays of light was exactly the same as before. Xiaohua really couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart, because as early as in the sage's Jiang Xianshui palace, Xan had already transmitted to him the materials used to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. These materials were water and fire magnets, wood and water magnets, water and fire magnets, fire and earth magnets, and earth and metal magnets. These 5 types of magnets were extremely heavy, and they reinforced and restrained each other. If the 5 types of magnets were refined together, they could be called one, and the 5 elements could be balanced between each other, no longer being affected by the 5 elements of the outside world, and achieve the goal of not entering the 5 elements. Of course, Xian didn't know how these 5 types of magnets were refined together. At that time, Xiaohua thought of the metal earth magnetic field in the netherworld of the Dawn Rain continent, but he didn't expect that under the Black Cloud Ridge's primordial stone mine, there was actually such a water and fire magnetic field hidden. Since there was such a water and fire magnetic field here, it was reasonable that the Black Cloud Ridge had such a large primordial stone mine. Now that he had discovered the materials used to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, how could Xiaohua be willing to leave? He hurriedly urged his transcendence energy to continue to escape. Sure enough, a moment later, a powerful suction force was generated, pulling the things in Xiaohua's arms and the small Qinquan bag at his waist. It should be the water and fire magnetic field taking effect. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly stored everything into the space. Only then did he continue to escape. Another half a cup of tea later, a layer of pitch-black cloud-like things appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes, blocking his escape path. In his transcendence vision, the black and fiery red brilliance had already completely condensed into thin lines, directly rushing through the cloud-like things and falling inside. Based on Xiaohua's experience, he knew that behind the pitch-black fog was the water and fire magnetic field space. Only this pitch-black fog was rather strange. It could actually appear in his transcendence vision, naturally causing Xiaohua to be immediately on guard. Xiaohua closed his transcendence vision and opened his eyes. That black fog had transformed into a kind of viscous liquid. It seemed to be motionless, but from time to time, tiny whirlpools would appear. When Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, it actually swallowed his divine sense. Oh, this Xiao understands now. Those strange black clouds in the Black Cloud Ridge. I'm afraid they were formed by these pitch-black things seeping out of the ground. Xiaohua inwardly pondered. If I were to use magic treasures to break through, it would be unrealistic. Now that I'm already close to the water magnetic field space, all magic treasures would be attracted by the magnetic field, basically unable to display their effects. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a wisp of spiritual fire rushed out. Following Xiaohua's divine fire art, it immediately transformed into a net of fire and pounced into the black clouds. Zizidi. First, there was the sound of water droplets falling into a pot of oil, followed by waves of what seemed to be howling in the air from within the black fog. Immediately after, within a radius of 1 zhang in front of Xiaohua, a gap immediately appeared where the spiritual fire rushed in. Once this gap appeared, a powerful suction force immediately came from within the gap. Xiaohua hastily urged his earth escape technique to rush into the gap. There was actually an extremely large amount of black fog, just like a deep pool. Xiaohua controlled the spiritual fire to continuously sink down, descending no less than 100 zhang before he finally escaped from the black fog. At this moment, although it was pitch black beneath Xiaohua's feet, his transcendence vision once again overflowed with light and vibrant colors. Right below Xiaohua's feet, a long rainbow-like thick fiery red light beam could be seen pushing up the pitch-black fog high up into the sky. Those fiery red light beams converged in the distance. The place in the distance was like an oval sun, slowly rotating. However, this sun was not a single color, but a mixture of fiery red and black. When these two splendors intertwined together, it looked so beautiful and so profound. Wasn't this space precisely the water-fire magnetic field space? Chapter 3542. Xiaohua smiled. He had a few drops of metal essence in his space, but they were all used when he was setting up the formation. Now that he was refining it in his meridians, it was far less satisfying than the fire essence flame crystal and earth crystal yao milk. Now that he had reached the metal and wood magnetism, not to mention the wood essence flame crystal, he also had to get some metal essence flame crystal. Xiaohua's current cultivation level was far from what the aura refining realm could compare to in the past. It wasn't too difficult for him to activate his magic power. He landed above the metal and wood magnetism and opened his transcendence vision to take a look. The place where Xiaohua landed was precisely where the wood elemental magnetic field was densely green in color. There were speckles of gold in this green color. Xiaohua's transcendence vision had already discovered a few spots of newly formed metal elemental vitality essence that were about to fall into the magnetic field. Xiaohua slapped the top of his head with his hand and used his yuanying hand. However, the suction force within this magnetic field was simply too strong. The yuanying hand had only just appeared when it was immediately torn apart by the enormous suction force. It simply couldn't descend. Heh. Xiaohua wasn't dispirited. He lowered his body slightly and moved closer to a drop of metal essence. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth sleeve technique was used. In an instant, the drop of metal essence was covered. With a turn of his mind, the drop of metal essence was stored into the space. This was many times better than back then. In just the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua actually collected 61 drops of metal essence flame crystal. However, it wouldn't be easy to find more. Xiaohua looked at the strands of golden light falling on the surface of the metal and wood magnetism, but didn't condense into metal essence flame crystal. He looked pensive. I'm afraid metal essence flame crystal can only be formed when the metal-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth has condensed to a certain degree. Previously, I didn't come here, so the surface of the metal and wood magnetism was thick enough. Now that I've collected all the metal essence flame crystal, it can't condense to this degree in a short period of time. It might take a period of time for it to condense again, right? Just as Xiaohua was pondering, he suddenly became alert. He raised his head and saw a palm-sized azure dragon several zhang away from him. It was looking at him with bared fangs and brandished claws. Its eyes were full of curiosity. Oh my, this is an azure dragon? Xiaohua suddenly realized, an primordial azure dragon. But without waiting for Xiaohua to take another look, the azure dragon suddenly pounced into the magnetic field and disappeared. I understand. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something. This Xiao seems to have seen a faint shadow in Mingxi's magnetic space. At that time, it seemed to be in the metal magnetic space. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the place where the golden and green rays of light converged in the extreme distance. Hiss! Xiao Hua looked at the other side that even his transcendence vision couldn't see and sucked in a breath of cold air. How big is this metal and wood magnetism? This Zhao's divine sense is indeed strong enough, and my mind is also being tempered to practice the art of fusing with my divine sense. However, it's impossible for me to absorb the metal and wood elemental magnetism into my space. Forget it. One shouldn't be too greedy as a person. Xiao Hua's mind spun a few times. Then he smiled and said, "Let's get some wood essence crystals first. As for the matter of collecting metal and wood essences, let's talk about it later." Soon after, Xiao Hua flew to the other side and collected the same 61 drops of wood essence crystals in the metal magnetic space. Only then did he stop. Sure enough, right after Xiao Hua collected the wood essence serpent crystal, a similarly palm-sized golden tiger flashed out from the air. Looking at Xiao Hua, it roared a few times at Xiao Hua before also pouncing into the magnetic field and disappearing. Seeing the golden tiger enter the magnetic space, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He wanted to see how big this magnetic space was. Unfortunately, even though he had the strength of a spirit-severing stage expert, his powerful divine sense was still affected by the magnetic force when it was so close to the magnetic space. It was only released 100 zhong before it was torn apart. It was simply unable to go very far. Since even his divine sense couldn't cover the metal and wood essences, Xiao Hua's mind couldn't either. Xiao Hua had to take back his luck, and once again regretfully looked at the metal and wood essences that made him drool. Then he prepared to fly out. However, just as he flew under the black qi and his transcendence vision caught sight of the overflowing golden light rays, Xiao Hua felt as if he had forgotten something. Thus, he simply stopped moving forward and simply stood there. His gaze followed the rotation of the golden light rays, and his eyeballs also followed the slow rotation of the metal and wood primary magnetism. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua finally came to his senses. He said with a smile, "I was somewhat careless. The wishful steel staff is so heavy, but my mind can collect it without any effort. The load of primordial stones is not particularly heavy, but it can't be easily collected because the wishful steel staff has been tempered. The medium for this tempering is my blood essence. With my blood essence wishful steel staff, I can use it as I wish. I don't need to use my blood essence to collect the primordial stones, but the metal and wood essences are worth it. If I don't have my blood essence with the power of the metal and wood essences, I'm afraid that I can only have the strength to collect them into the space to refine the wishful steel staff, right? This time, it's really a bit too long." Xiao Hua thought of using his blood essence to refine the metal and wood essences. But how could his blood essence be refined into this huge metal and wood essences? Just now, Xiao Hua flew from one end of the wood essences to the other end of the metal essences. It was really difficult. According to Xiao Hua's own measurement, this metal and wood essences was hundreds of acres in size. Even if Xiao Hua used the demon realm's blood refining technique, it was impossible to refine this metal and wood essences for the time being, right? The only possibility was to send the metal and wood essences into the space and let the green-robed Xiao Hua or the Jade Archive Xiao Hua do it. But since the metal and wood essences could be sent into the space, why bother to use the blood refining technique? Looking at such a huge pie in the sky, Xiao Hua scratched his head. However, he still frowned and pondered carefully. With his Dharma eyes, he saw strands of golden light shooting out from one part of the golden light, forming an arc in the magnetic space, then landing on the other end of the green light. Meanwhile, strands of green light flew out from the green light and landed on the golden light. These golden and green light strands then intertwined with each other on the surface of the metal and wood magnetic space, ceaselessly interweaving with each other. Maybe I can try this. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the glittering metal essences pole, and an incredible idea appeared in his heart. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua once again urged his transcendence energy to fly towards the pole of the metal essences pole. However, the closer he got to the pole, the earlier attractive force turned into a kind of repulsive force, and this repulsive force became even stronger. It made Xiaohua feel that even if he exhausted all the transcendence energy in his body, he absolutely couldn't get close to the pole of the metal essence's pole. Helpless, Xiaohua had no choice but to use the metal escape technique. It was fine if he didn't use the metal escape technique, but when he used it, Xiaohua felt as if his body was in a surging torrent. His entire body couldn't help but want to fly towards the other end of the metal essence's pole with the golden light. Damn it, wrong. It should be the wood escape technique. Xiaohua suddenly realized, and hurriedly changed to the wood escape technique. Sure enough, Xiaohua's body came to a sudden stop, and then his entire body rapidly flew towards the pole of the metal essence's pole. There was simply no need for Xiaohua to urge any transcendence energy. Good. Xiaohua beamed with joy, but unfortunately, it was only for a moment. When Xiaohua's body was about 100 feet away from the pole, his body stopped again, and that strange repulsive force reappeared. The more Xiaohua urged his transcendence energy, the stronger the repulsive force became. Yes, this is the repulsive force of the metal essence's pole. Xiaohua already understood these few changes. Although I am using the wood escape technique, my transcendence energy is still within the 5 elements. Since it is within the 5 elements, it has the metal attribute, and it will be repulsed by the pole of the metal essence's pole, unless I have transcendence energy with no element. I don't know if transcendence energy without any element exists in this world, but I know that there is a physical body without any element. After understanding the reason, Xiaohua didn't dare to urge any more transcendence energy. He also thought of the spiritual fire and the innate primordial water. After all, these were pure objects of the 5 elements, and they could conceal the 5 elements within his transcendence energy. However, the corner of his mouth only curled up, and he simply didn't urge any transcendence energy, and directly landed on the metal essence's pole. Sure enough, after withdrawing all his transcendence energy, Xiaohua no longer felt any repulsive or attractive force. He already knew why his so-called demigod body could approach the metal essence's pole, and why Mo Qingyuan and the others couldn't approach the metal essence's pole even though they knew that it was there. It was because his physical body didn't have any element. Of course, the current Xiaohua didn't know that his physical body didn't have any element because it absorbed the primal chaos qi when it floated down from the void. After walking a few dozen meters, the repulsive force appeared again. However, this repulsive force was directed at Xiaohua's clothes, so it didn't attract Xiaohua's attention. Just as he was about to reach the limit, Xiaohua's Taoist robe began to flutter due to the magnetic force. Although Xiaohua didn't care, it was really uncomfortable. He might as well go all the way. Xiaohua put away his Taoist robe and became naked again. When he reached the extreme point, Xiaohua didn't dare to open his transcendence energy eyes again. The golden light of the extreme point was really too dazzling, and Xiaohua's transcendence energy eyes were aching. It was difficult to continue. When Xiaohua's naked eye reached this point, it didn't have the usual effect of producing light in the dark, so he couldn't see anything. Therefore, Xiaohua simply closed his eyes and groped his way to the extreme point. He activated the blood drop paradise technique in his body, and a drop of blood essence dripped from his finger and landed on the extreme point. The drop of blood fell. Shwa! An almost inaudible sound was heard, and the 5 elements objects within the drop of blood immediately flew out. It was simply impossible to touch the extreme point, and the drop of blood instantly shrunk several times. This even finer drop of blood slowly fell, and it was several times slower than usual. The golden magnetic light passed through this drop of blood, and the entire drop of blood slightly swelled, as if it was boiling. Every time it swelled, the drop of blood would shrink a size. When the drop of blood reached the extreme point, it had already turned into an extremely small drop, even smaller than the tip of a needle. At this moment, how could the drop of blood still look like a drop of blood? Although there was still a little red, the golden color was even denser, and this golden color was formed by countless even finer golden threads. In a trance, this golden thread actually formed Xiaohua's image, and that little red dot seemed to be a dark red dot between the image's eyebrows. Chapter 35:43. The moment the drop of blood landed on the pole, it was silent and formless. Neither the entire metal and wood elemental magnetic field nor the magnetic field space had any obvious changes. However, Xiaohua clearly sensed that his blood had penetrated to the extreme. Even though he didn't know that so many changes had occurred during the process of his blood dripping down, Xiaohua didn't know that his blood had penetrated to the extreme. Good. Xiaohua cheered inwardly. He urged the transcendence energy in his body and used the metal escape technique. His entire body was pushed out of the pole as fast as lightning, straight to the top of the magnetic field space. Xiaohua stood still in midair and opened his abnormally tired transcendence eyes again. He looked at the golden rays of light flying out of the pole of the metal elemental magnetic field. After looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't see anything strange. Could it be that the drop of blood didn't enter the pole? With that thought, the demonic aura around Xiaohua's body flourished. Strands of black aura mixed with black flames rushed out again. The real devil god Xiaohua appeared again. In the past, Xiaohua didn't have demonic aura to rely on. His divine sense urged the spiritual fire to use the blood refining technique. Now that Xiaohua had truly practiced the blood-dripping paradise, this blood-refining technique was also authentic. However, the demon god Xiaohua's black flames surged and landed on the extreme point like tentacles. There was no movement at the extreme point. The blood-refining technique was not effective at all. Motherfucker, what's going on? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua flew to the pole of the wood elemental magnetic field to be on the safe side. Similarly, he sent another drop of blood essence into it. Then he used the blood refining technique again. Unfortunately, this time he still failed. After losing 2 drops of blood essence at once, Xiaohua felt a wave of fatigue. His left arm had been chopped off by the demonic saber in the mysterious water palace. Although the demonic saber hadn't been able to devour the bone in his left arm was still reattached. Moreover, the demonic saber was also attached to his left arm. However, his essence was damaged after all. After returning, he was injured again in the battle against the 5 brocade cloud painting. The 100 days of secluded cultivation just now really weren't enough. His essence hadn't recovered very well. The exhausted Xiaohua felt somewhat helpless. He closed his eyes and wanted to sense it, but in this magnetic field space, this kind of perception was also blocked. Xiaohua clearly knew that his blood had entered the metal elemental magnetic field. Even the blood refining technique he had placed high hopes on couldn't succeed. As for whether his blood essence would work, he had no idea. However, even if it works, how can I use the blood refining technique on such a large metal elemental magnetic field? Obviously, ordinary blood refining techniques are already useless. Who knows where those 2 drops of blood essence went? Facing such a large metal and wood magnetism, Xiaohua could be considered to be completely helpless. Forget it. I'll return empty-handed again today. Xiaohua stood in the magnetic field space and pondered for a long time. He really didn't have any clue. All the techniques he used were greatly restricted in this magnetic field space. It was useless to stay here any longer. Xiaohua immediately came out of the magnetic field space. He used his spiritual fire to burn a hole in the black gas and escaped from the ground. The metal elemental magnetic field itself was protected by the magnetic field space. Now that it was wrapped in an unpredictable black gas, Xiaohua believed that even if someone discovered this place, they wouldn't be able to enter. He also wasn't worried that the metal elemental magnetic field would be taken away by others. When Xiaohua escaped back to the elemental stone vein, he didn't have much magic power left, and his spirit was also very tired. He swallowed a few medicinal pills and closed his eyes to meditate. In the following dozens of days, Xiaohua rested while setting up the formation. Although setting up the formation under the influence of the metal elemental magnetic field was very tiring and consumed a lot of magic power, with the support of the new metal elemental essence and the nourishment of the 5 qi righteous thunder, the greedy Xiaohua would be full of energy every time he thought about the elemental stone vein below him. When the 300+ light balls folded and became one with the elemental stone vein, Xiaohua let out a long breath. After resting for several hours, he urged his magic power to rush out of the black cloud ridge and flew high into the sky. He first closed his eyes for a moment, then sat cross-legged in the sky. He clapped his hands, and the formless nascent soul escaped from the 5 qi righteous thunder in his lower dantian. This was the first time Xiaohua had set up such a large formation. He didn't dare to let green-robed Xiaohua do it, and specially controlled it himself. The nascent soul rubbed its hands together and formed seals one after another. Waves of dense elemental energy of heaven and earth descended from the sky and bombarded the surroundings of the black cloud ridge. The majestic aura was not inferior to the noble chi pillar used by the Confucian cultivators. The demons of the Black Cloud Ridge turned pale with fright. They all held their weapons and rushed out of the ground. Even the Dao soldiers that were training in the Black Cloud Ridge hurriedly set up the formation and prepared to face the enemy. However, when the crowd and demons saw Xiao Hua sitting cross-legged in midair with a myriad of brilliance around his body, they all subconsciously prostrated themselves and slowly retreated, not daring to disturb him. Xiao Hua's nascent soul couldn't be seen by others. They could only see Xiao Hua sitting in the sky with his palms facing the sky. He didn't make any movements, but he was actually able to raise the wind and move the clouds. Rays of golden light were emitted from Xiao Hua's body, and pillars of qi struck the ground. Following the brilliance and pillars of qi, lumps of sparkling stars were also born near the Black Cloud Ridge. More and more time passed. The sky was already dark. However, the stars of the Black Cloud Ridge contrasted with the stars in the sky. Xiao Hua, who was surrounded by stars, was even brighter than the full moon in the sky. At this time, Xiao Hua's figure could no longer be seen. There was only a 5-colored dazzling light that slowly rotated there. Every time this dazzling light rotated, a ray of light would fall to the ground and another star would appear on the ground. More than 350 nodes of the capital star formation had to be activated, and the balance of the formation had to be maintained during each activation. This was far more convenient than using several hundred jade talismans. Xiao Hua didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. The magic power in his body also didn't dare to stagnate in the slightest. However, when the moon set and the sun rose, the formation had only just finished setting up nearly 100 nodes. At this time, the pitiful and fearless Xiao Hua was really riding a tiger and couldn't get off. How could he know that the formation he was setting up right now was a sect protection formation commonly used by cultivation sections? Not to mention that this formation was the rarely seen capital star formation, even if it was an ordinary formation. How could it be set up by a nascent soul cultivator? However, all the elders of a sect would work together, and each of them would be responsible for a part of the formation. In the end, the sect leader or elder with the highest cultivation or formation attainment would preside over the activation of the formation. How could it be set up by a single person? After waiting for another half a day, Xiao Hua's energy was really unable to support himself. He had no choice but to call out the green-robed Xiao Hua and temporarily let him control his nascent soul to continue setting up the formation. The green-robed Xiao Hua seemed to be omnipotent in the space. However, when he arrived at the hidden immortal continent, he was unable to make ends meet. He was indeed somewhat unfamiliar with setting up the formation. There were several dangerous mistakes. It wasn't that the green-robed Xiao Hua's ability to set up the formation was inferior to Xiao Hua's, but the green-robed Xiao Hua really couldn't endure the lack of origin qi on the hidden immortal continent. He had fallen into a predicament where even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. After helping the green-robed Xiao Hua set up several nodes, Xiao Hua simply closed his eyes and rested. After another half a day, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and waved his hands. He separated some magic power from his meridians and prepared to set up the formation. Who would have thought that when he separated his true essence, the green-robed Xiao Hua on top of his head slowed down again. This scared the green-robed Xiao Hua so much that he forcefully took away his true essence. Alas, Xiao Hua sighed. Previously, when the green-robed Xiao Hua controlled his nascent soul to fight against the 5-brocade cloud painting, Xiao Hua only relied on the power of his corporeal body. The two of them didn't have any conflict. Now that the two of them were activating their magic power together, there was a problem with their coordination. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't dare to intercept true essence from his meridians. He was somewhat bored as he looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua setting up the formation. He couldn't help but think in his heart, now that the nascent soul and the corporeal body are using the same meridians, there will definitely be a conflict. If the nascent soul cultivates its own 100 meridians and the corporeal body cultivates according to my sex cultivation method, then the nascent soul has its own true essence. Wouldn't the corporeal body also have its own true essence? Wouldn't there be no conflict like this? Other people's nascent souls only have 2 meridians, but my nascent soul is made up of meridians. It can definitely cultivate. It's a pity. Just when Xiao Hua was feeling regretful, he suddenly stared blankly. His eyes lit up and he thought, now that I'm using the 5 Qi righteous thunder to nourish my nascent soul, Isn't that just walking the path of nascent soul cultivation? If there's any cultivation method, I'll let the green-robed nascent soul cultivate, and I'll cultivate the sex cultivation method myself. But that's also not right. Ultimately, the sex cultivation method is also based on the nascent soul. If I don't have a nascent soul, how can I cultivate? The more Xiaohua thought, the more confused he became. Then naturally, there was no then. Xiaohua had always had this kind of wild imagination. Most of them ended up with nothing. However, if he was really able to understand it, then it would be a world-shaking action. Rumble. Another day and night passed. The green-robed Xiaohua was finally tired. Xiaohua took control of his nascent soul. As he waved his hands, there was actually the sound of wind and thunder. Since the second night, in the sky, between the layers of thick clouds that had shrouded the black cloud ridge, flashes of lightning and thunder began to appear. As Xiaohua laid down the last few dozen nodes, the heavenly thunder was also drumming at the side to cheer him on. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to this kind of astronomical phenomenon. After all, he had laid down such a big formation, which consumed a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi. The heaven and earth yuan qi around the black cloud ridge was starting to become scarce. The heaven and earth yuan qi from other places would definitely cause a certain astronomical phenomenon. The last few dozen nodes were even more difficult. Xiaohua felt as if he was walking on a narrow cliff. On his shoulders was a heavy burden that exceeded his strength. That burden swayed, one moment in front, one moment in back, one moment in left, one moment in right. If he wasn't careful, he would fall off the cliff. It was really tiring. The people and demons of the Black Cloud Ridge were all dumbfounded. The situation in front of them was even more dazzling than the 5 brocade cloud painting previously. The entire Black Cloud Ridge was completely enveloped by hundreds of starlight. A kind of heavenly might, an unstoppable feeling, surged over like waves after waves, as if it was going to drown them. Many of the Fey spirits and Dao soldiers with lower cultivations fell limp on the ground. Although Xiao Jian, Qin Xiaoyao, and the others could withstand it, their hearts were in suspense. They were afraid that if Xiaohua was careless, the formation would collapse, and everyone would be killed by the formation. Chapter 35-44. Fortunately, the disaster they were worried about didn't happen. After 2 days and 2 nights, the formless nascent soul waved its hand, and more than 300 bolts of lightning shot down like dragons. The entire Black Cloud Ridge shook. Then more than 300 rays of light shot up into the sky and intertwined in midair. Xiaohua shouted, "Suppress!" Who? All of the brilliance entered his hand at the same time, and all of the vibrations disappeared completely. In Xiaohua's hand, there was another jade tablet that looked like a stone tablet. It was covered with stars, and its brilliance was brilliant. Congratulations to Master for setting up the array. Congratulations to Master for the good health of your body. The demons and cultivators of Black Cloud Ridge looked at the clouds and the moon in the sky. Then, they saw that the entire Black Cloud Ridge didn't change at all. Seeing that they couldn't use their divine senses or elemental senses, they all knelt down and cheered loudly. Xiaohua looked at everyone and waved his hand. Wait here. Now that my Black Cloud Ridge's array is complete, it's even more impregnable than before. You can cultivate in peace. Thank you, Master. Everyone got up and went to do their own things. Xiaoyao, you're in charge of this mountain-suppressing spirit tablet. All the uses are recorded in the jade eyes. Xiaohua said as he threw the jade tablet to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao took the jade tablet under everyone's envious gaze and bowed. Disciple understands. Then, Xiaohua didn't say anything else, and went into his cave to cultivate in seclusion. This heavenly stars array made Xiaohua want to cry. Now that he was in the nascent soul realm and had the strength of the 5th grade of elemental energy, he felt that it was still not enough. If it weren't for green-robed Xiaohua and the metal essence numero, he would have lost face in front of all the cultivators who called him master. Xiaohua's seclusion lasted for more than a month. Qin Xiaoyao didn't dare to be negligent after taking the jade tablet. He first comprehended the usage of the jade tablet and the jade eyes that Xiaohua gave him. Then he arranged the human cultivator's defense and cultivation and discussed the demon's defense with the black bear spirit, the golden eagle, and the white lion. He was very busy. Previously, the black bear spirit and the other demons did not pay much attention to Qin Xiaoyao. However, after seeing Xiao Hua setting up the array and witnessing the power of the 5 brocade cloud portrait, they had no choice but to listen to Qin Xiaoyao's arrangements for the sake of their own lives. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyao knew Xiao Hua's plan and knew how to deal with people, so he didn't have any conflicts with the 3 demon kings. In this month or so, the aftermath of Xiao Hua's battle that made him famous gradually revealed itself. Not only did the scattered cultivators and Dao soldiers of the Jiang country come over to seek refuge, even other rogue cultivators or Dao sect cultivators who wanted to find a backer came over to strike up a conversation. Of course, some students and rangers from the Confucian cultivator country also began to come over to spy, but in the face of Xiao Hua's mountain protecting grand array, most of them returned without success. This was just a small disturbance before the storm. Qin Xiaoyao knew very well that all he could do was help Xiao Hua build the Fortune Gate and fulfill the responsibility of an outer sect disciple of the Fortune Gate. What he urgently wanted was for the Chongling princess and Xiao Jian to act as soon as possible, gather the old subordinates of Jiang country, recruit soldiers, and reclaim Jiang country as soon as possible. This way, the pressure on Black Cloud Ridge would lessen. However, reviving the country was not a small matter. How could it be done just by thinking about it? The Chongling princess was busy day and night, and Xiao Jian was also working hard to assist her. Every day, he saw the 2 generals Qian Li and Kong Li send out soldiers, and at the same time, he saw the soldiers sent out in the past come back. But to what extent they had progressed and how much confidence they had, not to mention Qin Xiaoyao, even the Chongling princess herself didn't know. However, both Qin Xiaoyao and the Chongling princess were full of confidence now. They never thought that there would be any problems with the Fortune Gate or any problems with the revival of Jiang country, because they knew that as long as Xiao Hua was present, all of this was just a matter of time. All of the problems in front of Xiao Hua's cultivation were as easy as snapping a finger. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. On this day, Xiao Hua emerged from seclusion. In the past month or so, Xiao Hua had not only recovered his cultivation, but also comprehended secret techniques. Most of the time, he was considering what to do next. Since the great formation of Black Cloud Ridge had been set up, and Xiao Hua was confident that this great formation could withstand the attacks of cultivators of 5th or even 6th level, then he could leave Black Cloud Ridge and go to Qinyu Mountain to rescue Jiang country's 2nd national teacher, Li Xiang. After all, Li Xiang had been a national teacher before and had more experience than him. Especially when Li Xiang was a Yuanian cultivator, he could be a deterrent when he left Black Cloud Ridge. This must have been Qin Xiaoyao's plan when he told him about Li Xiang's imprisonment in the Qianyu Mountain. As expected, when Xiao Hua walked out of the seclusion room, Lu Yi, who was waiting in the abode, came forward to greet him. He said that Qin Xiaoyao had already come several times and seemed to have important matters to report. "Let Qin Xiaoyao come in." Xiao Hua nodded. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyao hurried in, bowed in greeting, and then asked directly, "Old Master, this disciple has 2 matters to report and asks Old Master to decide." "Speak," Xiao Hua asked with a smile. First of all, after Master set up the spell formation, many Taoist cultivators came to seek refuge. Those with low cultivation bases didn't need to be mentioned. When I saw those with good aptitudes, I discussed with them to see if they were willing to become Master's disciples. Of course, this disciple does not dare to say that he is a Fortune Gate disciple, and only says that he is a disciple of the Jiang country's national teacher. If he is not willing to become a disciple of Old Master and wants to rely on Old Master, disciple will follow the customs of the Jiang country and treat him as a guest. Qin Xiaoyao reported, there are also some with higher cultivations, and there are even a few with higher cultivations than disciple and the others. Although disciple has treated these people as guests, it seems that they are still a little dissatisfied. Oh, what's there to be dissatisfied about? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Many of those cultivators of the Dao sect are at the 3rd level of origin energy. They feel that their cultivation is high, and they want more, such as origin stones and pills. Qin Xiaoyao's brows revealed a worried expression. It was obvious that these cultivators who could be considered his seniors were making things difficult for him. Xiao Hua sneered, "Don't bother. If they want to stay in the Black Cloud Ridge, then they have to listen to you. If they don't want to, they can leave. There is no need to force them to stay." If they can leave, disciple doesn't have to be so worried. Qin Xiaoyao smiled bitterly. Old Master's great array is really good. After they saw it, they insisted on staying in the Black Cloud Ridge. Kill them. Xiaohua made a prompt decision and said indifferently, you control the Great Mountain Protection Array's spirit tablet and can control the power of the array. As long as you are in the array, you can kill anyone you want. There is no need to report this to this old man. That's not good, right? Qin Xiaoyao was a little hesitant. They are after all disciples of the Tao sect, and some of them even came from afar to seek refuge with Old Master. Since they want to seek refuge with this old man, then they have to listen to this old man's arrangements. Xiaohua waved his hand. You are in charge of the Great Array, and are someone this old man trusts. If they don't even listen to you, what's the point of keeping them? Yes, Old Master, disciple understands. It wasn't that Qin Xiaorao hadn't thought about this, but he knew that Xiaohua was merciful. He was afraid that Xiaohua would be dissatisfied with his actions, so he naturally had to report it. Also, Old Master, there's news from the Jade Mountain that a few Confucian cultivators have personally come to the Jade Mountain. They probably want to wait for Old Master to go there. Senior Li's matter. Why don't we talk about it later? Qin Xiaoyao bit his lips and asked in a low voice. No need, this Xiao came out of seclusion today for this matter. Xiaohua stood up and said, I will leave everything in the Black Cloud Ridge to you. Helping this old man look after the cave is a great merit. Xiaohua will definitely reward you when he returns. Old Master. Hearing that Xiaohua had given the Black Cloud Ridge to him, Qin Xiaoyao was not happy, but rather shocked and anxiously shouted, this disciple was a disciple who escaped from Jiang country, although his cultivation is the best, but it is not enough to convince the masses. Why don't you give the cave to Lu Yi or Wang Bianfei? The two of them are Old Master's servants. No one dares to say anything. The two of them want to go with me, Xiaohua said with a smile. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were overjoyed and knelt down. Thank you, Old Master. Qin Xiaoyao smiled bitterly, biting his lips, and went forward again. Old Master, if it is like this, why don't we ask the Chongling Princess or Xiao Jian to give orders? Right now, they are in charge of Jiang country's restoration plan. It is the most important matter for my Black Cloud Ridge. It's different. Xiaohua said firmly. Jiang country is Jiang country. Black Cloud Ridge is Black Cloud Ridge. Fortune Gate is Fortune Gate. We cannot be too confused. Also, Xiao Jian and Chongling's affairs are even more complicated. How can it be better than you practicing the formation and looking after the cave for this old man? But Qin Xiaoyao still wanted to say something, but how could Xiaohua be willing to listen? He waved his hand and said, Xiaoyao, if you don't want this old man to save Li Xiang, you can tell me the reason. This old man can listen. If you don't have such thoughts, this old man will leave now. This old man wants to see what methods the Copper Pillar country has to stop this old man from helping Jiang country restore. Yes, Old Master. Qin Xiaoyao agreed helplessly. He knew that the burden on his shoulders was getting heavier. Lu Yi, where are the books from the Copper Pillar Academy? Xiaohua asked as he walked out of the cave. Old Master, they are all here. Hearing this, Lu Yi hurriedly took out a Qianquan bag from his waist and answered. The Copper Pillar Academy sent a lot of books. This little one originally wanted to put these books in the seclusion room. But seeing that the seclusion room is far away, this little one asks Sect Uncle Qin to put the books into this Qianquan bag for Old Master to inspect. Not bad. Xiaohua received it with a smile and sent it into the space. After leaving the cave, Xiaohua said to Wang Bianfei, Bianfei, go tell your mother that you are going out with this old man, at least 3 months, at most half a year. Yes, Old Master. Wang Bianfei did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly ran out. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he came back. Chapter 35:45. Okay, there's no need to say anymore. Xiaoyao, help me look after the cave. This is 1,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman. If you have any urgent matters, you can release this talisman. This Bronze Pillar country is only 2,000 miles in size. This talisman should be able to reach you. Xiaohua took out 1,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman and gave it to Qin Xiaoyao. Qin Xiaoyao received the 1,000 miles sound-transmitting talisman and carefully put it away. He then reminded, Master, Jade Mountain is on the other side of the Bronze Pillar country. It's more than 2,000 miles away. Master must be careful. This old man knows. With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and the Pegasus flew out from the space. Slurp slurp. Once the Pegasus came out of the space, it immediately emitted a faint white brilliance. The Pegasus spread its wings and emitted a white light. It even raised its head and let out a long neigh that shook the surroundings. Master, take care. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly bowed and saluted. This disciple respectfully sends Master off. With a wave of Xiaohua's hand, Lu Yi and Wang Bifei flew up from the ground and landed on the neck of the heavenly horse. Xiaohua also got on the heavenly horse. Then, Xiaohua patted the heavenly horse's neck. The heavenly horse's 4 hooves stomped on the ground as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Not long after, the heavenly horse's brilliance turned into a small dot. Only Xiaohua's singing voice could be heard in the entire Black Cloud Ridge. The Black Cloud Ridge's battle formation has been completed. From now on, the Dao Gate has a foundation. Respectfully sends Master off. On the Black Cloud Ridge, whether it was seeing the Pegasus brilliance or hearing Xiaohua's singing voice, everyone respectfully shouted, "Ayo!" Only Qin Xiaoyao raised his head from the ground and hurriedly raised his hand as if he wanted to remind Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared. Qin Xiaoyao could only mutter in his heart, "Master, you're flying in the wrong direction." Early morning several days later, on the other side of the Bronze Pillar Country's capital, the sun shone down. The city walls of the Bronze Pillar Country looked especially mighty under the sunlight. Under the warm sunlight, teams of heavily armored soldiers patrolled back and forth with weapons in their hands. These soldiers had tense and serious expressions on their faces, as if a great battle was about to break out. Open the city gate. Below the city wall, a loud and clear voice sounded. Rumble. The city gate made a heavy sound as it was slowly pushed open. The small merchants and peddlers who had been waiting outside for a long time were about to rush in with their wooden carts. The carts were filled with vegetables, chickens, ducks, and other things. They were all goods that these merchants relied on to make a living. Wait! An extremely imposing roar sounded from within the city gates, followed by the sounds of horse hooves and armor. Several groups of soldiers wearing the same type of armor as those on the city walls rushed out from within the city gates under the lead of several mounted officers, blocking these merchants outside the city gates. Sir, what are you doing?" The merchant in front was an old man who was pulling a cart of vegetables. The vegetables on the cart were abnormally fresh, and there were even some sparkling dewdrops hanging on the leaves. This little one has to deliver vegetables to Master Wang in the western part of the city. He wants to entertain guests today. If this little one's vegetables aren't fresh and miss the master's feast, this little one can't bear the responsibility. Shut up! The officer in front of the horse scolded, then raised his head and said, "This official is under the orders of the Ministry of War. From today onwards, this official will guard the East Gate. Everyone coming in and out must be inspected by this official." "Sir, inspect what?" "This little one passes through the East Gate every day to sell chickens and ducks at the market in the eastern part of the city. If you don't believe me, you can ask the old guard at the gate." Behind the old merchant, the middle-aged man pushing the cart of chickens and ducks was somewhat dissatisfied. Even the chickens and ducks on the cart started to quack. For a moment, the entire area outside the East Gate was in chaos. "Pa! All of you, shut up!" The officer waved the horsewhip in his hand and said angrily, "Right now, we are at war. For the safety of our Bronze Pillar Country, and for your safety, the Ministry of War has ordered that not only the East Gate, but also the other 3 gates of the capital city. Maybe there are spies from the enemy countries among you. Is there a weapon hidden in your vegetables?" "Ayo! Sir!" The old man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Take a look for yourself. This little one is a native of the Bronze Pillar Country. How could I possibly do something that would let down the Bronze Pillar Country?" "That's right, sir. This war isn't just a matter of a day or two. It's already been hundreds of days. What does it have to do with us? I heard that the Jiang country was already exterminated by the king. Who dares to go against my Bronze Pillar Country? What is it? You don't even dare to let me check?" The officer looked at the noisy crowd and laughed sinisterly. Instead of saying so much here, "I've already checked it." "Sir." The old man in front of him smiled bitterly. "It's not that this little one doesn't dare to let you check, but the problem is that this little one's vegetables. All right, sir, please be gentle with them, just like how you treat your own wife, okay? This is all copper coins. Shut up for lousy." The officer waved the horsewhip in his hand, but he was only threatening him and did not really whip him. Then he ordered the soldiers beside him, "Quickly go and check. Don't let go of the suspect." "Yes." The group of soldiers responded and rushed into the crowd like wolves and tigers. These soldiers were not as kind as the officers. Immediately, the sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking could be heard. The seemingly fresh vegetables turned into ruins in a moment. The old man at the side was distressed to protect them, but he was not as strong as the soldiers. After the soldiers checked randomly, they waved their hands and let him pass. They then rushed behind the old man. The old man was about to cry and stood there without moving. When the officer saw the old man blocking the city gate, he frowned and shouted, "Old man, why aren't you hurrying to deliver the vegetables? Although this dish is a bit messy, it doesn't affect its consumption. Even if Master Wang doesn't want it, you can still sell it at the market." "Sai, sir," the old man said with a sullen face, "vegetables can be sold at the market for 30 copper coins. This little one woke up so early to give them to Master Wang. He was kind enough to give this little one 33 copper coins. Today, this little one has messed up Master Wang's matter, so don't think about sending food to him in the future. It's only 3 copper coins, why are you complaining again? Look at how you're blocking the people behind you." A young officer at the side roared and was about to wave the horsewhip in his hand. "Stop!" The middle-aged officer shouted and stopped the young officer's recklessness. He took out a few copper coins and threw it to the old man. "We're guarding here for the safety of our copper pillar state. There are many people entering the city, so we can't treat them as gently as we treat our wives. This is Lousy's compensation for you. Take it and quickly scram into the city. Don't block the way. Go and tell that so-called Master Wang that the vegetables today were ruined by Lieutenant Situming. If he respects Lousy, then you won't be in trouble. If he looks down on Lousy, then Lousy can't do anything about it." "Yes, yes." The old farmer beamed with joy. He quickly picked up the few copper coins scattered on the cart and stuffed them into his pocket. Then he hurriedly pushed his small cart and rushed into the city gate. "Lieutenant Situ." The officer at the side didn't understand. Although the old farmer's vegetables were messed up and damaged, they can still be sold at the market after peeling off the leaves and sprinkling some water on them. It's only 3 copper coins. He's obviously. Without waiting for the officer to finish, Lieutenant Situ waved his hand and said, "No need to say more. It's just 3 copper coins. To you and me, it's pocket money. To this old farmer, it's just a day's worth of food. Giving it to a beggar is also giving it to him. At least he won't be blocking the city gate." "Yes, Lieutenant is wise." The young officer complimented, and then looked at the mess outside the city gate. He whispered, "Lieutenant, what's going on today? Why did the Ministry of War suddenly want us to guard the 4 gates? Aren't there still 4 military commanders above the 4 gates? They have strong soldiers and strong horses. What kind of situation have they not seen before? Furthermore, when the army left the country and my king personally led the army, the capital city wasn't so vigilant. Could it be that something happened?" "This." Lieutenant Situ hesitated slightly. He raised his eyes and looked to the left. Other than the 2 of them, there was no one else. He whispered, "Gao Peng, this is only for me to tell you. You can't say a word to anyone else." "Lieutenant Situ, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of character I have?" When the young man named Gao Peng heard this, his eyes lit up. He lowered his head and whispered a reply. Lieutenant Situ nodded. "Actually, it's not considered a secret. Furthermore, it's been almost 100 days. Although the 6 ministries in the imperial court requested for it to be kept a secret, paper can't hide fire. Even if I don't say it today, you will know sooner or later." Lieutenant Situ's words made Gao Peng's heart itch even more. He anxiously asked, "What secret? You actually want me to personally investigate the people who enter the capital city?" "The Grand Tutor is dead." Lieutenant Situ accidentally looked to the left and whispered, "Ah? What?" "The Grand Tutor." Gao Peng was indeed still a young man. His eyes flashed with an expression of disbelief as he cried out in surprise, "Do you want to die?" Lieutenant Situ raised his hand and covered Gao Peng's mouth that was beside his ear. He angrily said, "If you want to die, don't implicate me." Lieutenant. Gao Peng hurriedly apologized and lowered his voice. "It's all my fault. It's not that I was careless. This news, cough cough, it's really too shocking. The Grand Tutor's divine abilities are incomparable. He's already an immortal on the land. How is this possible? Not bad. You still have some knowledge. You didn't ask me if the Grand Tutor died of illness. Lieutenant Situ nodded slightly and seemed to be praising him. Gao Peng smiled and said, I'm just too surprised. I'm not brainless. Anyone who thinks about it, with the Grand Tutor's divine abilities and today's battle formation, how could he have died of illness? Chapter 3546. Commandant Situ had obviously been asked this question before, so he nodded his head in distress. That's the problem. How did the Imperial Advisor die? Previously, the Imperial Advisor had single-handedly gone deep into Jianggua and killed the Imperial Advisor. And today, Jianggua's revenge. Gao Peng immediately understood. His face immediately became vigilant, his eyes looking at the commotion outside the city gate. He nodded and said, if that's the case, then we must guard the 4 gates, assist the Admiral and the rest in interrogating the villagers, and strictly prevent the remnants of the Jiang country from entering the capital to cause trouble. That's right, that's right. Commandant Situ replied with a smile, then said mysteriously, however, this old man feels that the Ministry of War is making a mountain out of a molehill. It's purely taking off your pants to fart. Gao Peng was tactful and hurriedly smiled. This subordinate is willing to listen to Sir's wise opinion. Number 1. An expert who can kill the Imperial Preceptor. How can we see him? How could he possibly mix in with such vulgar villagers? Commandant Situ proudly pointed with his finger. Do you think there will be one here? Of course not. Gao Peng suddenly realized, those are all immortal level characters. How could they possibly enter from the city gate? What about the second, my lord? The second? Commandant Situ laughed. Naturally, it's someone who can enter from the city gate. Then, who is that? Gao Peng did not understand. Commandant Situ said again, those who can enter from the city gate are naturally the remnants of the Jiang country. Gao Ming nodded. Indeed, indeed. But the problem is, Commandant Situ said again, if the Jiang country found an expert to kill the Imperial Advisor, the Jiang country would definitely be recruiting troops and expanding their power. How could the Jiang country develop their power to the capital of our Copper Pillar nation? Yeah, that's true. Gao Peng suddenly realized, and then asked again, but what if it wasn't the Jiang country who asked someone to kill the Imperial Advisor? If not, why would we guard the 4 gates and interrogate the villagers? Oh, that's right. Gao Peng nodded even more. Sir is right. It seems like we don't need to come at all. But the question is, why would the Ministry of War give such a brainless order? Lieutenant Situ smiled and pointed at his own head. You'll have to use your brain. Think about it. Even the Imperial Preceptor had fallen. How could the monarch not be furious? What about the 6 divisions? Don't you have to show that you're busy? Don't you have to show your existence? Don't you have to show your attitude? I understand, so, even if you want to fart, you must take off your pants. It means that you're really farting. Gao Peng laughed, but just as he was laughing, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, Sir, look over there. After the villagers who entered the city. Oh? Colonel Situ was stunned. He raised his eyes and followed Gao Peng's gaze. His eyes flashed with doubt. In just a short moment, more people had gathered at the east gate. As this was the first time they were conducting an interrogation, Colonel Situ's subordinates were obviously not familiar with it. Few people were let off, and many were left behind. Behind these people stood 4 men. These 4 men were not tall, and if they were standing on the ground, they might not be able to see anything strange. However, Colonel Situ and Gao Peng were riding on horses, so they could see the difference between the 4 men at a glance. Most of the people who woke up early were farmers or peddlers in the suburbs. These 4 men were obviously dressed as warriors. In the middle of the 4 men was a young scholar dressed in white Confucian robes. If it was just this, it wouldn't have attracted Gao Peng's attention. What made Gao Peng and Colonel Situ frown was that this scholar's gaze was flickering. He looked at the soldiers who were conducting the interrogation and seemed to want to leave. However, in just a short while, more people pushing carts came from all around them, blocking them and making it difficult for them to advance or retreat. What was special was that when Colonel Situ's gaze landed on the scholar clearly shifted his gaze and looked elsewhere. He even swept a few glances at the top of the city wall. Colonel Situ and Gao Peng were sent to the east gate to guard the interrogation. Of course, they were people who didn't care about sand in their eyes. Seeing this, how could they not know that there was definitely something wrong with this scholar? Colonel Situ raised his eyebrows, and Gao Peng immediately understood. He slightly spurred his horse and left from where he was, slowly entering the city gate. It was obvious that he was going to inform the general on the city wall. Colonel Situ jumped down from his horse and slightly tightened his grip on the horsewhip in his hand. He was about to remove the weapon from the hook beside the saddle. At this moment, a slightly impatient voice rang out from behind him. "What are you all doing? Why aren't you all moving aside?" Colonel Situ was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw that within the city gate, there were two children in embroidered clothes. The one in front had a thin figure, and the one behind was slightly chubby. However, both of them had skin as white as jade and eyes as bright as stars. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary people. And behind them, there was another thin scholar in scholarly robes. He held a folding fan in his left hand and a scroll in his right hand. He shook his head as he read and slowly walked towards Colonel Situ. And the impatient voice came from the child in front of him. "Hurry up and move aside. Don't block my family's young master's path." Which family's young master is this?" Colonel Situ was stunned. Just as he was muttering in his heart, the two children were already in front of him. Colonel Situ didn't dare to delay and hurriedly moved aside. There were many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the capital of the Bronze Pillar country. Naturally, he couldn't recognize all of them. Furthermore, he didn't receive any orders to interrogate people who left the city, so naturally, he wouldn't stop them. "Oh, what's going on?" Walking to the city gate, the scholar shifted his gaze away from the scroll and looked at the commotion at the city gate in confusion. He frowned and asked. The thin child in front of him hurriedly said, "Young master, this is called entering the city to interrogate and check if there's anything wrong with the people entering the city." "Oh, so that's how it is." That scholar's gaze indifferently swept over the faces of Officer Situ, the surrounding soldiers, and the nearby villagers. Then, without stopping, he continued to walk out of the city gates at a neither fast nor slow pace. Seeing that the scholar didn't even know what an interrogation was, Colonel Situ knew that he couldn't afford to offend this scholar. Or rather, this scholar had nothing to do with him. Thus, he raised his hand and took down his Damascus steel spear from his horse, preparing to follow behind the scholar. In the distance, the scholar in the crowd clearly saw Colonel Situ and Gao Peng's actions and knew that things weren't going well. A trace of panic appeared on his face. He turned his head and was about to lead the four martial artists out of the crowd. However, the scholar raised his head and looked at the spear and sword on the city wall. Hesitation appeared in his eyes again. It was at this moment that the scholar who came out of the city happened to walk to his left. The scholar's eyes turned and he hurriedly squeezed out of the pile of carriages and called out, Brother Su, I'm here." The one who came out of the city was naturally Xiaohua. He brought Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei out of the Black Cloud Ridge and didn't directly fly to the Jade Mountain. Instead, he made a turn and landed in the Bronze Pillar country. He had some things he wanted to ask Zhai Xing Lu's Zhu Qing. Unfortunately, Zhu Qing was no longer in the Bronze Pillar country. As for where Zhai Xing Lu went, the new manager didn't know. Thus, Xiaohua waited for a few days and participated in a small auction last night before preparing to leave for the Jade Mountain. Of course, with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he no longer changed his appearance. He didn't know if the Bronze Pillar country knew of his arrival, or if they knew and didn't dare to make a sound. In short, Xiaohua very smoothly brought the two children out of the Bronze Pillar country's capital at daybreak. As for why Xiaohua was dressed in scholarly robes and had the two children call him young master, it was purely on a whim. It was like Yu Zhongquan's so-called study tour. Xiaohua saw a scholar in embroidered clothes squeeze out of the crowd entering the city and wanted to pull him back. Moreover, the scholar even called him Brother Su. At first, he was somewhat astonished, but when he saw the scholar's slightly panicked appearance and the weapon in Commandant Situ's hands behind him, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart and let the scholar grab his scholarly robes. Sure enough, when the scholar saw that Xiaohua didn't reveal any doubt or disgust, he was overjoyed and called out, "Brother Su, this little brother waited outside the city for an entire night. Didn't we agree to go to Jingling Mountain last night? If you leave the city now, how will you be able to see the sunrise?" As the scholar spoke, he winked at Xiaohua, as if reminding Xiaohua not to expose him. Xiaohua smiled and said in a clear voice, "Brother Lang, it's not that this little one didn't go last night. This little one suddenly had an important matter at home, and this little one had no choice. Today, as soon as the city gates opened, this little one hurriedly came out. Wasn't it precisely to apologize to Brother Lang? AI, don't talk about apologizing. The scholar took advantage of the situation to pull Xiao Hua's sleeve and walk outside. You'd better think about how to explain it to Miss Ling Hua. You've already stood her up twice in a row. Forgive me, Xiao Hua said with a smile. It seems this little one wants to be the host and bring a bramble to ask for forgiveness. As they spoke, the two people very affectionately left. Lu naturally wasn't surprised. He pulled the somewhat dazed Wang Yifei and walked in front, while the four men protected them at the back. Commandant Situ naturally stood in the distance, somewhat uncertain. However, seeing Xiao Hua's calm appearance, he didn't seem to be faking it, so he didn't chase after him. As for above the city wall, when Gao Peng looked down again, Xiao Hua and the scholar had already walked far away. The scholar pulled Xiao Hua for no less than half the time it took to eat a meal. Only then did he slightly tilt his head to see if there was anyone chasing behind him. Afterwards, he let go of Xiao Hua's hand, but he saw that there were still some sweat stains on Xiao Hua's sleeve. It was clearly from the scholar's hand when he was nervous. Xiao Hua looked up and down and cupped his hands, saying, "Brother, the city gates are already far away. Presumably those soldiers already can't see us. This one still has some matters to attend to, so forgive me for not seeing you off. Goodbye." That scholar saw that Xiao Hua didn't drag on and didn't ask him why he suddenly pulled him back. He hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Brother, you've misunderstood. This one isn't afraid of any soldiers, but there's some misunderstanding with them. Hee, this one understands." Xiao Hua also smiled and said again, "Goodbye." Chapter 3547. Finished speaking, Xiao Hua began to walk. The scholar opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something to thank Xiao Hua, but seeing Xiao Hua's carefree appearance, he didn't say anything in the end. However, just as Xiao Hua took 2 steps, he heard one of the 4 strong men behind him hurriedly whisper into the scholar's ear, "Young master, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you and me to enter the city today. The person young master is meeting is still waiting in the city? We can naturally go, but wouldn't that make people unhappy? Young master, why don't you ask this young master to bring you into the city?" The strong man emphasized the word please, causing Xiao Hua to frown. However, Xiao Hua pretended not to hear. He raised the scroll in his hand and shook his head while reading. Confucius said, "Shun is filial, virtuous as a saint, respected as the son of heaven, rich in the 4 seas. Ancestral temples reward him, descendants protect him. Thus, virtuous people must obtain their position, their wealth, their fame, and their longevity. Thus, creatures of heaven must be valued because of their talents. Those who plant them nurture them, those who topple them overturn them." The poem said, "Jia Lu is a gentleman, constitutionalist and virtuous, suitable for the people. Receiving blessings from heaven. Bless and protect those who are blessed by heaven. Thus, virtuous people must receive orders." Xiao Hua had only walked a few feet when the scholar hurriedly caught up with him, even though his face was filled with displeasure. He said loudly, "Young master, please wait. Young master is really in a good mood. You're still reading The Doctrine of the Mean when you're out for a field trip. This young master really admires you. It's just that, does young master have any thoughts about these lines? This young master had some thoughts when I was reading them that day. I don't know if I can share them with young master." "Oh, is that so? Young master actually has some brilliant ideas?" Xiao Hua stood still, turned around, and asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Then this student would like to ask young master about this line. Thus, virtuous people must obtain their position, their wealth, their fame, and their longevity. Thus, creatures of heaven must be valued because of their talents. Those who plant them nurture them, those who topple them overturn them. Is there any other meaning?" When the scholar saw that Xiao Hua had taken the bait, he smiled and said, "The meaning of this sentence isn't anything special, but it means that a person of great virtue must obtain the position that he should obtain in this world." After hearing what the scholar had said, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Indeed, a virtuous person should be like this. However, if it's a person without virtue, as mentioned in the 27th volume of Yu Shi Mingyu, he would definitely have evil retribution, right? Yu Shi Ming Yan, volume 27? The scholar stared blankly for a moment, clearly not understanding. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. He bit his lip and cupped his hands, saying, This young one understands. Young master's help just now has made this young one very grateful. This young one does not dare to ask for more. It's best to correct your mistakes. Xiaohua nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to the scholar. He waved his hand and left. However, as soon as he left, the burly man hurried over with an angry look. He urged, "Young master, why are you so hesitant? In the end, is refinement more important, or is the master more important?" The young master pondered for a moment, stamped his feet again, and hurriedly chased after Xiaohua. He shouted, "Brother, this young one has a presumptuous request. I don't know if it's possible." "Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it." Xiaohua did not stop walking, nor did he turn his head as he said indifferently, "Ai, brother, if this young one was not forced to this point, I would not be so humble." The scholar's face turned purple, but he still chased after him and sighed. "This young one does not have any special request. I just want to ask young master to bring this young one into the city." Xiaohua stopped, looked at the scholar, and said word by word, "Although this young one does not know what brother wants to do, since you are hiding from the soldiers, it must be somewhat difficult to meet people. This young one can indeed bring brother into the city, but if something happens, it will inevitably bring disaster to this young one and even this young one's family. Brother can think for your family. Why can't this young one think for my family? Brother has no reason to drag this young one into the water. This young one has already taken a risk to help brother. There is no need for brother to keep relying on this young one, right?" This. The scholar's face turned even redder from Xiaohua's words. He stuttered for a long time, not knowing how to persuade Xiaohua. The quick-wittedness he had when he pulled Xiaohua at the city gate had long disappeared. "That brat you." A burly man was anxious and shouted, "If you continue to be so long-winded, do you believe that I will cut off your head?" "I believe," Xiaohua said coldly. "Young master, the nobles of the Copper Pillar State are all good people. This scholar must be the son of a noble. It is not right for us to take him." Another burly man said in a low voice, "Put a knife to his neck. He dares not to bring us into the city." "That's right." The scholar clenched his teeth and said, "The Copper Pillar State sent troops to secretly kill me, dozens of them, and even captured father. This student and the Copper Pillar State's blood feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Since this scholar is the son of a noble, he is also this student's enemy. Wang Jin, this young one is here. What orders does young master have?" The burly man hurriedly replied. The scholar pointed at Xiaohua and said, Take him." However, the scholar looked at Xiaohua's starry eyes and the disdain on his face. In the end, the scholar did not give the order. He sighed heavily and waved his hand, saying, "Wang Jin, let's go. Our ancestors have said that the heavens must be clear, the human relations must be clear, and the holy words must be spoken. Although my family has declined, I cannot break the teachings of my ancestors." Finished speaking, the scholar did not order anyone else, and turned to walk towards the city gate. However, he only took a dozen steps before hesitating. He looked left and right, not knowing if he should enter the city or not. Xiaohua smiled. This scholar could not be considered pedantic. At most, he was a soft-hearted person. He did not have his own opinions, nor was he the kind of person who would place his own benefits above others' losses. It seemed that he really did have something important to do in the city, but unfortunately, the Copper Pillar State had increased the inspection of the city gate. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said in a clear voice, "Brother, aren't you too pedantic? If you can't enter the East Gate, why can't you go to the West Gate, South Gate, or North Gate? If you go in and out openly, who would stop a scholar?" "Ayo, that's right." The scholar slapped his forehead and came to his senses. "If the East Gate is exposed, you can still enter from the North Gate. Why must you hang yourself on a tree?" "Many thanks, brother." The scholar hurriedly bowed as if to thank Xiaohua. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua did not even look at him. Instead, he waved his hand, and a several zhonglong carriage landed on the road. This carriage was maroon in color, and there were many fine inscriptions carved on it. As the inscriptions flashed, a large amount of clouds appeared under the carriage. "Ah!" The scholar stared blankly, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. After all, he had used the clear eyes technique to check Xiaohua's cultivation, but he did not see any signs of cultivation at all. Looking at Xiaohua again, he waved his hand again. A bright white light flashed, and a monster that looked like a horse but was not a horse appeared in front of the carriage. Xiao Hua floated up the carriage, and the two boys, Lu Yi and Wang Yifei, also jumped behind the shaft of the carriage. Xiao Hua slapped the shaft of the carriage, and the inscriptions on the shaft flashed, and a mist wrapped around the monster like a rain. Harumph! The monster raised its head and roared a few times. Its forehooves flipped, and a pile of light feathers appeared on its back. As the light feathers flapped, the monster flew up into the air, and the carriage was also pulled by the monster into the sky. This. The scholar was at a loss for words again. After a moment, he came to his senses and hurriedly bowed. This junior has offended you. I hope senior can forgive me. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's Pegasus was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown out 100 feet. The scholar's voice was slightly lower with shame, so Xiao Hua might not be able to hear it. Not to mention the scholar's shame, even the four brawny men showed extreme fear in their eyes. They did not expect that the scholar they had schemed against for a long time was actually someone they could not afford to offend. Pegasus? This is a Pegasus. Suddenly, one of the brawny men came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Isn't this the Pegasus that young master saw at the auction in Jiaxing Lu last year?" That's right. The scholar was also surprised. It's the Pegasus that I saw when I made an appointment with Senior Dao Hong at Jiaxing Lu. But how could this Pegasus appear here, in the hands of this senior? Speaking of this, the scholar regretted again and whispered, I didn't expect this senior to still be in Bronze Pillar country. How can a person who can subdue a Pegasus be ordinary? I missed an opportunity in vain. If I had the help of this senior, wouldn't it be more useful than Senior Dao Hong? Even if, young master, you think too much. A brawny man next to him shook his head and said, This young master is a Confucian cultivator, and he must be a great Confucian from the military school of Bronze Pillar country. Why would he help young master? If he knew young master's background, it would be strange if he didn't personally capture young master. Sigh, that's true. That young master sighed again. The conflict between fellow disciples is far greater than the external threat. This great Confucian of the military school is not as good as a Taoist cultivator. Let's go, Wang Jin. We will go to the other city gates to take a look. No matter what, we must enter the city today. Senior Dao Hong, please help us. With that, the young master led the four of them through several woods and led several horses towards the other gates of the capital city of the Bronze Pillar Nation. Xiaohua also withdrew his Buddhist consciousness. Dao Hong of the Taoist sect? Who is that? He actually appeared at the auction in Jiaxing Lu? And this young master actually went as well. Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. This world is really strange. It's really called meeting frequently. It's only been 10 months, and we meet again. I just don't know if this Dao Hong is the one who fought over the cultivation method with me that day. Master. Lu Yi, who was sitting in front of the carriage, smiled. I remember that master is a warm-hearted person. Why didn't you help us today? This carriage was precisely the one that Xiaohua had casually bought from Jiaxing Lu last night. When the carriage flew, it connected with the brilliance of the Pegasus, protecting Xiaohua and the others within the brilliance. The fierce winds in the sky were unable to blow Lu Yi and Wang Yifei. Chapter 35-48. Hearing Lu Yi's confusion, Xiaohua smiled and said, There are too many injustices in this world. As long as there are people, there will definitely be injustices. However, these injustices don't necessarily have to be taken care of. These injustices don't necessarily have to become fairness. Under the heavenly Tao, fairness and unfairness are normal. There is no such thing as absolute fairness. Take this scholar, for example. He has the ability to solve his own problems and has people helping him. Why should this old man interfere? What's more, this scholar did not mention his name from the beginning to the end. Although this is a way to protect himself, deep down, he doesn't trust this old man at all. So why should this old man help him? Also, just from this scholar's actions, he might not be any more honorable than Commandant Situ who guards the gate. In this old man's opinion, Commandant Situ's heart is filled with sympathy. Guarding the gate is 100 times better than this scholar. Although this old man is the enemy of Copper Pillar State, helping this scholar without any reason is going against this old man's conscience. Xiaohua said, and then told the story of Commandant Situ giving the vegetable farmer the copper coins. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei fell into deep thought when they heard this. That's right, master. What is written in the 27th volume of Yu Shi Ming Yan? When you said it, that scholar's expression immediately changed. Wang Bianfei asked curiously. That's a story about ungrateful people. Xiaohua smiled and said, presumably that scholar has read it. However, the scholar's last words, understand the heavens, understand human relations, speak the holy words, understand the world. Which great scholar said this? Although this old man doesn't dare to say that he has read all of the classics, he has seen most of them. How come I have never seen them in the Jade Eyes? This scholar's origin is somewhat strange. After saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, no need to mention that scholar. This old man has already told you the location of Qianyu Mountain. You can ride the Pegasus and slowly go there. You can go there in 3 or 4 days. Leading the 2 boys and identifying the direction was probably what Xiaohua wanted them to do the most, right? Yes, master. Louis obediently replied and didn't ask any more questions. However, Wang Bianfei was different. He smiled and said, Master, the Jade Mountain in front of us is only a few thousand miles away. This Pegasus can probably reach it within a day and a night. Why do you need 3 to 4 days? It's clearly a trap. Why are you in such a hurry to jump into it? Xiaohua laughed. Let the monarch of Bronze Pillar Country be anxious for a few days. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua picked up the scroll again and glanced at it. He sighed with emotion and said, this Confucian cultivator is really amazing. Reading a scroll is definitely not the same thing as exploring the Jade Eyes. From this scroll, not only can I read the meaning of Confucian cultivation, I can also sense the awe-inspiring qi gushing out between the lines. If you deliberately comprehend the awe-inspiring qi between heaven and earth and feel that it is incomparably majestic, this kind of cultivation method is much easier than my Dao Sec's qi refining. What this old man doesn't understand the most is that this Confucian cultivator's true qi doesn't simply fall into the middle dantian. That true qi will also spread between heaven and earth and fuse with the awe-inspiring qi. Every Confucian cultivator will send out their true qi. In every era, more true qi will appear. No wonder the awe-inspiring qi in the hidden immortal continent is increasingly mellow and rich. It even has the precipitation of time. Once a Confucian cultivator is useful, this awe-inspiring qi will immediately obey his command. Isn't this similar to the inheritance of Yao cultivators? Master said it so mysteriously. This little one also wants to practice Confucian cultivation. Louis sat in front of Xiaohua and said with a smile. Xiaohua smiled and said, that's not necessary. Our Dao Sec's cultivation method is also extraordinary. Even our methods and divine abilities are more powerful. As long as you cultivate to the extreme, you can also achieve the effect of myriad streams returning to the origin. Moreover, if you want to cultivate secret techniques outside of Dao sect, you might as well refer to Buddhism. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple was just joking. Louis nodded. Then he looked at Wang Bianfei, who was sitting beside him holding a talisman brush and fiddling with some talisman paper. He said with a wry smile, this disciple's talent is stupid. Compared to junior brother, this disciple is far inferior. In the future, I will be satisfied if I can achieve 10% of master's achievements. Senior brother, Wang Bianfei raised his head and said with a smile, you are talking to master. Why are you talking about this little brother for no reason? Everyone's fate is different. Who knows who can go further? Xiaohua said with a smile, your talent is 100 times better than this old man's. As long as you put your heart into the Tao of heaven and cultivate bitterly, you will definitely be able to reach the realm of enlightenment. Senior brother, please wait a moment. Wang Bianfei faintly smiled and spread out the talisman paper. After thinking for a bit, the talisman brush moved. In a moment, a vivid image of a person appeared on the talisman paper. That person's face was somewhat distressed and also somewhat envious. It looked very lively. Haha. Just as he finished drawing, Wang Bianfei laughed. Wasn't this person Lu Yi's appearance just now? Junior brother. Lu Yi's face was somewhat red. He reached out and snatched the talisman paper. He said angrily, I was just envious of you. You still have. Io, junior brother, you can actually draw yellow talismans? Oh, is that so? Xiaohua was also slightly stunned. He had taught Wang Bianfei the art of talisman making, but it was only the most rudimentary. It was even different from the yellow talismans he made. After all, Wang Bianfei didn't have any true qi and didn't know how to use true qi. Master, look. Louis said with a sad face, I am your senior brother. How can I suddenly fall behind so many junior brothers? Just now, when this little one wanted to tear this portrait, I clearly felt the fluctuation of magic power on this talisman paper. Xiaohua smiled as he took the talisman paper. He scanned it with his divine sense. Sure enough, between the lines of this portrait, there was a faint condensation of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although it still couldn't be compared to yellow talismans, it was still able to condense true qi using talisman brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper. This was the most fundamental improvement. Genius! After all, you're a genius. Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He looked at Wang Bianfei's slightly uneasy appearance and said with a smile, "Correct, Bianfei, you can already draw yellow talismans." "Right, how's the progress of your qi refinement technique?" "Disciple has already reached the peak of the first level of qi refinement. Perhaps within a day or two, I can break through to the second level of qi refinement." Wang Bianfei didn't dare to conceal anything. Under the ecstasy in his heart, he honestly replied. Xiaohua nodded. He understood. For the first 4 levels of qi refinement, the disciples of ordinary cultivation sects would generally reach the first level in a year. Wang Bianfei's speed couldn't be considered too shocking. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua indifferently said, "Correct. Don't be in a hurry to break through to the first level of qi refinement. Stay at the peak of the first level for a few more days and comprehend the mysteries within." "Yes, disciple understands," Wang Bianfei hastily replied. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "You have a talent that's superior to others in the field of painting. I'm afraid that this Tao of talismans is destined to be stronger than others. However, what this old man is going to teach you now is still the most common, or perhaps the most common talisman crafting techniques. You should first practice and focus on comprehending the wonders of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To be specific, use your heart as the brush, use your true qi as the ink, and heaven and earth as the canvas. Thread paint between heaven and earth." Wang Bianfei's eyes lit up all of a sudden, flashing with a rare fanaticism. He almost couldn't restrain his voice as he said in a low voice, "Master, this is precisely this disciple's dream since childhood." Xiaohua said and returned the portrait to Wang Bianfei. He already understood that his talisman crafting techniques and the Tao of formations should be able to be passed on to Wang Bianfei. "Senior brother," Wang Bianfei took the portrait and respectfully handed it to Lu Yi, saying, "This is the first work of this little brother that contains true qi in this life. I respectfully offer it to senior brother. I hope that senior brother can cherish it." "Good." Lu Yi smiled. Although he was somewhat envious in his heart, he was more happy. Taking the portrait with both hands, Lu Yi carefully put it away in his bosom. "Lu Yi, how's your cultivation?" Xiaohua asked again. "This old man brought you out to give you pointers. If this foundation isn't laid properly, it will be difficult in the future. In the past, this old man spent countless thoughts in order to consolidate his Tao foundation. I would rather not step into the second level of qi refinement." And fortunately, Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui weren't here. Otherwise, after hearing Xiaohua's words, they would have immediately fallen from the flying carriage. It wasn't that he didn't want to advance, it was that he couldn't advance no matter what. Yes, this disciple understands. The foundation is more important than anything else. This disciple will definitely follow Master's words. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei respectfully replied. Although Lu Yi had met Xiaohua earlier, and also came into contact with qi refinement techniques earlier, he awakened his spirit later than Wang Bianfei. His aptitude was also a bit worse than Wang Bianfei's. Although he had already stepped into the first level of qi refinement, there was still a distance from the so-called peak. After Xiaohua asked, he gave them some pointers and let them comprehend it themselves. Xiaohua's own cultivation was mostly done by himself. Therefore, he was also the same when teaching disciples. He only told them the techniques and comprehensions, and later let them figure it out themselves. Perhaps this was the legendary like teacher, like disciple? Xiaohua naturally didn't need to worry about the heavenly horse. It spread its wings and slowly flew in the sky, looking so carefree. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Seeing nothing strange, he sent his consciousness into the space. The green-robed Xiaohua had already returned from the nascent soul in his lower dantian to the space. He was sitting cross-legged in the sky, facing the shabby immortal execution stage. Strands of lightning fell from the immortal execution stage and entered the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. Fellow Taoist, please. Jade Archive Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I don't know what fellow Taoist is doing. Do our techniques have this kind of secret cultivation technique? Fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiaohua opened his eyes and said in a low voice, all techniques are created by someone. Isn't fellow Taoist's foundation establishment technique also created by yourself? Why can't I figure out a cultivation technique by myself? Relying on this lightning to temper the body? It doesn't seem to be a secret technique. Jade Archive Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. Sigh, the green-robed Xiaohua stood up, and the lightning disappeared. He sighed and said, fellow Taoist doesn't know. I discovered a secret while I was controlling my nascent soul. Chapter 3549. Yes, I know this. It should be the secret of the 5 Qi righteous thunder. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. This secret was also a big question in his heart. Green-robed Xiaohua said again, yes. Now, my nascent soul can already condense its body and condense its Tao foundation in the 5 Qi righteous thunder. But I have doubts again. Why can the 5 Qi righteous thunder condense the nascent soul's body and let it grow quickly? But why can't the lightning produced by the immortal execution stage in my space? Even the lightning tribulation, and so on that fellow Taoist experienced before, also can't? Jade Archive Xiaohua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, this heavenly thunder looks the same, but I'm afraid it's divided into many types. I remember before in Star Picking Tower, didn't I also hear about heavenly thunder and earthly thunder? Gung Xian Metal Thunder, Xunyu Metal Thunder, Jia Yi Wood Thunder, Bing Ding Fire Thunder, and Wu Ji Earth Thunder. The 5 Qi righteous thunder might be different from the lightning tribulation and other heavenly thunder, right? Not necessarily. Green-robed Xiaohua stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. A ball of lightning appeared in his palm. The lightning flashed and countless mysteries were annihilated. Even the Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't see through it with a glance. This poor Taoist knows that the birth of lightning and the destruction of lightning is the beginning of life. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is also born along with the lightning strikes. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be dead, or it could be said that it is lifeless. It doesn't have the vitality of heaven and earth like the noble Qi. This is also the difference between my Tao sect's divine ability and Confucian's divine ability. Then why is there life in the righteous Qi? It should be related to the 5 Qi, right? It should also be related to Confucian's 5 Qi unification, right? Yes, Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally understood what green-robed Xiaohua said. He nodded and said, although my Tao sect also pays attention to the 5 elements, Tao sect's 5 elements are all over the world. Confucian's 5 elements are in the body. Since it's in the body, it's alive, not dead. Tao sect emphasizes the 5 elements. Confucian cultivators emphasize the 5 Qi. Although they both involve metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there's an essential difference. Perhaps there's no essential difference, but at the peak of cultivation, there's an essential difference. Green-robed Xiaohua continued. Sometimes the myriad streams may not return to the origin. We haven't obtained the true 5 Qis unification yet, so we can't make a generalization. Jade Archive Xiaohua shook her head. Fellow Taoist, have you ever wondered what the yuan of the 5 Qis unifications is? Is it the yuan of the vital energy of heaven and earth? The yuan of the spirit-slaying vital light? Yuan is the origin of the heavens, the central meaning. When the 5 Qis gather in the origin, it means that the 5 Qis take the form of auspicious clouds and condense at the top of the head, revealing the supreme divine ability. However, the green-robed Xiaohua shook his head. I also had the same thought before I took control of my nascent soul and received the baptism of the 5 Qis righteous thunder. However, after witnessing the boundless vitality of a nascent soul under the effects of the 5 elements righteous thunder, I no longer think so. Fellow Taoist, you mean that this yuan is one? Xiaohua frowned, and his eyes flashed with a 5-colored brilliance. That's right. The green-robed Xiaohua nodded. From the perspective of my Taoism, it is Tao begets one. Yuan was life. Life and death. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumble. The wind and clouds in the entire space began to violently change, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Fellow Taoist, what you said earlier about when the 5 Qis gather in the origin, It means that the 5 Qis take the form of auspicious clouds and condense at the top of the head, revealing the supreme divine ability, was also explained from the perspective of my Taoism's pursuit of divine ability. The green-robed Xiaohua continued, "Fellow Taoist, have you ever thought that all the cultivation paths in this world might not necessarily be the pursuit of divine ability, might not necessarily be the pursuit of power, and might not necessarily be the pursuit of longevity? If all of them were like the Taoism's pursuit of power and bravery, wouldn't this world be simple? Would it not be gorgeous and colorful? Fellow Taoist, think again about that little thunder and the insect eggs under our feet. Why haven't they awakened after the separation of yin and yang? That little thunder also awakened after going out and being bombarded by the 5 Qis righteous thunder, right? Boom. The entire space seemed to have suddenly turned dark, and then suddenly brightened. Xiaohua cried out involuntarily. Could it be that the path of Confucian cultivation is the path of life? The goal of Confucian cultivation? Then the mystery of the heavenly book is not the divine ability to reach the heavens, but the profound life? Now that Confucian cultivation has given birth to 100 schools of thought, did they all cultivate wrongly? Or were they all misunderstood by others? After they annihilated my Taoism, they envied the power of my Taoism's magic and pursued the effects of magic? If so, then it can explain why the noble spirit has vitality and why Xian can't understand the heavenly book even though he has it. If Confucian cultivation is life, then what about death? Xiaohua frowned again. Could it be the Buddhist sect? Death? The green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and laughed. Although the Buddhist sect can interfere with the 6 paths of reincarnation and emphasize reincarnation cultivation, if you say they cultivate the path of death, I don't think so. Only the yin side of the space beneath us has the qualifications to say the word death. Then what is the foundation of the Buddhist sect's cultivation? Xiaohua didn't understand. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have to ask that baldy up there. He recites Buddhist scriptures every day and has already formed a 5th-grade golden lotus. I'm afraid he will soon reach the 9th grade. At that time, even if you don't ask him, Mahavarakana will come to find you and tell you the foundation of the Buddhist sect in person, right? Yes, Xiaohua understood. The Buddhist scriptures and dharma of the exquisite temple were the foundation of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Moreover, he also knew that the Saraira of the Buddhist sect should be the foundation of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. However, he didn't know what the Saraira was used for. Although the dark clouds are thick and the night is bleak, the sun and light will always appear. Everything will be revealed one day. Xiaohua raised his head slightly and pointed his finger. The clouds in the sky scattered and the sky opened. It was a sunny day. The green-robed Xiaohua took a deep breath and said with a smile, "This space is still the best. I can do whatever I want. Being in that nascent soul's body is really suffocating." Fellow Taoist, don't be lazy. Xiaohua stretched and said, "Although our future is bright, we have also provoked a lot of trouble. Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Qin Xiaoyao, and the others seem to have a problem with the seal of the spiritual aura sky. We have to hurry up and cultivate." Fine. The green-robed Xiaohua quickly waved his hand. "I was just forced to work by you. I just rested for a moment, and you're noisy again. Why don't you find someone else?" "Who else is there?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looked at the sky and said, "Fellow Taoist, heavenly law is like a dream. I can't find his trace. Fellow Taoist, karma is like a huge monster, never listening to us. Fellow Taoist, soul cultivator specializes in guarding the mysterious dark clouds. Fellow Taoist, Longmai controls fate and cultivates different from us. Fellow Taoist, Confucian cultivator is now immersed in the 5 Qis unification and wants to uncover the mystery of Confucian cultivator. Fellow Taoist, Buddhist cultivator. Oh, I'm afraid he can't be called fellow Taoist anymore. He should be bitterly cultivating Buddhist dharma, wanting to achieve Namo Maitreya Buddha. Fellow Taoist, Phoenix body is free, but he cultivates heavenly law embodiment technique and heavenly body empowerment technique, so he can't enter the space. Fellow Taoist, do you think I can order him around? Moreover, he is also tempering his bones and practicing the Big Dipper magical fist. That light escape technique is the foundation of our cultivation. There are 10 of us, can we split it? Alas, fellow Taoist, if you knew this, why didn't you split a few more primordial spirits?" The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. How would I know that I can't split my primordial spirit after going through the 3 gold lightning tribulation? Jade Archive Xiaohua shrugged. I thought that I could split it at will in the future, so I didn't think too much about it. However, now that I think about it, I'm afraid that there will be problems no matter how many primordial spirits there are. Not to mention that the Phoenix Dharma body hasn't returned yet. We recently took in a devil spirit as a little brother. Even that bone-tempering fellow Taoist is somewhat unruly. If we can't get along well in the future, I will be in even greater trouble. Forget it, forget it. You can go. The green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand. I know. That is Shan Jun's cultivation method, Jade Talisman refining technique, and especially the teleportation formation you want. I will work hard on it. I won't delay you. After you take out the gold and wood elemental magnetism, you can set up a large formation there. Fellow Taoist Nose-Eye's heart. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. I will go. Oh, don't worry. Before you go out, take a look at Little Yellow. This little guy seems to have some problems. The green-robed Xiaohua seemed to say casually, cupped his hands, and disappeared. Jade Archive Xiaohua was stunned. He waved his hand and saw Little Yellow appear in front of him. Sure enough, as the green-robed Xiaohua said, Little Yellow was somewhat dispirited. Jade Archive Xiaohua muttered to himself, thinking that when Little Yellow went out, it seemed to be like this. When Jade Archive Xiaohua looked carefully, he didn't see anything wrong with Little Yellow. Little Yellow, Jade Archive Xiaohua said. Mother. At this time, Little Yellow woke up from its absent-minded state and answered in surprise. However, it didn't jump into Jade Archive Xiaohua's arms as lively as before. Instead, it swayed its tail slightly, looking very calm. Are you feeling unwell? Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. If there's anything, feel free to tell Mother. It's nothing. Little Yellow turned its neck in boredom. Boy just feels bored. Bored? What do you mean? Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't understand. Are you feeling uncomfortable at home? Or, Mother, Little Yellow said with some embarrassment. Home is very good, there is nothing uncomfortable, but because it is too comfortable, it is not as exciting as outside. Moreover, Mother is so awe-inspiring outside, able to kill so many bad people, upholding justice, seeing injustice on the road, pulling out a sword to help. Boy can't be like Mother. Ah! Jade Archive Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He looked at Little Yellow in disbelief and asked curiously, where did you know about Mother? Do you know what upholding justice is? Pulling out a sword to help when seeing injustice on the road? Mother. Little Yellow swayed its tail and seemed to be smiling. This is all from Wang Bianfei. What? Wang Bianfei? Jade Archive Xiaohua was even more dumbfounded. When did you see him? Oh, not good. Chapter 3550. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua seemed to understand something. He sent Wang Bianfei into the space and sealed the space around Wang Bianfei, but he didn't forget what kind of person Wang Bianfei was. He was the most dreamer in the world. In this guy's dream, he seemed to be able to see Little Yellow. And Little Yellow's dream? Thinking for a moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua lovingly asked, What do you think? Boy wants to leave home and go out to sea. Little Yellow said without hesitation, as if he had been thinking about it for a long time, and now he finally had a chance to say it. However, looking at Little Yellow's pitiful appearance, his little claws slightly clasped together, as if he was afraid of angering Jade Archive Xiaohua. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't get angry, he just remained silent for a long time. He didn't regret sending Wang Bianfei to the space, he just felt a bit of pain in his heart. He was reluctant to part with Wang Bianfei. Jade Archive Xiaohua had always treated Wang Bianfei as his own child, a child that would never grow up. Naturally, Wang Bianfei hadn't changed much after so many years. However, he didn't expect that this child would finally grow up, spread his wings and fly high, and create his own world. The reluctance in Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was the kind of joy and reluctance of a parent. Mother, don't be angry. Little Yellow whispered. Boy knows that if Boy isn't here, Mother will definitely miss him. Boy guarantees that Boy is just going out to sea, and will be back soon. AI. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed and asked, What about Little Black? What does he think? Little Black. He also wants to go out, but he said he will listen to Mother. Mother doesn't want him to go, so he won't go. Little Yellow honestly replied. He also said that to Boy. Haha. Jade Archive Xiaohua laughed. If Little Yellow was a rebellious child, then Little Black was a good boy. So Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, and Little Black appeared in the air. Father, you came. Little Black was obviously more lively than Little Yellow, circling around Jade Archive Xiaohua. I heard that you also want to leave home and go out to take a look? Xiaohua extended his hand, and Little Yellow and Little Black both landed in his hand as he lovingly asked. Yes, Goldie said that the outside world is very interesting. The boy really wants to see it. But boy should listen to mother. In fact, it's also very good to stay at home. Little Black was rather straightforward and spoke very quickly. The Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, in the past, it was all Father's fault. Because I loved all of you, I didn't want all of you to come out. Even when Father was in danger, I didn't want all of you to take risks. But you're going to grow up eventually, so it's normal for you to go out and take a look. All right, I'll listen to Daddy. Little Black seemed to be heartless. Goldie was overjoyed and hurriedly cried out, Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Mother. Where's Little Silver? Jade Archive Xiaohua seemed to think of something and asked, Little Silver is still young. Why would it leave home? Little Yellow immediately acted like an elder as he replied. His tone was similar to what Xiaohua had said to him. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled slightly and waved his hand, and Little Silver also appeared in the air. When Little Silver saw Jade Archive Xiaohua, it immediately stood up in the air and cupped its hands in greeting. It then flew to Little Yellow's side and snuggled up to it. Little Silver, Jade Archive Xiaohua asked, Your mother is going to leave home. Are you going with her? Of course. Little Silver's voice was a little low. What are you going to do? Little Yellow scolded. You stay at home obediently. It won't be too late to go out when you grow up. Boy should listen to mother. Little Silver was very afraid of Little Yellow. Hee. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. 3 rejuvenation pills appeared out of thin air, and he said, The 3 of you, take these. Yes, Mother. Yes, Father. The 3 little things opened their mouths, and the 3 rejuvenation pills immediately fell into their mouths. Watching the 3 little ones take the rejuvenation pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He indeed had a lot of treasures, but the 3 little ones couldn't use many of them. Or rather, it could be said that he didn't know what to give them. Take a rest after taking the pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua said. Xiaohua of the Jade Archive said, After a few days, Father will send you out and let you see what's going on outside. Yes, Father. Little Black agreed very obediently, but there was already some reluctance in his voice. Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help feeling a little sad. He looked at Little Yellow again and saw only excitement. It was likely that its heart had already been set on its way. Ai! Xiaohua's heart had never ached as much as this time when he came out of the space. Sighing, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and berated, Wang Bianfei, come here. Ah, Master. Wang Bianfei seemed to have never seen Xiaohua so angry before. His body trembled and he anxiously said, What's the matter, disciple? Disciple is right beside you. On the way back from home, what kind of dream did you have? Xiaohua asked somewhat angrily. Ah? Wang Bianfei was surprised. He really admired Xiaohua to the point of prostrating himself before him. He actually knew that he had a lot of dreams. Master. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to hide anything and honestly replied, Disciple dreamed of a little yellow sable. This little sable could speak human language. He bragged to Disciple, saying that his mother was incomparably powerful and could split heaven and earth. Master, if this isn't bragging, then what is? Isn't this little sable's mother the old sable? How is that possible? Thus, Disciple told him about Master, saying that Master could kill a demonic dragon and could kill people from 1,000 miles away. Disciple also said many stories that Disciple heard from Mother. That little sable was a trash that hadn't seen the world, so Disciple said that he had nothing to say. He also said that his mother was very strict with him and wouldn't let him leave home. Disciple said that you wouldn't sneak away. It's really boring at home. Outside is more fun. Shut up. Xiaohua said angrily. This old man is the mother that little sable spoke of. Ah, how is that possible? Wang Bianfei was dumbfounded. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Master, please forgive me, Master. Disciple didn't know. Humph. Xiaohua was both angry and amused. He didn't know how to reprimand Wang Bianfei. Presumably, Wang Bianfei had put all those stories that his mother told him on his head. Little Huang was originally the trash that Wang Bianfei said had never seen the world. Now that he was here, he even called Xiaohua mother. How could little Huang win against him? However, looking at Wang Bianfei, Xiaohua thought about Little Yellow. He said that Wang Bianfei's mother spoiled Wang Bianfei too much. But didn't he also spoil Little Yellow and Little Black? The two were obviously extremely powerful demonic beasts, yet he was never willing to let them out. It was also his spoiling that caused the two to have shallow knowledge. Thinking about it this way, Wang Bianfei didn't do anything wrong. If it wasn't for Wang Bianfei's dream, if it wasn't for him drawing a gorgeous world for Little Yellow, how could Little Yellow have the heart to run away from home? Wouldn't he be delaying the two little things? Get up. Xiaohua waved his hand. This can't be blamed on you. This old man put you into the Qinquan bag. This old man still has two little things inside. It's fine if you don't know. But in the future, don't say too many impetuous and unrealistic words. Yes, disciple understands. Wang Bianfei lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. Alas, I'm afraid these exaggerated words were taught by that little monk Gun Yen. Xiaohua sighed. After a long while, seeing that Xiaohua's face had calmed down, Wang Bianfei whispered, Master, disciple also saw a little monk in his dream. Oh, which little monk? Gun Yen? Xiaohua didn't care and just answered casually. But just as he said that, his face was startled and he hurriedly said, You're not talking about Gun Yen? Is it really a little monk? Of course, there was a little monk in the space, and that was Zhang Luer. However, what puzzled Xiaohua was that Zhang Luer didn't look like a monk. How come he became a little monk in Wang Bianfei's dream? At this point, Wang Bianfei's face also showed a puzzled expression, and he replied, Master, that little monk was said to be a little monk, but there was a very big virtual image. I'm afraid it was more than 100 feet in size. Moreover, the little monk was trekking with difficulty and didn't pay attention to disciple. No matter what disciple said to him, he would only recite Buddhist scriptures. Once the Buddhist scriptures were recited, the Buddha's virtual image would shine with Buddhist light. Countless dragons and women, as well as extremely beautiful words, looked very arrogant. Disciples simply couldn't get close. Oh right, there were many Buddha statues and people in that Buddhist light. What was this monk reciting? Hearing the golden body that was more than 100 feet in size, Xiaohua's face lit up with joy, and he asked again. This, how would disciple remember? Wang Bianfei smiled bitterly. Is it? Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when walking the deep Prajna Paramitha, saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, passing through all suffering? Saraira, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Xiaohua almost couldn't wait, and in one breath, he recited the Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. Wang Bianfei was dumbfounded. How could he understand Buddhist scriptures? At first, he was simply confused, but when he heard form is emptiness, emptiness is form, his face lit up with joy. However, he didn't dare to say anything, fearing that Xiaohua would be angry. He only waited for Xiaohua to finish speaking, then he opened his mouth and said, Master, it is precisely this. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. The anger in his heart seemed to lessen. After a while, Xiaohua somewhat strangely asked, This monk has been walking all this time? Yes, master, he has been walking all this time, without stopping. Wang Bianfei said with a smile. Disciple asked him how long he had been walking, and where he wanted to go, but he didn't answer at all. His eyes were looking straight ahead. Ai, this child, Xiaohua sighed. Yes, as Wang Bianfei said, Zhang Luer has already been dead for more than 100 years, and he has been walking all this time. But he has been walking for more than 100 years. His heart is very tired. Master. Wang Bianfei seemed to want to ask something, but he didn't dare to, looking somewhat pitiful. Chapter 3551. However, at this time, Lu Yi at the side opened his mouth. Master, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, when walking the deep Prajna Paramitha, saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, passing through all suffering. Saraira, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The same goes for feelings, thoughts, actions, and consciousness. Saraira is the emptiness of all dharmas, neither created nor destroyed, neither impure nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, there is no form in the air, no feelings, thoughts, actions, and consciousness, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no color, no sound, no smell, no touch, no vision, no realm of consciousness, no ignorance, no end of ignorance, no age, no death. No suffering, no path, no wisdom, no attainment. Because there is no attainment. Bodhisattva, according to Prajna Parmitha, there is no worry in the heart. Am I right? Yes, not bad. Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded and answered casually, but when he finished, he was dumbfounded again and hurriedly said, Louis, you remember it clearly? Yes, master, I remember it clearly. Louis answered in a low voice, very carefully, as if he was afraid of Xiaohua's anger. Wang Bianfei, what about you? Xiaohua turned his head and asked. Wang Bianfei shook his little head like a rattledrum. My head hurts when I hear this. I can't remember it at all. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed. Looking at Lu Yi's careful fear, he waved his hand and said, Lu Yi, no need to be afraid. In my eyes there is no distinction between Taoism and Buddhism. This Prajna Parmitha Heart Sutra has already been cultivated by others. You don't have to follow in their footsteps. This old man has some Heart Sutras left behind by Buddhism. Take a look and see which one suits you. This old man will guide your Buddhism cultivation. Thank you, master. The fear on Lu Yi's face disappeared, and confidence appeared in his eyes again. Master, Wang Bianfei at the side said in surprise, you also know how to chant sutras? Disciple really admires you. I want to uphold justice. I want to help when I see injustice on the road. I want to kill people from 1,000 miles away. How can I not know some Buddhism? Xiaohua rolled his eyes at Wang Bianfei and said in a bad mood. Wang Bianfei stuck out his tongue and hurriedly said with a smile, Yes, master is right. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua took out a booklet and handed it to Lu Yi. This is the text used to record the Buddhist scriptures. Take a look. Although there are some Buddhist scriptures written in the language you understand in the hidden immortal continent, they have lost their original meaning. When you understand these words, this old man will show you the Buddhist scriptures. Yes, master. Lu Yi took it carefully. Xiaohua looked at Wang Bianfei and said, If your senior martial brother doesn't understand, you can give him pointers with all your heart, just like what he taught you that day. Me. Wang Bianfei was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. However, when he received the scroll, he immediately smiled and said, Senior brother, don't worry. I understand all of this. I can teach it to you right now. Thank you, junior martial brother. Lu Yi was overjoyed. Looking at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei supporting each other, Xiaohua smiled. In fact, the Buddhist sect's sutras emphasized nothing. What they pursued was to smile while picking up flowers. Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira could also do this. However, Xiaohua felt that letting Lu Yi slowly comprehend the sutras by himself and let the two brothers deepen their relationship would be better than just using his finger. As the saying goes, teaching is easy, but cultivating is difficult. Isn't it exactly like this? Although Qianyu Mountain's name has the word Yu, in fact, it has nothing to do with jade. Even the pitch-black stone wall flickering with a faint phosphorescent light and black gas, even in the daytime, it gave birth to a kind of cold and eerie feeling. Not to mention that it was already night. Although there was a crescent moon in the sky, the moonlight couldn't make Qianyu Mountain give birth to the color of jade no matter what. Qianyu Mountain was also not an ordinary mountain peak. It was only a special place in a mountain range. This mountain range was normal, there were trees and water. However, at Qianyu Mountain, pitch-black poisonous water seeped out from the mountain rocks. This black water was incomparably stinky and corrosive. Not to mention bones, even ordinary stones would be turned into nothingness if thrown in. This black water that seeped out condensed into a pool at the bottom of the mountain. It was about several mu in size. Qianyu Mountain soared into the sky from this pool, separated from the mountain range by this indescribable black water. Qianyu Mountain was not only pitch black on the surface, but the mountain was even more precipitous. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, there was no mountain path at all. It was like the whole mountain was made of iron and stone. In the entire mountain, there was only a cave at the waist of the mountain that led to the outside. In front of that cave, there was a long chain bridge. Only when this several zhang long chain bridge stretched out could one walk from the chain bridge to the stone cliff opposite Qianyu Mountain. Below the chain bridge was naturally the indescribable black water. In fact, not to mention the fact that Qianyu Mountain had no mountain path. Even if there was one, no one would be able to walk from the bottom of the mountain to the top through the stinky black water. This dangerous Qianyu Mountain was the best place to imprison criminals. All of the heinous criminals in Copper Pillar Country were imprisoned in Qianyu Mountain. Because of this, Qianyu Mountain's reputation spread far and wide. Outsiders only remembered Qianyu Mountain and ignored the name of the entire mountain range. At this moment, the night was quiet. This was the case in Copper Pillar Country, and even more so in the surrounding mountains. The infamous Front Jade Mountain also became more and more desolate. From time to time, the howls of evil beasts could be heard. Occasionally, there would be screams coming from within the Front Jade Mountain. Other than these sounds, there were also some strange noises. People couldn't help but think of the souls of the dead who died here. They couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Who would come here at night? However, just a few li away from Qianyu Mountain was a mountain forest that wasn't very tall. At this moment, the forest was very quiet. When the mountain wind blew, there were actually many black shadows crawling between the rocks. These black shadows couldn't be seen from a distance and could only be faintly seen when the faint starlight fell from the sky. Roughly counting these black shadows, there were at least a few hundred people. At the edge of the mountain forest, there was a protruding mountain rock. Behind the mountain rock, there were several people. These people's eyes were bright as they looked in this direction. Although no one said anything, the slight uneasiness in their eyes revealed the anxiety in their hearts. The wind blew gently, lifting everyone's clothes. A slightly old voice sounded, "Young Master Zhu, today is a little strange. It seems a little different from what young Master said." The voice came from a white-haired old man at the front. "Ah, Senior Dao Hong, is there something different here?" A voice sounded. This voice came from a young master beside the old man. Although it was night time, he was still wearing a brocade robe. He was the undecided scholar that Xiaohua met at the city gate of the Bronze Pillar Country. This young Master Zhu paused for a moment and explained as if he was reading a book. Qianyu Mountain is guarded by General Mo of the Bronze Pillar Country. General Mo's strength is at the 3rd grade of elemental energy. Among the generals of the Bronze Pillar Country, he is considered to be above average. Accompanying General Mo to guard Qianyu Mountain is the Mo army under his command. There are about 6,000 people, and they are all outstanding soldiers of the Bronze Pillar Country. General Mo has 6 deputy generals. Of these 6 deputy generals, 4 of them are guarding the surroundings of Qianyu Mountain. The other 2 are leading 2,000 soldiers to guard the mountain range in front of Qianyu Mountain. This is the army camp that we saw in front of us. According to the information I received, there are 4,000 soldiers guarding Qianyu Mountain. They are divided into 3 groups. Young Master Zhu still wanted to say more. The old man waved his hand and said, "Young Master Zhu, there is no need to say more. This old man already knows all of this. The information that you said is the usual arrangement. Didn't you see it? Right now, there are so many tents in the army camp. How is it the scale of 2,000 people? If it is 4,000 people, it would be more than that." Young Master Zhu was a little hesitant. He looked into the distance and said honestly, "Senior, this junior can't see it." It's fine if you can't see it." The old man named Dao Hong nodded. "Tonight is a little inappropriate. In this old man's opinion, why don't we turn back tonight? We can talk about it when we have the chance in the future." Senior is right. The Bronze Pillar Country's capital has suddenly increased its security. This really caught this junior off guard, and I almost couldn't enter the city to pay my respects to Senior. Young Master Zhu was always someone who didn't have his own opinions. Once he heard the old man's words, he immediately agreed. But before young Master Zhu's words landed, an old man beside him said unhappily, "Young Master, Old Master has been captured by the King of Bronze Pillar Country for more than a year. Right now, we don't know if he is alive or dead. Our spies in Qianyu Mountain can't even see Old Master. If we wait any longer, I fear it will be disadvantageous to Old Master." Ouch! Right at this moment, a faint scream came from several kilometers away. Young Master Zhu's body trembled, and he echoed, "That's right, Senior Dao Hong. We don't have many chances. The longer we delay, the more difficult it is to guarantee my father's safety. Why don't we barge in tonight? That Mo general is only at the 1st tier of the 3rd grade of elemental energy, 1 grade lower than you." Dao Hong sighed and said with a grimace, "This old man only coveted young Master's golden core method. Today, I fear that I will really lose my life here. Didn't young Master say earlier?" News of Bronze Pillar Country has spread like wildfire recently. Imperial Preceptor Lung Chinga died in Black Cloud Ridge. Jiang Country's Chongling Princess raised her flag next to Bronze Pillar Country. How can Bronze Pillar country not increase their security at Qianyu Mountain? It does not matter if this old man dies here, but young Master Zhu does not value your own life? This senior's words are reasonable. Young Master Zhu was out of ideas again. He said with a frown, "This is the most sensitive time for Bronze Pillar country. If we rashly, young master, you are so smart all your life, but stupid this time." The old man beside him almost jumped up. He looked like he expected better from young Master Zhu. He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "It is because Bronze Pillar country is at its most critical time that their attention will be on Black Cloud Ridge, the capital, and Jiang country. They will not pay attention to Qianyu Mountain. Only now is the best time for us to enter Qianyu Mountain and rescue Old Master." Chapter 3552. That's right, Senior Xian is right. Young Master Zhu immediately changed his mind. Now that the Bronze Pillar Nation isn't paying attention to the Qianyu Mountain, it's the most advantageous place for us. Senior Dao Hong, I felt that the increase in soldiers you mentioned was a bit strange, but now that I think about it, I'm afraid they sent more soldiers to guard the mountain because General Mo returned to the Bronze Pillar Nation, right? It should be a trick to deceive everyone. Moreover, these soldiers are no more than ants in your eyes. Why do you care? Fellow immortal Dao Hong, that Senior Xian couldn't help but say, will attract the attention of the Bronze Pillar Nation's soldiers. Fellow immortal, you can use your divine ability to enter the Qianyu Mountain. Fellow immortal, don't worry, the map drawn by the soldiers we bribed at the Qianyu Mountain is definitely correct. As long as you save my master, not only will we immediately give you the primeval stones you promised, we'll also give you the half of the golden core cultivation method. All right. Dao Hong thought for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, I'll do it now. However, what we discussed before was the arrangement of General Mo at the Qianyu Mountain. I'm afraid he's not here now. There's no need for you to attract the attention of the soldiers around the Qianyu Mountain, because this will only make them more vigilant. Why don't you all follow me into the Qianyu Mountain and see who can find Master Zhu first? Although your Zhu clan has declined, you still have the foundation of an aristocratic family. I don't think you'll care about these soldiers, right? This young Master Zhu bit his lip, not knowing how to answer. He looked at Senior Xian for help. Senior Xian glanced at Dao Hong, then at the dozens of men surrounding him, and even the hundreds of people in the distance who couldn't be seen clearly. He nodded and said, All right, in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that General Mo might discover our whereabouts before we enter the Qianyu Mountain, we would have attacked long ago. Now that General Mo might not be at the Qianyu Mountain, we naturally have nothing to fear. All right, we'll do as fellow immortal says. We'll do it now, Dao Hong said as he took out a yellow talisman from his small Qinquan pouch. Young Master Zhu nodded and said, Yes, Senior, please use your divine ability. We'll be there soon. Young Master Zhu said. Dao Hong channeled his mana, and a faint light flashed. Dao Hong placed the yellow talisman on his body. As the light flashed, Dao Hong's figure gradually disappeared. After a moment, Dao Hong's voice came from a few feet away. I'll be leaving first. You can come over as well. Elder Xian. Young Master Zhu bit his lip. The paleness of his face could be seen clearly in the night. He looked at the elder and said, Since we have already made an agreement with Senior Dao Hong, then we must keep our promise. Elder, please arrange for people to follow the third method we discussed earlier. Young Master. Elder Xian revealed a benevolent smile and patted young Master Zhu's shoulder. He said meaningfully, Young Master took the risk to go to Bronze Pillar country and met with fellow immortal Dao Hong at Star Picking Towers auction. After that, Young Master took the risk to enter the capital of Bronze Pillar country and asked fellow immortal Dao Hong to come out and help. These two great achievements were not something that could be accomplished by others. Now that we have to go deep into the Qianyu Mountain to rescue Old Master, as the one who planned this, there's no need for Young Master to personally attend to everything. You can stay here to support us and at the same time provide support. If there are any abnormalities, Young Master can inform us in time. Elder Xian. Young Master Zhu frowned. Our agreement with Senior Dao Hong was, Young Master, we do have an agreement with fellow Daoist Hong, but who do you think you are? Our Zhu clan's bloodline is thin to begin with. Young Master is the direct descendant of the Old Master. How can he take risks so easily? In particular, this formation requires a person with keen vision. Even though my Zhu clan has over 600 elites, How could they compare to young master's vision? Old Xian continued to smile and calmly said, "If young master wasn't here, let alone this old servant, even fellow Daohong wouldn't feel at ease, right?" This. Young Master Zhu felt that old Master Xian's words made sense and fell silent. In addition, didn't young master promise to grant fellow Taoist Hong the golden core cultivation method? If young master also went to the Jade Mountain and fellow Taoist Hong rescued the old master, who would he ask for the cultivation method? Old Xian struck while the iron was hot and advised, therefore, for young master's promise, young master can't go personally. Oh, Elder Xian is right. Young Master Zhu nodded. Then I'll stay here and watch over Elder Xian. If I discover anything unusual, I'll immediately inform Elder Xian. Good. The safety of this old servant and the others will all depend on young master. How could Elder Xian not know that this departure could very well mean that they would be separated by life and death? He looked deeply at young Master Zhu, then turned his head and said, "Zhu Jian, take 2 family guards and help young master guard the rear." Elder Xian. The family guard called Zhu Jian said anxiously, "I want. What you want is not important. Our rear is the most important. You must help young master, and let this old man have no worries." Elder Xian shouted angrily. Zhu Jian clenched his teeth and nodded. "Yes, I understand. Let's go." Elder Xian growled and activated his true qi. Faint clouds appeared beneath his feet and carried Elder Xian's somewhat stooped figure as he slowly flew into the distant night. When Elder Xian moved, the family guards around him moved as well. The guards waved their hands and passed down the order. In a short while, hundreds of people flew into the air. Some of them even used lightness techniques and pounced toward the black monster like Qinyu Mountain in the distance. "Jian, do you think Elder Xian and the others will be fine?" Young Master Zhu was clearly worried. Seeing that the distance had already returned to peace, with only the night, the wind, and the occasional beast roar, he was truly absent-minded as he asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, young master." Zhu Jian was indeed somewhat unwilling, but he suppressed the hot blood in his heart and said in a low voice, "Elder Xian and young master have thoroughly studied Qinyu Mountain. Everyone has also discussed this large-scale invasion many times. There definitely won't be any mistakes. Moreover, young master has even invited a Taoist expert. Old master will definitely be rescued." But I still feel uneasy. Young Master Zhu was on the verge of tears. There are suddenly so many tents in Qinyu Mountain. Why did they strengthen the defense? Then, that damn Taoist cultivator from Black Cloud Ridge. Why didn't they wait a few more days to kill the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State? When Elder Xian rescues father, he can do whatever he wants. He won't block our way like this. What could Zhu Jian say? He smiled apologetically. "I heard from Qingyu that young master met a Taoist expert outside the Bronze Pillar State. It would be great if young master could chat with him more." Sigh. Young Master Zhu sighed. His eyes were somewhat lost. That person is like a dragon or phoenix among men. When he looks around, it seems like the entire world is in his control. How could I possibly be acquainted with him? Now that I think about it. Just as young Master Zhu was reminiscing, a blood-curdling scream suddenly sounded from afar. Although it was several miles away, it traveled extremely far in this cold and silent night. Young Master Zhu didn't care at first. After all, Qinyu Mountain wouldn't be called Qinyu Mountain if it didn't hear screams. However, when he saw thousands of torches light up within several miles and hundreds of flickering lanterns floating in the air, how could he not know that something had gone wrong? His body couldn't help but tremble. Unfortunately, before he could use the eye-clearing technique to look into the distance, the sound of immortals slaying crossbows and god-slaying bows piercing through the air could be heard. One after another, blood-curdling screams could be heard as the torches flashed. Oh no! Young Master Zhu turned pale with fright. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Senior Xian's shock was even greater than young Master Zhu's. He floated in front of the crowd and saw that there were twice as many tents as he had imagined. One after another, they blocked the path to the front of the Jade Mountain. However, at this point, where was there any way out? He could only hold his breath and concentrate on minimizing the commotion. He also believed that the Zhu family elites he brought with him were definitely stronger than the ordinary soldiers of the Copper Pillar State. They would definitely be able to reach the front of Qianyushan without making a sound. Of course, he didn't have much confidence in dealing with the Nightmare Mo army that was defending Qinyu Mountain. Moreover, he didn't plan to have much confidence. His people were originally Dao Hong's cover. As long as they could attract the attention of the Nightmare Mo army and allow Dao Hong to rescue his master, the death of several hundred people was nothing. Unfortunately, Elder Xian was still too optimistic. He had just carefully passed through a few alliances when there was a commotion behind him. Enemy attack, enemy attack. A loud bugle horn sounded from the left. Then, the lit bonfires appeared one after another. From the tents, groups of soldiers wearing black armor rushed out with weapons in their hands. In just a moment, the entire camp was filled with soldiers in formation. Elder Xian almost rubbed his eyes. These soldiers seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, these soldiers' armor was pitch black and carried a thick blood shadow. An indescribable murderous aura was emitted from the formation. Heavens! Elder Xian almost groaned. Isn't this the black armored army? How did they move from the front lines to Qinyu Mountain? Could it be Qinyu Mountain? Suddenly, Elder Xian had an ominous feeling. It was as if today was definitely not the best day to rescue his master. Elder Xian's ominous feeling was still too optimistic. After the black armor army formed a formation, they didn't wave their weapons to block their path and fight with them as Old Xian had expected. Instead, they threw the spears in their hands and formed groups of several people. The person in the middle raised his hand and flashed with a faint clear light. Similarly, an immortal extermination crossbow appeared above their heads. Without waiting for Old Xian and the others to react, arrows carrying a dense immortal extermination aura whistled through the air and flew toward them. Chapter 3553. The immortal slaying crossbow used by the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar State was a sharp weapon used by Confucian cultivators against the Taoist sect. Even the well-trained Taoist soldiers of the Taoist sect would not be able to withstand it, let alone the family generals of the Confucian aristocratic families. Once they came into contact with the crossbow, from the initial scream, the heart-wrenching howls could be heard incessantly. The family generals of the Zhu family really did not want to scream, but the immortal slaying crossbow was too overbearing. When the arrow flew past, it definitely pierced through their bodies and came out of their backs with flesh and blood. The absolute pain was truly heart-wrenching. They had no choice but to open their mouths. Boom. Elder Xian was stunned, but he felt a gust of wind roaring in front of him. He hurriedly looked up and saw a black shadow with hundreds of inscriptions in it. They seemed to be chasing after his life. As it roared, it had already rushed in front of his face. Elder Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of genuine qi. Several streams of noble qi blasted down at the same time. It was like a giant hand blocking in front of him, barely pulling the arrow away. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the immortal slaying crossbow flew past Elder Xian's ear, and a few strands of his white hair fell to the ground. How can they rush into the Jade Mountain? Elder Xian had already weighed the pros and cons in a moment. He knew that it was impossible to rush through the alliance in this situation, so he hurriedly ordered a retreat. However, the urgency of the situation was far beyond his imagination. Clang! A golden sound came from about 100 feet below him. The sound was so resounding and so frightening. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. Elder Xian's noble qi was instantly sucked out of his body. A kind of coldness and an ice demon pounced from under his feet like a ferocious beast. God-slaying bow. Elder Xian's heart immediately turned cold. He had long heard of the weapon used by the Bronze Pillar State to deal with the Taoist generals of the Taoist sect, but he had never thought that one day he would face it alone. Elder Xian's genuine qi was forced to solidify by the god-slaying bow's ferociousness. He felt his bones and tendons go numb, and an irresistible fear rose in his heart. Before he could wave his weapon or take out his scroll and other things, a cold light flashed in the night sky. A 3-meter-long arrow pierced Elder Xian's heart with lightning speed. Elder Xian's body was like a doll. He was sent flying dozens of feet before he landed in an arc in the distance. Boom! The sound came from being nailed to an ancient tree. The ancient tree trembled and many leaves fell. The old and hunched figure curled up into a ball, and blood flowed out of his mouth like a fountain. He lifted his grayish-white eyes with great difficulty to look in young Master Zhu's direction. Then he immediately closed his eyes, and his entire body was nailed to the ancient tree. Roar! Roar! In the distance, Elder Xian faced dozens of black armor soldiers who were shouting slogans. Their genuine chi was activated as they worked together to control a crossbow that was dozens of feet long. The crossbow was pitch black, and the thousands of inscriptions on it flashed blood red. It flowed even more violently than the blood on Elder Xian's chest. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 3 similar god-slaying bows roared from the rocks near Qinyu Mountain. 3 arrows as thick as a child's arm shot into the air. A faint light flashed, and strings of blood splattered. Dao Hong covered his left shoulder and revealed himself in the air. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. He could not believe that his invisibility talisman had been seen through by the Confucian cultivator. Taoist remnant. Behind him, at the edge of the camp, a burly general dressed in battle armor and riding a pitch-black steed appeared. The general roared, "I've been waiting for you here for a long time. My sons. Kill. General. General Hao Hu? How? How is this possible?" Dao Hong seemed to be very familiar with the generals of the Bronze Pillar country. He almost blurted it out. He really did not expect that General Hao Hu, one of the 3 great generals of the Bronze Pillar country, would personally come to Qinyu Mountain to guard it. A sense of dizziness, as if he had fallen into an abyss, instantly arose from the bottom of Dao Hong's heart. However, the difficulty of the situation was beyond Dao Hong's expectations. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the sound of the god-slaying bows rang out behind him, where Qinyu Mountain was surrounded by black water. In an instant, goosebumps appeared all over Dao Hong's body. Almost without hesitation, he slapped his hand on the top of his head and a bronze ring flew out. The ring buzzed as it flew out. Rays of bronze luster appeared from the ring and covered Dao Hong's body in the air. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the luster fell, 3 arrows rushed to Dao Hong's side. In the loud roar, thousands of inscriptions appeared between the arrows and the ring. The bronze luster turned into fist-sized bubbles, which then burst like ants. Wisps of noble spirit, sharper than knives, pierced into the luster and tore it into pieces. Then, the 3 flying arrows rushed into the ring. Fortunately, after being blocked by Dao Hong's magical weapon, the 3 flying arrows had lost a lot of their strength. Dao Hong was still agile and managed to dodge the god-slaying bows in a flash. Having narrowly escaped death, Dao Hong no longer dared to fly in the air. His body descended rapidly like a falling meteor. Before his body could land on the ground, boom, boom. Several beams of light shot out from the halo and struck 4 to 5 soldiers who were activating the immortal extermination crossbows. How could these soldiers be a match for Dao Hong? In an instant, they were turned into minced meat and scattered all over the ground. Damn it! Seeing that Dao Hong had killed several black-armored soldiers and was about to enter the camp, General Hao Hu was enraged. With a furious roar, he leapt up from his black horse. Stepping on a cloud, he charged towards Dao Hong like a ferocious tiger. While General Hao Hu was still in the air, his fists and legs were already dancing. Wisps of noble spirit fell, and the wind from his fists whistled. The soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were blown into the air. The tents beside the soldiers were instantly torn into pieces. Before Dao Hong could hide into the crowd, he hastily formed an incantation gesture. Amidst the vibrating sound of the bronze brilliance, a huge shadow flew out and charged towards General Hao Hu. It collided with the wind generated by General Hao Hu's fist. Boom! A powerful force spread in all directions. The soldiers several dozen feet to the left were sent flying. The immortal execution crossbows that had just been set up were also scattered by the impact. Woo-woo! While Dao Hong was still rolling in the air, 2 more god-slaying bows came at him. Dao Hong knew that his protective golden light couldn't block the god-slaying bows. As he lost his balance, he immediately broke the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the bronze bracelet. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The bronze bracelet's luster soared into the sky like a waterfall. While protecting Dao Hong, it blocked the 2 flying arrows. Humph! General Hao Hu, who was in the air, let out a cold snort. His feet swept across the air. His palms shook slightly, as though he was drawing an inscription in front of his chest. A gust of noble spirit wind rose again. A tiger-shaped shadow actually rushed out from the gust of wind and rushed toward Dao Hong with a roar. Condensed chi into form? Looking at this tiger-shaped shadow, Dao Hong's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that General Hao Hu had probably reached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade of essence force, or even the 4th grade. He wasn't someone that he could withstand. Woo 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 woo. Just as Dao Hong's heart was trembling, 8 god-slaying bows sounded at the same time. The black armored army had unknowingly formed a formation around Dao Hong. The murderous flying arrows flickered with a chilling light that was darker than the dark night. They flew toward Dao Hong from all directions. Seeing this, Dao Hong's expression changed greatly. He suddenly soared into the sky. However, the god-slaying bows were too fast. He had only moved a few feet when the flying arrows had already reached him. Explode! Dao Hong clenched his teeth and suddenly formed a seal. The bronze bracelet's luster was abnormally bright. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Air currents gushed out like a fountain in all directions. The 8 god-slaying bows were actually blocked by Dao Hong. Unfortunately, just as Dao Hong was about to explode his treasures, General Hao Hu's tiger-shaped flying shadow had already arrived above his head. Although there was no stench coming from the mouth of the tiger, there was an aura of extermination. Dao Hong could no longer dodge. Puff! Dao Hong's face turned ferocious. He opened his mouth and a golden core that was smaller than a thumb rushed out. Woo! A violent wind blew and the golden core suddenly expanded. Dao Hong actually wanted to explode his golden core and perish together with General Hao Hu. Humph! Boring! General Hao Hu sneered. The tiger-shaped flying shadow opened its mouth and swallowed the golden core. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The golden core exploded and the tiger-shaped flying shadow exploded into pieces. Even General Hao Hu's body was thrown back half a foot, not to mention the deep pit that was several feet in size on the ground below him. Ah! After the rumbling, a blood-curdling scream was heard. 2 god-slaying bows shot out from the darkness like sickles. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but one of the bows pierced into Dao Hong's left cheek and the other into his heart. Dao Hong, who had already used up all of his tricks, was killed by the black armored army before he could put up any resistance. Dao Hong was already a cultivator in the middle stage of the gold core realm. He could be considered a Daoist expert. If he were to fight General Hao Hu alone, he would have no chance of winning. However, it was not impossible for him to escape. However, after he was injured by the god-slaying bows, he lost all his courage. He did not dare to challenge General Hao Hu and could only escape. Unfortunately, the god-slaying bows and the immortal-slaying crossbows were targeted at Daoist disciples. Regardless of speed or force, they could break through Daoist spells. Under such circumstances, how could Dao Hong possibly escape? Senior Xian. In the distant night, young Master Zhu heard the continuous screams. Although he could not see much with the art of clear eyes, how could he not know the miserable situation of the others when he heard the sounds of the immortal-slaying crossbows and the god-slaying bows? He groaned and tears fell from his eyes. He knew more clearly than ever that Senior Xian's painstaking efforts were as heavy as a mountain. If it was not for Senior Xian's obstruction, he would have been killed by the bows and arrows. Chapter 3554. Nian, quick, issue the order to retreat. Young Master Zhu cried out without hesitation as tears rolled down his cheeks. Young Master, leave quickly. Zhu Nian was even more decisive. She pulled young Master Zhu's arm and lifted him up, preparing to escape. No! Young Master Zhu roared and struggled. Issue the order quickly. They are the last elites of my Zhu clan. Where's the order to retreat? Zhu Nian roared even louder and told the truth. Young Master, we can only advance tonight. There is no retreat. This. Young Master Zhu was in a daze. After a moment, realization dawned in his eyes. What Senior Xian told him was something that was covered up. At this moment, a wave of spiritual force swept over. Then a faint voice rang in the ears of Zhu Nian and the others. Oh? I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Zhu Xiang from the Zhu clan. You guys really don't give up. Since you're here, you've saved me the trouble of. Unfortunately, before General Hao Hu could finish his words, an even more powerful spiritual force rushed over, shattering the wave of spiritual force into pieces. An ethereal voice rang throughout the mountain range. Eh? Why is the Jade Mountain so lively? Is it welcoming me? In the distant horizon, a ball of light that was brighter than the crescent moon flew over like a meteor. A Pegasus that looked incomparably holy flashed its wings of light and pulled a flying chariot into everyone's field of vision. In the light, a tall and thin cultivator in a Daoist robe fluttered in the wind. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a flying immortal. Generals, listen up. General Hao Hu saw this and knew that Xiaohua had come. He didn't care about the Zhu clan's generals who had been killed by the Black Armor Army. He waved his hand and activated his true energy. His voice shook the surroundings. Yes. Thousands of Black Armor soldiers responded in unison. They abandoned the Zhu family's generals, reorganized their formation, and activated their genuine qi. Regardless of whether it was the immortal slaying crossbows or the god-slaying bows, all of them flashed with clear light. Countless noble qi fell with a loud bang, and billions of inscriptions flowed in the noble qi. "Senior, leave quickly," Zhu Xiang shouted without hesitation. "This is the God-Slayer bow specially made by the militarists of the Bronze Pillar Nation to counter Taoist spells. As far as Zhu Xiang could remember, there was no Taoist cultivator who could escape from the God-slaying bow. It's just a small trick." Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter caused the broken leaves in the forest to fly up. Amidst his laughter, Xiaohua landed on the flying car. Then he heard the rumbling sound of rolling thunder. Under Zhu Xiang's dumbstruck gaze, this otherworldly flying immortal stepped on heavenly thunder and arrived. Fire! As expected, General Hao, who was a veteran of the battlefield. His face was as calm as a mountain rock. Seeing Xiaohua land in midair, he waved his hand and gave the order. Whoosh whoosh, clang clang, woo woo, the sounds of bows and arrows rang out incessantly. Not a single murderous movement resounded in the pitch-black night. Rumble! The lone Taoist Xiao waved his hand. Thousands of heavenly thunders were born from the void. Each of them was more violent than a horned dragon as they charged towards the god-slaying bow and immortal-slaying crossbow. Bang bang bang! Even more intense explosions soared into the sky from the heavenly thunders. Even if it was the immortal-slaying crossbow, the god-slaying bow, and the thousands of black-armored army in front of Xiaohua, who was at the 5th stage of origin energy, it was truly child's play. Killing people was even more so in the blink of an eye. Not a single arrow could break through the net of thunder. Not a single trace of killing intent could escape from the lightning. "All of you, move to the side." Xiaohua smiled coldly. He slapped his hand on the top of his head. Boom! Under the moonlight, golden light flashed. A nascent soul hand of several acres in size appeared out of thin air, grabbing towards the army camp below. General Hao, whose face was ashen. He had already heard Northern Gua Institute chief's description. He had already thought that Xiaohua's strength was extraordinary. However, he still didn't truly estimate Xiaohua's strength. He still threw Northern Gua Institute chief's warning aside. He really didn't have the strength to stop Xiaohua. However, since it had already come to this, there was no reason to retreat. General Hao roared, "Kill!" The wind from the fist moved again. A tiger-shaped pillar of vast qi once again charged towards the gigantic palm that was descending from the sky. Boom! The pillar of vast qi rumbled and blasted a hole in the giant palm. The tiger-shaped flying shadow also disappeared, but the hand of the nascent soul was not stopped. In the barracks where thousands of black-armored soldiers were resting, hundreds of immortal execution crossbows and god-slaying bows were destroyed by Xiaohua as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When the giant hand grabbed the entire barracks disappeared, as if the black-armored soldiers were stripped naked of their armor. Seeing the gigantic golden hand turn in midair, the golden light disappeared. The entire army camp's military supplies also disappeared. General Hao roared loudly. His body expanded by 2 zhang. The long spear in his hand whistled as it pounced towards Xiaohua, who was standing in midair with a smile, even more ferocious than the huge python. "You little brat! Why are you arguing with this old man?" Xiaohua began to show off. Even Lung Qingge wasn't this old man's opponent. "Who do you think you are? If I took your life, it would make this old man seem ungentlemanly. If I don't take your life, why are you so noisy? Fine, fine, fine. Let's see if you can take this old man's staff." As he spoke, Xiaohua grabbed in midair, and the wishful steel staff appeared. "Grow, grow, grow!" Xiaohua shouted a few times. The wishful steel staff grew to 2 zhang. Xiaohua only needed to slightly wave it, and the wishful steel staff smashed down like a mountain. Woo! Just the deafening whistling sound made General Hao's body stagnate. Pa! The wishful steel staff accurately hit the python's head. With a loud bang, the long spear fell from General Hao's hand as if it was struck by lightning. The entire long spear was smashed into 2 pieces. Kill! General Hao's arms were numb, but his fighting spirit didn't decrease. With a roar, The tiger-shaped shadow appeared in his fists again. The vast qi rushed out again. Who knew that Xiaohua didn't dodge at all, nor did he use any magic power to cast any Dao arts. Xiaohua's figure suddenly turned illusory. Like a gust of wind, he floated in front of General Hao Hu in the blink of an eye. With a wave of his right arm, he clenched his right fist and smashed it into the mouth of the tiger-shaped shadow. Boom! With a clear sound, the tiger-shaped shadow shattered. The vast qi also scattered in all directions. Xiaohua's fist impressively appeared in front of General Hao Hu's chest. General Hao Hu looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He absolutely didn't dare to believe that a Dao sect cultivator's punches and kicks were more powerful than him, a martial grand master from the school of the military. Looking at the black armor in front of his chest that had been tempered thousands of times by Xiaohua's fist, General Hao Hu spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his entire body fell from midair. Plop. Smoke and dust flew in all directions as General Hao Hu fell to the ground. He struggled a few times but couldn't get up. However, under the shattered black armor, his violently heaving chest showed that Xiaohua didn't have any intention of taking his life. All of you, step down. Xiaohua waved his hand, looked around, and said indifferently, "You all are not my match. I know that you all have military orders, so I won't take your lives. Your opponents are my Jiang country's Dao soldiers. If anyone dares to take half a step forward, I will definitely kill them." The thousands of black-armored armies' killing intent disappeared. They looked at Xiaohua blankly and didn't know what to do. The 100 or so people closest to General Hao Hu unconsciously looked at him. "You. All of you, listen to my orders." General Hao Hu stood up from the ground with difficulty. His face was pale as he looked at Xiaohua, who was standing in midair with a golden light flashing around his body. He knew that this was Xiaohua's benevolence, and if he gave the order, it would only increase the casualties. Thus, he raised his hand and said, "Discard your weapons and sit on the ground." Yes, the soldiers felt relieved as they placed their weapons on the ground and sat down obediently. Xiaohua nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to General Hao Hu. Auspicious clouds appeared beneath his feet, carrying Xiaohua towards the Jade Mountain. Creak, creak. Xiaohua had only flown a few meters when he heard a rough sound coming from the Jade Mountain in front of him. Then, the entire top of the Jade Mountain, as well as the entrance of the Jade Mountain, suddenly shone brightly. On the stone wall, an unknown stone gave off a brilliance that seemed to be made of Minghua stone, illuminating everything in front of Xiaohua. Following the creaking sound, a chain bridge slowly extended out from the cave. On top of the chain bridge, there were two old men who were over 70 years old. The two of them were dressed in simple clothes, and their faces were clear and arrogant. Seeing that, Xiaohua did not fly forward. He simply descended from the sky and stood at the edge of the stone cliff, watching indifferently. I didn't expect Taoist Master Xiao to be so magnanimous. No wonder Bagua Jinming praised him so much. Without waiting for the chain bridge to reach into the cliff, the old man in front cupped his hands and bowed, and said, "Since that's the case, this old man can't hide behind the chain bridge and do any dirty tricks. This old man is the Prime Minister of the Copper Pillar country, Yanji Jin." "Prime Minister?" Xiaohua frowned, raised his hand to return the greeting, and said indifferently, "This old man heard that as long as the state teacher is killed, all grudges will be decided on the battlefield. What's the matter with your Copper Pillar country? This old man killed a state teacher. Why did a general and a prime minister come out? Could it be that you want to force this old man to make a move against your Copper Pillar country?" "Bastard!" Yanji Jin did not speak, but the old man behind him scolded, "Easily exterminating a country, quietly killing people. The entire hidden immortal continent is in a mess because of your Taoist sects. Since you want to establish a country, then establish a country. Why do you need to take the imperial jade seal of our Confucian cultivators? Quickly hand over the imperial jade seal. Seeing that you still have mercy in your heart, this old man can spare your life." "Good. You really scared this old man to death." Xiaohua laughed. "Who are you, old man?" "This old man is Zhan Ruxue." The old man said word by word, his face full of arrogance. "Oh!" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He did not know who this old man was, but in the distance, young Master Zhu, who wanted to leave but did not dare to, had already used the clear eyes technique to see clearly. He said in a low voice, "Copper Pillar country. Why did you invite this old man here?" "Taoist Xiao. I'm afraid you're in trouble." Chapter 3555. Yan Jijin opened his mouth again. Daoist Shao, if you had only killed Lung Qingge, I would not have caused you any more trouble. Everything could have been settled on the battlefield. However, not only did you barge into my territory, you also took the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Naturally, we cannot just settle this with you on the battlefield. Zhan Rushui, Old Master Zhan Rushui, is a renowned great grandmaster among us Confucian cultivators. His simple and honest reputation is revered by all. He has heard of your atrocities and has specially come to Qianyu Mountain to help this old man retrieve the Imperial Jade Seal. If you take out the Imperial Jade Seal, Qianyu Mountain will retreat, and everything will be fine. We will decide who is superior and inferior on the battlefield. Imperial Jade Seal? Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Yan Jijin in confusion. He had already given the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal to Do Shanjun. However, who was Do Shanjun? Although he hid his Daoist identity in the Copper Pillar Academy, how would Xiaohua know who he was going to give the Imperial Jade Seal to? From Yan Jijin's words, even if Do Shanjun gave the Imperial Jade Seal to the Copper Pillar Academy, the Copper Pillar Academy might not announce it. With the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal as bait, many Confucian cultivators would come to help the Copper Pillar Academy. How could the Copper Pillar Academy reject such a good deal? Haha, as the saying goes, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohua laughed. I have already given the Imperial Jade Seal to the governor of the Imperial Academy to bring back to the Copper Pillar Academy. If you want it, you can go find him. Of course, I can imagine. Even if the governor gave the Imperial Jade Seal to the Copper Pillar Academy, Prime Minister Yan might not admit it. Oh, the governor of the Copper Pillar Academy, Do Shanjun? Yan Jijin frowned slightly and glanced at Zhan Rushui beside him. He shook his head and said, I only know of this person and am not familiar with him. Furthermore, I have never heard of the Imperial Academy returning the Imperial Jade Seal to the palace. Haha, rascal. What's the point of saying such baseless things now? Zhan Rushui laughed and pointed at Xiaohua. Even if you really returned the Imperial Jade Seal, what are you doing now? This is the prison of the Bronze Pillar country. You keep saying that you want to use your Dao soldiers against the soldiers of the Bronze Pillar country. Why are you using your martial arts to break the law? My hidden immortal continent is governed by Confucian cultivators, unlike your Dao sect's lax rule. This old man is not talented, but I am willing to face the tyranny of your Dao sect as an ordinary Confucian cultivator and return the public courtesy of our Confucian cultivators. Although chivalrous men use martial arts to violate the laws of Confucianism, aren't they also using literature to violate the laws? Xiaohua sneered. You keep talking about laws and etiquette, yet you're only a tiny Confucian cultivator. What qualifications do you have to represent the hidden immortal continent? You are only qualified to represent yourself. You're just trying to find a reason for your actions. Since that's the case, let's fight. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua's body flashed with golden light. There was some anger in his eyes. He swept his gaze over Yan Jijin and Zhan Rushui and said, facing the 5 brocade cloud paintings, this old man is not afraid, let alone you 2 old men. Humph, you really think too highly of yourself. How can we join hands to fight against the enemy? Yan Jijin snorted coldly and took a few steps back. He raised his voice and said, we'll be relying on old Master Zhan for this battle. Teaching the younger generation a lesson, this old man won't fall behind. Zhan Rushui laughed loudly and also took a few steps forward. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Xiaohua. His previous old appearance was swept away. Old Master. Xiaohua looked at Zhan Rushui's somewhat trembling appearance and sneered. If we're talking, this Xiao may not be your opponent. But if we fight, this Xiao advises you to retreat. You haven't even cultivated true qi. How can you be this Xiao's opponent? Who would have thought that Zhan Rushui's eyes slanted at Xiaohua and said indifferently, who said that one must cultivate true qi to kill the enemy? Have you never heard that if one has talent, a poem can kill the enemy, a painting can also kill the monarch? A scholar can pacify the world with an essay? Never heard of it. Xiaohua smiled faintly. But suddenly, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered what Fu Jiwen said at the auction at Jiaxing Lu. He couldn't help but size up the seemingly arrogant Zhan Rushui. Good, today this old man will let you see what it means to be a great scholar, to criticize in speech and in writing, to set the world in writing, to be a scholar in his 70s, to have a sharp tongue, and to correct the laws of the court. Jean Rouchouet roared and opened his mouth. He shouted, "The awe-inspiring Qi, the spirit of man, the style of writing for 10,000 years. Listen to my command, fight. Fight! Fight!" Following Jean Rouchouet's three roars, the entire Jade Mountain immediately surged with wind and clouds. Not only did the awe-inspiring Qi within several miles surge over like a tidal wave, even the silent awe-inspiring Qi in the void seemed to listen to Jean Rouchouet's command, tearing through the void and rushing in. It was to the extent that when the righteous Qi was mobilized, a chilling intent was born from the heavens and the earth. Sounds like war drums and bugles were heard from the left and right. In an instant, Xiaohua had the illusion that he was being attacked by an army of thousands of men and horses. Xiaohua was a little startled. He had fought against more than one or two Confucian cultivators, but he had never encountered such a strange phenomenon. However, the development of the situation was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. The awe-inspiring Qi was far from simple. Following the sound of the bugles, there was the sound of the drums. On the entire Jade Mountain, countless awe-inspiring Qi seemed to have a spirit and rushed toward Xiaohua like thousands of soldiers and horses. The awe-inspiring Qi's sharpness actually cut through the void, producing a shrill sound. This was different from Lung Qingda's golden spear. There was no specific image, only an ancient killing intent. This killing intent was so bleak that, not to mention the falling leaves within several miles, even Xiaohua felt a burst of coldness. Boom, boom, boom. Not only that, but above Xiaohua's head, there were hundreds of awe-inspiring Qi pillars that pierced through the sky and directly fell toward Xiaohua. The solemn killing intent enveloped Xiaohua within 100 feet. "It's hard to imagine." Xiaohua sighed. "This world is really too mysterious. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I have imagined that the seemingly defenseless old Confucian cultivator would actually have the power to command thousands of soldiers and horses?" "Kill." Xiaohua slapped the top of his head with the back of his hand. The Yuanying's hand was displayed, and it turned into a palm the size of an acre and grabbed toward the sky. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the huge palm grabbed the awe-inspiring Qi pillars and shattered them. However, the huge palm was also defeated. The entire Jade Mountain was set off by a hurricane. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Not only were the huge trees uprooted, even the black armored army, who were sitting quietly, were unable to maintain their sitting posture. One by one, they were blown into the air. Some crashed into trees, some crashed into rocks, and many more died. "Retreat, retreat." General Hao struggled to stabilize his body. Seeing the loss of his soldiers, he felt heartache. He shouted loudly and commanded the soldiers to retreat. After breaking the awe-inspiring Qi pillars, Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After all, the awe-inspiring Qi that surged towards him seemed to be able to suffocate people. He hurriedly slapped his hand again, and the seal of overturning the sea roared and flew out of the space. Under the urging of his magic power, it directly charged into the thousands of soldiers and horses. Woo! At the beginning, the seal of overturning the sea was still like a whirlwind, rushing through a huge gap. However, after only advancing a few zhang, it seemed to have encountered a huge obstacle. Even though the seal of overturning the sea flashed with intense brilliance, it still couldn't advance even half a foot. "Oh, this is somewhat interesting." Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He looked at the arrogant-looking old master Jean Rouchouet in the distance. Both of his hands moved, and rays of brilliance entered the void. However, in a moment, thousands of golden rays of light appeared near Jean Rouchouet. These rays of light flashed around Jean Rouchouet's body, like countless small snakes approaching Jean Rouchouet. However, after a moment, those rays of light didn't fall even half an inch. It was as if Jean Rouchouet's body was surrounded by the defense of the 5 elements, blocking Xiaohua's magic technique outside. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. His face revealed an inconceivable expression. Immediately after, he rubbed his hands again. Those thousands of golden rays of light flourished and advanced a few more inches. Unfortunately, these golden rays of light only surrounded Jean Rouchouet and were unable to bind him. "You want to go against the will of my hidden immortal continent's eternal scholar? Your cultivation is still a bit shallow." Jean Rouchouet laughed loudly. "Your Taoist technique is inferior to the silk thread in the hands of this old man's embroiderer. Break!" However, after hearing Jean Rouchouet's soft rebuke, another wave of dense killing intent burst out from his body. Xiao Hua's fingers trembled from the shock. The thousands of golden rays of light turned into nothingness. That noble chi even condensed into a sword array and pierced towards Xiao Hua. Old ignorant man. Xiao Hua was slightly angry. However, in his heart, he truly somewhat admired old Master Zhan's method. Previously, on the way to Jade Mountain, he had already talked with Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei about the effects of Confucian cultivation scrolls. He himself also read scrolls incessantly. After Xiao Hua cursed, he waved his hand, and the seal of turning the sea returned to his space. Soon after, he coldly glanced at the somewhat arrogant Zhan Rushui and waved his hand again. A golden ray of light soared into the sky. A pair of scissors like a flood dragon streaked across the sky. That dragon's tail swayed, and the noble chi that was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses was cut in half. The sword array was also disrupted. That golden ray of light didn't stop. Like a waterfall, it chopped towards Zhan Rushui's waist. Yan Jijin, who was watching from afar, was extremely shocked. He finally understood why Lung Qingge and the others were defeated by Xiao Hua. Who was Zhan Rushui? He was a famous Confucian scholar in the hidden immortal continent. He was truly an expert with a sharp tongue. One word could kill 1,000 soldiers. One word could kill 10,000 horses. He was currently the strongest person Tong Zhuge could ask for. Although this old master didn't practice Confucian cultivation techniques, this old master was brimming with talent. His strength was comparable to the top of the 5th level. In front of this kind of expert, Xiao Hua actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. After several fights, he still had a backup plan. How could Tong Zhuge be his opponent? Seeing that the golden ray of light was like a waterfall, cutting off the noble chi and rushing towards Zhan Rushui's waist, Yan Jijin was greatly shocked. He couldn't help but shout, "Old master, be careful." At the same time, auspicious clouds also appeared under Yan Jijin's feet. His eyes flashed with absolute determination. Chapter 3556. Child's play. Zhan Rushui snorted coldly, but the awe-inspiring aura several feet around him immediately turned into a whirlwind, carrying Zhan Rushui's body skyward. He really had the power to soar 90,000 miles. The soaring dragon scissors instantly cut through the air, and at the same time, the whirlwind whistled. Unexpectedly, like Xiao Hua's nascent soul hand, it turned into a huge fist and smashed towards Xiao Hua. The space several dozen feet around Xiao Hua froze, as if thousands of years of students were waving their fists together to attack Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua furrowed his brows. The soaring dragon scissors, which were originally taking advantage of the situation, drew a few feet of golden light before stopping. Facing the 70-year-old Zhan Rushui, a weapon like the soaring dragon scissors was really too savage. Xiao Hua really couldn't bear it. Just now, he had only used 60% of his magic power and didn't dare to use the full power of the soaring dragon scissors. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the fist in the sky and the awe-inspiring aura all around him. He patted his chest, and the 5 silk handkerchiefs of the 5 Qi-righteous thunder rushed into the air. Once the silk handkerchiefs appeared, 5 colored clouds rose. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and 5 rays of sword energy fell on it. An immortal slaying platform slowly emerged from the clouds. Thunder is the command of the heavens. Once my thunder comes out, all will obey. Xiao Hua's voice was like spring thunder. He waved his hand, and the 5 Qi-righteous thunder roared like 5 huge dragons winding down. Regardless of whether you're an ancient student or an ancient killing intent, under my sound of thunder, all will enter the cycle of reincarnation. Rumble. Under the 5 Qi-righteous thunder, the awe-inspiring aura and ferocious killing intent were actually faster than boiling water falling on snow. They instantly turned into nothingness, or merged into the heavenly thunder, or hid in the void and disappeared without a trace. Swish! The soaring dragon scissors from before flashed in the air and swept past Zhan Rushui. The belt around Zhan Rushui's waist immediately broke. Brat! Zhan Rushui turned pale with fright. How is this Taoist thunder-controlling technique possible? Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Xiao Hua's nascent soul hand once again covered him. Pooh! The big hand had already grabbed Zhan Rushui. Put me down! Yan Jijin, who was already flying, had just seen Zhan Rushui's escape. His heart relaxed. His figure originally stopped in the air, but when he saw Xiao Hua's attack, he was shocked and angry. He shouted, also wanted to use of the awe-inspiring aura. But the surrounding awe-inspiring aura's 5 chi. How could it still listen to his command, S's, SSS? SSSS, S-Dragon, S-Chi, S-Cheese, SSSSS, S-Soul Hand. This blue water was very fierce, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. The remaining stone walls were instantly corroded by the blue water. However, the nascent soul's hand was still shining brightly and wasn't corroded at all. Forget it. Yen Jijin sighed and waved her hand. She took out an inch-long white bone. This white bone was like a dagger, and there was a thumb-sized blood-red rune on it. This rune was very small and strange, so others couldn't see it clearly. Yen Jijin stabbed the white bone into her heart. Wung! There was a faint buzzing sound. The blood seeped into the white bone, and the entire white bone gave off a blood-red glow. The rune that went deep into the blood trembled. In the blink of an eye, the rune absorbed all the blood and the entire white bone entered Yen Jijin's body. Yen Jijin's face was bright red. He looked at Xiaohua's big hand and urged the clouds under his feet. His eyes were like blood as he cried, "Xiaohua, quickly let go of old Master Zhan. Otherwise, this old man will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Umph. Xiaohua sneered and waved his big hand in the air. If you want to be a ghost, then don't be a ghost. This old man also never wanted to take the life of a great scholar like old Master Zhan. He was only bewitched by you. Woo! Yen Jijin's body suddenly expanded. She rushed towards the nascent soul's hand and let out a mournful cry. Prung! With a loud sound, Yen Jijin's body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a lot of blood fell on the nascent soul's hand. A bit boring. Xiaohua frowned. He waved his hand and blocked the blood and flesh. He flew into the air and coldly said, "This old man said I won't take old Master Zhan's life. Why are you in such a hurry?" Before he finished speaking, the nascent soul's hand turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Only when he was dozens of kilometers away did he release his hand. Zhan Rushui was thrown to the ground in a sorry state by the nascent soul. Seeing the golden big hand suddenly withdraw like a god, Zhan Rushui's face was disappointed and frustrated. He really didn't understand how Xiaohua's Dao Sect's thunder technique could defeat his noble spirit. However, he didn't have time to think about this. He stretched out his hand and tightened the belt around his waist to see if he could reattach the broken part. Xiaohua withdrew his nascent soul's hand, and the soaring dragon shears hovered in the air for a moment before falling into his hand. At this moment, the night was even darker, but the surroundings of Qianyu Mountain were even more chaotic. Mountain rocks were scattered, trees were toppled, and many black armor soldiers were smashed into the stone walls by the Aoran Qi pillar and turned into meat paste. After the Aoran Qi dissipated, an unconcealable smell of blood gradually diffused. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He scooped up the 5 Qi Thunder silk handkerchief into his dantian. It was still set up by the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua into the immortal slaying stage. Then he looked at the silent Qianyu Mountain and said loudly, "Generals of Qianyu Mountain, this old man is here to save Jiang country's state teacher Li Xiang. You can send him and the disciples out. This old man doesn't want to kill again." However, after half a cup of tea's time, the silence was still the silence. The night was still the night. There was no change. Humph, you really won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Xiaohua sneered. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being unreasonable." As he spoke, Xiaohua's body turned into a rainbow. He didn't walk on the chain bridge and rushed towards the entrance of Qianyu Mountain. Buzz buzz! Just as Xiaohua's figure crossed the cliff and had yet to fly over the mountain stream, suddenly, the bloody light around Xiaohua's body flourished, covering the golden light in an instant. The mana around Xiaohua's body stagnated, and his body fell into the black water of the mountain stream like a falling stone. Old man. Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the bloody light floating around his body, he immediately understood the reason why Yen Jijin self-destructed in front of him. This was something he had planned long ago. Just as Xiaohua hurriedly urged his nascent soul to transfer his true essence, he heard a strange sound in his ears. It was like a flood that overflowed the sky. At the same time, a burst of light and shadow appeared in front of his eyes. It was like the mountains were shaking. The scenery around Xiaohua had completely changed. Qianyu Mountain was gone, the cliff was gone, and only a black sky and black earth remained. There was no starlight in the darkness, no moonlight, only an unpleasant stench. An illusion array? A moment later, Xiaohua's mana returned to normal. He frowned and stopped. He was about to open his Dharma eye to take a look. Chirp! A bird-like sound entered Xiaohua's ears. A strange rune flashed in the darkness in front of Xiaohua. This rune was somewhat similar to the runes of the Dao sect that Xiaohua cultivated, but it was completely different. As soon as this rune appeared, a kind of blazing heat was born from the rune. Even the rune itself appeared a kind of crimson color. Roar! Just as the bird-like rune appeared, another angry roar came from behind Xiaohua. This time, the rune was different from before. It actually emitted a light green color, and this color carried a kind of desolate coldness. What is this? Xiaohua's curiosity was greatly aroused. He simply withdrew his Dharma eye and golden light flashed around his body. He was more curious. At this time, what kind of defensive array could the copper pillar state have that was more powerful than the 5 brocade cloud painting? Chirp! The crimson rune chirped again and suddenly expanded. A ball of flame spurted out from the rune, and a savage bird that looked similar to the vermilion bird rushed out. As soon as this savage bird appeared, its crimson eyes turned and immediately saw the faint bloody light around Xiaohua's body. It raised its head, and an indescribable ferocious aura mixed with an aura of desolation rushed towards Xiaohua. Yao? Yao? Xiaohua was shocked. Knowing that he had fallen into Yan Jijin's trap, he didn't dare to be negligent. His hands formed seals, and thousands of golden threads suddenly appeared and danced around the barbaric bird. Who? The barbaric bird opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet flame. Its body was several zhong in color and quickly burned. Xiaohua's binding technique was actually unable to land. Roar! The rune in front moved, and the rune in the back naturally didn't want to fall behind. A cyan light appeared, and the shadow of a savage beast that looked like an anteater appeared. It was also ferocious, and it was also difficult to conceal its desolate aura. Yao Formation. This is the 1,000 Yao Sacred Realms Yao Formation. Damn it, why would the Copper Pillar State's prison have a Yao Formation? Suddenly, Xiaohua realized that this Yao Formation was probably what Qian Yushan was relying on. Sure enough, when the two kinds of auras clashed together, an unexpected change occurred. The entire pitch-black space instantly exploded, and the void split apart bit by bit. The pitch-black light scattered throughout the entire space. What was special was that the two strange runes circled around, and the two images of barbaric beasts carried an ancient aura as they charged towards Xiaohua. This aura seemed to be real, and one could believe that if it was on a real cliff, it would be a scene of mountain rocks bursting and trees splashing. The aura that could crush everything in the entire space attacked everything. Xiaohua's protective golden light flickered extremely under this aura, as if it could be broken at any time. Oh! Xiaohua was shocked, and then he activated the Heavenly Law Embodiment technique. Woo-woo! The wind howled, and in the midst of the ferocious aura, a Tenjong golden body suddenly appeared. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that this Yao formation actually didn't block the heaven and earth yuan qi. He activated the Heavenly Law Embodiment technique, and a huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi swarmed in. Woo! Xiaohua's two big hands separately waved, one from the front and one from the back, grabbing the two vicious beasts. Xiaohua's big hands carried the heaven and earth sleeve, and the two vicious beasts' phantoms were immediately covered. Chapter 3557. Roar. Between the roars of the two vicious beasts, flames and water splashed everywhere, as if they could not escape from Xiaohua's control. Looking again, the torn void streaked across Xiaohua's golden body, and a wound like a baby's mouth flashed and disappeared, unable to cause real damage. Even when the stinky water fell, the golden light only flashed slightly, and in a moment, it was bounced away. This demon array is only SOSO. Xiaohua sneered. But at this moment, roar, Gigi. The two vicious beast phantoms roared again. Wave after wave of ferocious aura surged out from the phantoms like a rising tide, endlessly pouncing towards Xiaohua. Oh, what's going on? Xiaohua was suspicious and opened his eyes, only to see two runes in front of him. One was like a thread of fire, the other was like a gurgling stream. Above the two runes, the power of starlight fell from the sky and fell on them. The runes were using the power of starlight to produce an attack. The power of the moon and stars? Xiaohua's heart moved, and he waved his hand, wanting to use the wishful staff, but his mind changed, and little yellow and little black flew out of the space. The two little ones looked around curiously, and when they saw the two vicious beast phantoms formed by the runes, woof woof, Gigi, the two simultaneously roared excitedly and rushed towards the two phantoms. Alas, this Xiao was wrong. Looking at the two little ones and the vicious beast phantoms, Xiao Hua sighed. Little yellow and little black are monsters, and this battle is their nature. This Xiao only put them into the space, and although it is comfortable, even with the wonderful fate of yin and yang, it can't make them happy. Rather than this, it's better to let them go. Thinking of this, the knot in Xiaohua's heart was untied. Qian Yushan's demon array was really powerful. Although the two little ones had some means, in the face of the two vicious beast phantoms, they were still not a match. Several times they were beaten into the air, and blood gradually appeared on their bodies. Xiaohua looked and couldn't help but feel distressed. Several times he wanted to help, but several times he held back. After a meal's time, although the two little ones fought more and more bravely, the phantoms did not know fatigue under the power of the stars, and soon the two little ones were at a disadvantage. This is a little unfair. Xiaohua looked at the pillar of stellar force and thought to himself. Last time, when he had awakened Wang Biafei's spirit, he had used the devil blade to cut off the pillar of stellar force. Here, he didn't want to reveal the devil blade. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua clapped his hand, and the ice mirror fell into the air. Following the activation of Xiaohua's transcendence energy, the ice mirror expanded to several dozen feet in size and flew above his head. Buzz! An extremely heavy force landed on the ice mirror, causing it to emit a rumbling sound. Although the pillar of stellar force wasn't completely isolated, at least 70% of the pillar of stellar force was blocked by the ice mirror. Woof woof, GG. When they saw Xiaohua make a move, the two little ones were excited. They wagged their tails and pounced over once again. After all, they were just illusions and the runes of the demonic array. Without the support of the pillar of stellar force, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the two little ones paused in midair at the same time. One let out a humph, and the other let out a ha. Silver light emitted from their mouths and noses, and they absorbed the soul essences of the two runes into their bodies. As the illusions of the two vicious beasts disappeared, the entire demonic array collapsed in an instant. Walala! The sound of water was incessant. It was the black water surrounding the Jade Mountain that fell from midair. The night sky was revealed, the light of the cliff also appeared. Right at the entrance of the cave in front of the Jade Mountain, a group of people wearing black armor, under the lead of a general who looked as if he had just lost his parents, stood there stupidly, looking at Xiaohua in disbelief. Xiaohua's cold eyes swept over them, and he simply ignored them. His gaze fell on the two bones floating in midair beside him. One of the bones was scarlet red, and the other was green. It was similar to the color of the two vicious beasts from before. However, these bones were rather large. One was as thick as Xiaohua's leg, and the other was as big as a person. Moreover, the runes on these two bones were so dim that they were almost indiscernible. They were exactly the same as the runes that Xiaohua had seen before. These are strange bones. Could it be that the demonic array was made from these bones? Xiaohua knew that this was not the time to think too much. He waved his hand and collected the two bones. Then he looked at the exhausted Goldie and Blackie flying beside him. "How is it?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. "It's nothing, father," Blackie replied. "The boy feels quite full. It's just that the taste is a bit bitter. That little bird is a bit too weak." Goldie's reply was different from Blackie's. If it wasn't for the pillar giving it strength, the boy would have already defeated it. And this is just the beginning. If you two. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but be ecstatic. This was because Goldie and Blackie were not talking to him through their minds like before. Instead, they were speaking from their beasts' mouths. Although it was their first time speaking, it was actually very smooth. Presumably, the two little things had practiced a lot in the space. Haha! Xiaohua laughed. Without saying anything, he waved his big sleeve and collected the two little things into the space. He looked at the group of people at the entrance of the cave and shouted, "This old man is in a good mood today. I originally wanted to overturn this Jade Mountain of yours, but I'll forget about it now. Quickly release Li Xiang and the others." "Xiao! Daoist Xiao!" The general at the front had just woken up. He hurriedly jumped down from his horse and bowed. This one is on horseback. Please invite Daoist Li and the others to come up. Humph, at least you know how to behave. Xiaohua coldly snorted. All kinds of intimidating actions in his mind were thrown to the side. Sure enough, not long after, a young man covered in blood appeared in front of Xiaohua. His hands and feet were shackled, and there were thick chains on his shoulders. The young man's hair was stuck on his face. There were many blood stains on his face, and there were also some blood stains on his face. However, these could not stop the young man's arrogance. Following the young man came out, there were dozens of people. Among them, 9 of them were strung on the same chain as the young man. The others were divided into 3 groups and strung on other chains. After the young man came out, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua, who was standing in the air. He stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. He did not open his mouth to speak. Damn it! Xiaohua saw this group of people in such a miserable state. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He knew that Li Xiong and the others must have suffered a lot in the Jade Mountains National Prison. Even their cultivation would be crippled. After all, who would understand the principle of eliminating evil? Why don't you hurry up and remove their torture devices? Xiaohua roared, who knew that the general trembled and knelt down on one knee. He cried out, "Let Daoist know that Daoist Li and the others were already wearing torture devices when they were escorted here. The items used to remove the torture devices are not in the Jade Mountain." When Yan Jijin came over, he did not say anything. Xiaohua frowned and asked. Lord Prime Minister did not give this general anything. The general lowered his head and said, "He only said, if Daoist Li killed his way to the Jade Mountains cave, we did not need to do anything. Everything will be done according to Daoist Li's request. As long as Daoist Li and the others see them, he will definitely spare our lives." Oh, why would this old man spare your lives? Xiaohua was very surprised. Fellow Daoist. At this time, Li Xiong opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, because this Li's cultivation was not crippled by the copper pillar state. This Li's disciple should be the same. Therefore, Yan Jijin felt that fellow Daoist Li would let this Li spare their lives on this account. So that's how it is. Xiaohua was overjoyed and nodded. Fellow Daoist Li's cultivation is still there, congratulations. If these soldiers' lives are spared, then so be it. I will listen to fellow Daoist's orders. Li Xiong said coolly. Pfft. Xiaohua opened his mouth and a sword light flew out. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of crisp sounds rang out. The chains on Li Xiong and the others' shoulders, as well as the torture tools on their hands and feet, were all shattered. Moreover, the sword light was extremely sharp. When the chains and torture tools broke, it did not affect their injuries at all. Fellow Daoist Li, this one is Xiaohua of the Dao sect. Right now, I can be considered the state teacher of Jiang country. The princess of Chongling and Qin Xiaoyao asked this Xiao to come to the Jade Mountain to rescue fellow Daoist. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Fellow Daoist and the others' injuries can be dealt with after leaving this place. Xiaohua said as he put away his flying sword. Oh, hearing Xiaohua call himself the state teacher of Jiang country, Li Xiong was clearly stunned. However, he raised his hand with some difficulty and said, I thank the state teacher for saving us. I will listen to the state teacher's arrangements. All right. Xiaohua nodded and shouted to the general of the Jade Mountain, why aren't you preparing the horses? Yes, yes. The general hurriedly waved his hand. The soldiers behind him hurriedly jumped down from their horses and led the horses in front of Li Xiong and the others. Let's go. Xiaohua looked at the flat cable bridge again. It was rather narrow and could only allow one person to pass through. He waved his hand and said, All right. Li Xiong stepped on the stirrups and responded. He wanted to get on the horse, but he was too weak and could not get on. The black armored army of the Copper Pillar country did not dare to be negligent and quickly helped him up the horse. Thank you. Li Xiong glanced at the black armored army and said indifferently. The black armored army shrunk their necks and replied in a low voice, I don't dare. Li Xiong's words of thanks made Xiaohua's lips curl up slightly. Facing an enemy soldier who had tortured him to such a state, Li Xiong was still able to say these 2 words. One could imagine Li Xiong's magnanimity. Xiaohua did not save him in vain. The other dozens of people were even weaker than Li Xiong and were unable to get on their own horses. They were all sent onto their horses by the black armored army. Li Xiang shook the reins and was about to move out when an anxious voice shouted from the other side of the cliff. Taoist Master Xiao. Taoist Master Xiao. I have eyes but fail to see. I do not know Taoist Master Zhao's true appearance. Xiaohua frowned and raised his head to look. He saw that young Master Zhu from before was rolling and crawling. It was unknown if he was flying or running, but in short, he appeared on the cliff in an extremely sorry state. There were a few bloodstains on his forehead. The scholar's scarf on his head had long disappeared, and the brocade robe on his body had several holes in it. Chapter 3558. Who are you? Which fellow Taoist disciple are you? Why should this old man help you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. This young man is not a Taoist disciple. Young Master Zhu took a deep breath and said, This young man is a disciple of the Zhu clan in Shuzhou's Wuyuan County. My name is Zhu Xiang. My father's name is a secret. My Zhu clan is the descendant of the great scholar Zhu Shi. Due to a rumor in the outside world that my ancestor Zhu Shi accidentally obtained the heavenly book's true enlightenment, we were forced by a scholarly family. Now that my Zhu clan has declined, it can no longer be considered an aristocratic family. However, the king of the Copper Pillar State is still obsessed with the heavenly book's true enlightenment. My father and my Zhu clan's disciples were captured by them and brought to Qinyu Mountain. Now their fate is unknown. Heavenly book's true enlightenment? Xiaohua's face showed a thoughtful expression. He asked, What's that? This young man doesn't know. Zhu Xiang replied without hesitation. This young man has never heard my father mention this. I reckon that my Zhu clan has never obtained the heavenly book's true enlightenment. This should have been made up by my ancestors' enemies. So it's like this. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He understood that this so-called heavenly book's true enlightenment was probably a rumor. If the true enlightenment existed in this world, how could Xin, who came from a scholarly family, not know? How could the true enlightenment of the 5 Qis unifications be lost? However, to Xiaohua, it didn't matter whether there was the heavenly book's true enlightenment or not. Since Zhu Xiang was a descendant of Zhu Shi and a member of the Zhu clan, how could Xiaohua not help him? Thinking of the Zhu clan's family of 4 in Jinghua City, the talismans on their bodies, and the scroll that old Lady Zhu gave to Xiaohua in his own space, Xiaohua couldn't just stand by and watch. Quickly go and invite old Master Zhu Qing out. Xiaohua ordered indifferently. This. The black-armored general slightly hesitated. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, Quickly, quickly bring old Master Zhu and his family out. Not long after, a Confucian scholar of around 50 years of age and a dozen slightly younger scholars were supported out. These Confucians were even more miserable than Li Xiang. Some had lost arms, some had lost legs, and even more of them did not have a single piece of good flesh on their bodies, their flesh badly mangled. The Confucian scholar in his 50s had his eyes half open, and his face was swollen to a size larger than an ordinary person's. He couldn't even walk. Father! Zhu Xiang couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly ran over from the chain bridge. At this time, a few family guards had already arrived behind him. They hurriedly pulled him back and said anxiously, Young master, don't be anxious. You can't cross this chain bridge. Let me invite old master out first. Oh, all right. Zhu Xiang was very obedient. He stopped and called out to Zhu Cheng, Father, the person in the air is Zhongguo's national advisor, Taoist Master Xiao. He was the one who saved you. Zhu Cheng reluctantly raised his head and looked at Xiaohua in the air. He cupped his hands with difficulty and said, This old man. Thanks, Taoist Xiao. You're welcome. Xiaohua nodded. This old man has some connections with the Zhu family, so saving you is something I should do. Oh. Zhu Cheng stared blankly for a moment. His eyes turned slightly, and he opened his mouth again. Taoist Master Zhao's cultivation. Is it at the 5th level of origin energy? Xiaohua frowned. He didn't understand why Zhu Cheng asked such a question. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, And probably. Why are you asking this? Zhu Cheng clenched his teeth. He extended his hand and pulled out his waist blade from the black armored army beside him. The black armored army was shocked. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but when the black armored army dodged, Zhu Cheng lost his balance and was about to fall. Xiaohua waved his hand and supported Zhu Cheng. He smiled and said, Old Master Zhu, why lower yourself to the same level as a soldier? Pfft. Zhu Cheng didn't answer. He flipped his hand, and the tip of his waist blade pierced into his calf. Shwa! With another push, his calf was cut open and blood flowed out. What are you doing? Xiaohua was shocked, and the others were also puzzled. Father! Zhu Xiang shouted even louder. He wanted to pounce over. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and threw his waist blade away. He extended 2 fingers and groped around in the flesh of his calf. He took out something smaller than the size of his finger. He extended his trembling arm and weakly said, Taoist Master Shao saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with. This is something passed down from my ancestors. As for what it is exactly, I don't know. Today, I will offer this to Taoist Master. Without waiting for Zhu Qing to finish speaking, Zhu Cheng's head tilted and he fainted. That little thing stained with blood was still tightly held in his hand, and he raised it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua instantly understood Zhu Cheng's intention. He slightly shook his head. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. If Zhu Cheng was trying to divert the disaster, Zhu Cheng had also asked his own cultivation. His strength had reached the 5th level of origin energy. In the Taoist sect, he was a spirit-severing stage cultivator. He definitely had the strength to hold the Zhu clan's inheritance. If Zhu Cheng was only trying to repay a favor, Zhu Cheng had no reason to offer this item in front of so many people. It was obvious that he wanted to throw away the inheritance that had implicated the Zhu clan. Moreover, Xiaohua was a Taoist sect cultivator. Zhu Cheng's Zhu clan's inheritance was used by Confucian cultivators. Zhu Cheng also didn't see Xiaohua's flying sword. Naturally, he didn't know that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. What use did Xiaohua have for it? Forget it. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, but didn't refuse. He simply went with the flow and waved his hand. The blood-stained item fell into his hand. After carefully examining it, he stored it in his space. Then, he coldly said to the people in front of the Jade Mountain, You all saw that this old man took this item. If anyone dares to leak the news, they will die. If anyone dares to leak it, I will definitely return to the Jade Mountain. I will kill everyone I see. Taoist Master. The general in front of the Jade Mountain smiled bitterly and said, If the monarch asks, this general doesn't know how to report it. Moreover, Zhu Cheng gave it to Taoist Master. Although the general didn't finish his sentence, Xiaohua understood. After thinking a little, he felt that it was true. If these people didn't dare to leak it, who would know that it was in his hands? If they wanted to find it, wouldn't they have to look for the Zhu clan? Wouldn't he have taken advantage of them and still acted innocent? His previous warning was like taking off his pants to fart. It was completely unnecessary. You just have to report it as it is. Xiaohua coldly said, However, you still have to pass a message to your monarch. Don't think too much. Although I don't like to kill people, if there is any entanglement, I will definitely not be merciful. There won't be any benefits like Jean Rushui today. Yes, this general understands. This general has already reported it to my monarch. The general hurriedly replied. Li Xiang, who hadn't left before, raised his eyebrows when he heard Jean Rushui's order. His eyes were secretly filled with astonishment. Then, he looked at the black-armored army in front of the Jade Mountain, who were more well-behaved than rabbits. He understood a lot in his heart. At this moment, the dozen or so guards of the Zhu clan also leaped over the cable bridge. When they arrived near, they all bowed to Xiaohua and hurriedly left with the unconscious Zhu Cheng and the others. Zhu Xiang, who was at the edge of the cliff, knelt down towards Xiaohua and kowtowed a few times before following the crowd. Previously, when Zhu Xiang asked Xiaohua to save Zhu Cheng, he didn't kneel down. However, when he saw Xiaohua accept Zhu Cheng's item, he knew that Xiaohua was righteous and had sincerely blocked the disaster for the Zhu clan. The gratitude in his heart was incomparable. Finally, he pushed the golden mountain down the jade pillar and threw away the gold under a man's knee. Looking at Zhu Xiang's back, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Jingbei City's Zhu Feng and hurriedly transmitted a few words. Zhu Xiang stared blankly, his entire body trembling. He hurriedly turned his head. Although he didn't say anything, anyone could clearly see the wild joy on his face. Without waiting for Zhu Xiang to say anything, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few jade bottles. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottles flew across the mountain stream and landed in front of Zhu Xiang. Xiaohua then said in a clear voice, Young Master Zhu, please tell your father on behalf of this old man that if this old man has the time, I will definitely pay a visit to the Zhu clan. Zhu Xiang received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, My Zhu clan will never forget Taoist Master Zhao's great kindness. Taoist Master Zhao's life will be passed down in my Zhu clan for generations. Hee go. Xiaohua waved his hand, lowered his head to look at Li Xiang and the others and laughed. Fellow Li, let's go as well. All right. Li Xiang patted his mount, and the black horse let out a long neigh. Its four hooves flipped as it rushed towards the direction of the chain bridge. However, after a while, dozens of people had crossed the chain bridge, and Li Xiang's cultivation had yet to recover, so his consciousness could not be used. However, seeing the destruction caused by Xiaohua and the others, Li Xiang was even more surprised in his heart, and when he saw the black armored army that covered the entire mountain range, his surprise had already reached its peak. He was the second imperial advisor of the Jiang country, and had fought with the Copper Pillar State for many years. How could he not know the power of the Copper Pillar State? Since the Copper Pillar State had placed such an elite here, and even had the great scholar Zhan Rushui, then what about the Copper Pillar State's imperial advisor, Lung Qingge? General Hao Hu. All of a sudden, a general in bright armor appeared at the foot of a mountain not far away. His rock-like face had an indescribable expression as he looked at the top of Li Xiang and the others. Li Xiang was shocked when he saw this person. Immediately, Li Xiang followed General Hao Hu's gaze and saw Xiaohua's figure slowly rising up in the sky. In front of him was a heavenly horse that was flashing with a holy light, dragging a carriage and flying out. It was precisely descending from the sky to welcome Xiaohua. Taoist Master Xiao. Taoist Master Xiao. Li Xiang's heart was filled with complex emotions. Seeing Xiaohua's figure land on the flying carriage, he muttered to himself. When Xiaohua landed on the flying carriage, Lu Yi and Wang Yi flew up, saying that they were welcoming their master. The two of them had limited cultivation, and Xiaohua was afraid that the battle would affect the two of them. So he made the heavenly horse and flying carriage stop at an extremely high altitude. The two of them could not see the specific situation, and could only hear the extremely loud rumbling sounds, as well as various colored lights. At the same time, they could feel the intense changes in the heaven and earth origin energy, causing their hearts to clench together. Later on, the entire mountain range fell silent, and the heavenly horse did not fly down, causing them to be even more afraid. Only when the heavenly horse was urged to fly slowly did the two of them finally relax. You can wait here. Xiaohua waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. With another wave of his hand, Little Yellow, Little Black, and Little Silver appeared in the air. When Wang Yifei saw Little Yellow, his eyes widened. He instantly thought of what Xiaohua had said earlier, and his expression changed greatly. Chapter 3559. Father, Mother, two little mouthfuls of human language, jumping happily in front of Xiaohua. Knowing that he can leave home, Xiaohuang also regains his previous happiness. When Xiaohuang sees Wang Bianfei, he wags his big tail and complains to Xiaohua, Mother, Mother, this boy said his master is more powerful than Mother. You go and find his master. Boy doesn't believe that there is someone more powerful than Mother in this world. Master. Wang Bianfei miserably stands there, looking pitiful. He secretly glances at Xiaohuang, not knowing what to say. Xiaohuang, this is Mother's disciple, Wang Bianfei. Xiaohua says with a smile, the master he is talking about is Mother. Ah, is that so? Xiaohuang is stunned, then wags his tail and flies around Wang Bianfei a few times. His dark eyes stare at Wang Bianfei a few times and cries, Boy, since you are Mother's disciple, why didn't you say so earlier? That, young master. Wang Bianfei says with a smile, didn't this little one just know? Master has already scolded this little one before. Today, this little one apologizes to young master. Saying that, Wang Bianfei bows. Forget it. I won't lower myself to your level. Xiaohuang's tone is very similar to Xiaohua's. His tail wagging is as clean and nimble as Xiaohua's hands. Bianfei, no need to call him young master. Xiaohua snappily says, just call him Xiaohuang. You are this old man's disciple who is not included in the wall, so you are of the same generation as him. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei smiles, knowing that Xiaohua is no longer angry with him. Mother, what is the same generation? Xiaohuang is very curious. Xiaohua doesn't answer. He turns to Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei and says, You wait in the car first, this old man will talk to them for a while. After Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei enter the flying car, Xiaohua says with a smile, Xiao Huang, this world is incomparably huge. It is not something our family can compare to. Moreover, there are a lot of people and a lot of things in this world that you can't know by staying by Mother's side. Previously, Mother was reluctant to let you go out because she was afraid that you would encounter some danger. Just now you also saw those two. Savage beast soul, although they are very powerful, there are many things in this world that are more powerful than them. Mother, this boy is not afraid. This was Goldie's answer. Daddy, how powerful is he? This was Little Black's question. Hee, you can only know how powerful he is when you see it with your own eyes. As for whether I'm afraid or not, that's secondary. The most important thing is to stay alive. Xiaohua lovingly looked at the two little things. He knew that today was the day of separation, and these two demonic beasts couldn't even differentiate between mother and father. How could they become real demonic beasts? A demonic beast that couldn't even distinguish between peers was definitely not a qualified demonic beast. Xiaohua's exhortation lasted for several hours. Seeing the scorching sun overhead, under the flying car, Li Xiong and the others were a little tired from riding. Only then did Xiaohua reluctantly listen. It seemed that he still had a lot to say, as if he always wanted to keep the two little things by his side for a while longer. However, the two little things' wings had to grow, and they could only leave his side. He had done everything, so the two little things could only remain ignorant forever. Seeing that Goldie was a little impatient and Little Black was listening with great interest, Xiaohua couldn't hide a kind of feeling in his heart. It was as if the two's departure emptied his heart. Suddenly, a kind of distant memory appeared in his mind. That memory was some white hair, some tears, and some faint fragrance of milk. Mother! Xiaohua's eyes were moist. Where are you? Mother! At this time, an even weaker voice sounded. This boy also wants to go out with you. What are you going to do? You're so young, didn't you hear what Mother said? It's very dangerous outside. Wait until you're a little older before you tell Mother. Goldie's voice was very impatient. Xiaohua was helpless as he looked at Little Silver and said, Little Silver, just call this old man Master. Yes, Master. Little Silver felt very wronged. It looked like he also wanted to be rebellious like Goldie. It's not that I don't want you to go. Xiaohua suddenly had the awareness of being a mother, and almost self-taught, he coaxed Little Silver. Look, your mother and Little Black are both gone. So doesn't this mean that there's no one by this old man's side? Do you want this old man to be alone at home? That's true. Little Silver mumbled a little. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. Also, Little Silver is very capable, and can help this old man by staying with him. Wasn't it Little Silver who discovered the primordial stone mine in Black Cloud Ridge? You've really done this old man a big favor. The boy knows. Little Silver was a little proud as he nodded his little head repeatedly. Mother, when is the boy leaving? Goldie urged. Xiaohua looked at the scorching sun and said, Go now, but you have to remember, don't have the heart to harm others, and be on guard against them. You two have to discuss everything. Mother, you've already said this 4 times. Xiao Huang interrupted Xiaohua's words. Little Black said, Yes, Father. The boy understands, he definitely won't let Father worry. The boy will take a look outside, he'll be right back. I go. Xiaohua waved his hand. No matter how much they talked, they had to part in the end. Even if he didn't let Goldie go today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? All right. Goldie wagged his tail and soared into the sky. He casually put down something and flew away. Little Black didn't hesitate and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing the two leave, Xiaohua's heart softened and his eyes became slightly warm, fortunately, before Xiaohua could release his divine senses to catch up with the two little ones. One black and one yellow light flashed, and the two little ones flew onto Xiaohua's shoulders. They hugged Xiaohua's head on each side and called out, Mother, Father, the boy really is going out to take a look. He'll be right back. Don't be sad. Xiaohua quietly rubbed his eyes and smiled. The wind is a little strong. Mother got sand with her own eyes. Don't worry, you two go. Be careful, take a look and learn more. Mother will be waiting for you two at home. Although Goldie wanted to go out, he was also reluctant to part with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's sadness just now made his heart clench. Hearing Xiaohua's comforting words, he seemed to have grown up a little. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Mother, don't worry. The boy will definitely become the most awesome in the world, and then come back to help Mother. Mother doesn't want you to become the most awesome, and I don't want you to become the most outstanding. Xiaohua smiled and stroked Goldie's and Little Black's heads. You two have a good experience. Coming back safely is Mother's greatest wish. I know, Mother. Goldie jumped up again. The boy is going out to take a look. Maybe he'll come back tomorrow. And it's all right. Xiaohua concealed the parting in his heart and nodded slightly. It's already late, go quickly. Yes, Daddy. Little Black obediently flew away from Xiaohua's shoulder. Goldie acted coquettishly for a moment before flying away. However, after flying away, Goldie flew back to Little Black's head. The two little ones could be considered to have turned their heads while flying. Xiaohua felt very upset. His divine senses followed them for more than 10 li, and then looked into the distance for nearly 1,000 li before he retracted it. AI, shouldn't I give them more things? Teach them more ways to protect themselves? Xiaohua sighed and touched Little Silver, who had also taken the opportunity to jump onto his shoulder, a little regretful in his heart. Unlike Yuan Tongtian, Xiaohua had only given the two little ones the rejuvenation pill. He hadn't even given them the mother-child spirit fruit, let alone any cultivation methods. Xiaohua's intuition told him that what he had might not be the best. Moreover, Goldie and Little Black had already said earlier that some things had gradually emerged in their minds, which were their respective inheritances and cultivation paths suitable for them. If he stretched his hand out for no reason, it would only delay their growth, just like keeping them by his side in the past. Maybe tomorrow? Maybe the day after tomorrow? Xiaohua looked into the distance and thought, they'll come back after suffering a little, right? Xiaohua was now the father and mother of his children on a long journey. He was afraid that his children would suffer a lot, but he also wanted them to come back sooner, and even more so, he wanted them to have some success. But how could Xiaohua control the affairs of this world? The waves that Goldie and Little Black had stirred up were beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Little Silver, hurry up and cultivate when you get home. Xiaohua was like a nagging old man as he exhorted Little Silver. Help this old man after you've succeeded in your cultivation. Otherwise, your mother will blame you when she comes back. Yes, master. Little Silver nodded obediently like a little person. Come out later, Xiaohua said. Yes, master. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stayed in the flying car. Listening to Xiaohua talk so much to the two little ones, they each had something on their minds, and their eyes were red. Hearing Xiaohua call them, they hurriedly came out to answer. Master, you're really too good to them. Lu Yi, who hadn't spoken rashly all this time, looked at Little Silver on Xiaohua's shoulder and said enviously, It's not like you're a demon pet at all. This is this old man's boy. Xiaohua sighed and stroked Little Silver. Little Silver also obediently licked Xiaohua's finger with his little tongue. This old man has never treated them as demon pets. By the way, master, I heard Taoist Xiao say that demon pets need to be bound with some kind of restriction. Otherwise, they might betray their master or be captured by other cultivators. Lu Yi was still a little worried as he asked, Master, you definitely don't have any restrictions on them, right? If you let them go just like that. What kind of restriction would my children need? Xiaohua said with a smile, They're all intelligent and can understand human speech. This old man has never thought of it that way. However, if anyone dares to bully them, this old man absolutely won't let them off even if I go to the 9th heaven or the 9th hell. Thinking of how protective Xiaohua had been in the Black Cloud Ridge primordial stone mine, even when the black bear spirit had been bullied, Xiaohua had still wanted the other party's arm. Lu Yi stuck out his tongue and laughed. I hope no one is blind. Otherwise, they'll be in deep trouble. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.